Chapter 1. P.S. Brain Storage. Brother Gohan. Brother Gohan. Ugh. Looking at the plot of Dragon Ball Chao here, the plot point of the artificial man scourge the future, desperate for the future. These episodes have always been difficult to accept, and the Z-Warrior died cleanly, leaving Date alone. He reviewed Dragon Ball again, also caused by a set of photos on TikTok, the tragedy of Gohan's last battle, with the text, "If only Dad were there." MD is really uncomfortable to watch. The future world, human beings live on the tip of the knife, artificial humans to the dark manzamas, and finally all gone, too miserable. Alas, it's miserable. Can't bear to look directly. Pick up the teacup on the table and take a sip of tea. Hee, a sip of tea can also cross after death. I will join the army of crossers. Is the threshold so low now? You dare to believe that he was choked to death by drinking water and tea leaves, and he already knew what tea to make when he listened to his father. So according to the normal process, is it time for the system to come out? Otherwise, it does not fit the persona of the traverser, and if he travels to the world he saw before drinking water, it will be Ka. I think the author will not be so boring either. Dear host, the author is so boring. Thanks. At this time, a light appeared in front of his eyes, a green light. Can you pick a good color? System, Brother Tongzi, or change the world. Dragon Ball is a little not very good. Briefly introduced, my name is the 10,000 Realms sign-in system. As the name suggests, it is the surface meaning, if you can insist on surviving, maybe you can leave that desperate future. By the way, your original body cannot carry this system, exploded. I'll find you a new one, okay, understand, listen to the applause and go you. Your mother, grass, I found you, you. The telegram tone lasted less than 5 seconds before disappearing. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and the sand instantly covered him. Ah! My eyes! He sat up and rubbed his eyes, tears streaming down his eyes and feeling like they were tearing apart. System, you dog, your family. The next moment he felt wrong. What about his left hand? He stretched out his bloody right hand, covering the direction of his left hand, and sure enough, there was nothing. This is also too sad, just entered the Dragon Ball world without his left hand, and he was in severe pain. How can the character look like Gohan? The host is Gohan. Congratulations on your success in becoming the most talented Saiyan Son Gohan. Half-blood, thanks to the reader for correcting, although not as good as Broly, but also better than Goku, but the future. System, you finally sent a kind heart, but what is the use in this future world? I just occupied Gohan's body, trying to guide his original potential and strength. It is difficult. How can I live in the future without enough cultivation time? He Lin Tien/Son Gohan, he will not forget his original name, just like Dragon Ball Super Broly Son Goku, 21st century pampered person, also known as the 21st century new waste, suddenly came to this world. It is difficult to survive. Now he is in severe pain, his left arm is gone, this power does not belong to him, it is difficult to mobilize. How can a waste that can't even use chi survive? You can only put your hopes on the system. He exhaled deeply. It hurts. Lin Tian's face was almost distorted. It hurt. It hurts so much. The system should have a newbie package, as well as a check-in. You know very well. Checking in. Wait 10 minutes. Open the newbie package. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Fairy Bean, Dragon Ball Chi Knowledge Infusion, Dragon Ball Super, Non-Future, Son Gohan became Super Saiyan 2 before all combat experience, instilled, Space-Time Teleportation Talisman, Low Level. Lin Tian's eyes released light. This is the desire to survive. With Fairy Beans, he can survive so far. No, you have to plan well, put the knowledge in it first. In case I get better from my injuries, release my breath, and be perceived by number 17 and number 18, he is not sure if he can come back alive. The system first instills knowledge. I hope your knowledge is a painless version. Everything that comes out of the system is a boutique. Immediately after that, a large amount of knowledge was poured into his mind, and all the mastery of combat knowledge was entered into his mind. Lin Tian covered his head was swollen. To be honest, there was too much knowledge. He now knows how to hide his breath, but he must familiarize himself with it first, and there can be no mistakes. This is a major event for his survival, and there can be no accidents. A few minutes passed, and his daily check-in was complete. Ding! Dragon Ball Future World First Check-in. Rewards teleportation. Lin Tian didn't say a word, he directly ate the fairy beans. Just kidding, there is an instant movement and an egg? He didn't know Trunks' breath. That Lang Wang Gohan seems to have returned. At the moment of swallowing the fairy bean, his body quickly recovered, although his left arm has not yet returned, but the injuries of his body have recovered, and his aura has soared again, but he is hiding the machine, only he knows it. Now he should not be far from the full power of Super 1, he already has all the experience of Gohan in the overworld before, and now he only needs a little training to reach Super 1 full power again. Wu stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Huge energy was working all over his body, and now he could hammer a planet with a light punch. Now the earth does not know if there is a temple, he wants to quickly improve his strength, and the spiritual time house is a good choice. Alas! Chapter 2. Now the earth does not know if there is a temple, he wants to quickly improve his strength, and the spiritual time house is a good choice. Alas! Lin Tian is very helpless. He does not plan to expose it now. Once flying or using teleportation will be more or less discovered. The current plot point is really twisted. Shuru has gone to the main world, can only rely on Trunks alone is obviously a little enough to choke, and now should be about to go to the main world. If you follow him to the main world, will it be better? No, I can't go now. In case there is another time and space line, then I will inexplicably be charged with a crime. I have to have the strength to say, I don't know how Zama's is now, whether he has begun to collect Dragon Balls. The world is really bad, you have to quickly improve your strength, and then hurry up. Lin Tian sat down and began to think about how to plan. The current self should find a place to cultivate, improve his strength, and reach Super 1 full power as soon as possible. The current situation on the Earth seems to be not suitable for training. Is it possible to fight the planet? It's really annoying now, there is no absolute certainty, can beat the 17th and 18th, in case it can't be beaten, then it's really caught, and I don't know the specific situation of Trunks. But the time should not have gone yet, he just became a Super Saiyan. It stands to reason that if you use teleportation to move to his side now, you can still be sure of meeting him 2-on-2. Don't worry, I'll go to the ice continent to practice first, and cultivate myself, but don't use the breath to skillfully integrate Gohan's combat experience, and then go to join Trunks. Lin Tian is not afraid for the time being, he still has a low-level world-crossing talisman. By the way, how low is the system level? I'll go, it's estimated that the explosion is about to collapse. It should be about the same. If you are ranked according to the combat power in the early stage of Dragon Ball now, it should be more than 200 million combat power, and when you reach the Super 1 full power should be 300 million. That kind of combat power you go to those small planes to report casually is estimated to be almost the same. You should be a tourist and have fun. Okay. This can be used as a life-saving means, in case you can't get mixed up, you can go there and hide, first of all, or mix the Dragon Balls well, this is the king, improve your strength, and then go to other worlds to find a good way to repair life and life, improve your lifespan. The Dragon Ball world seems to be the only way to improve your lifespan is to become a god. After sorting out his thoughts, he began to slowly close his eyes, feeling the breath of the people of the ice continent, pointing 2 fingers together, putting them on his forehead, typical teleportation starting posture, go. The use of chi for a moment made number 17 and number 18 feel that something was wrong, and so did Trunks. Is there anyone on earth who can use qi now? This is also quite big. For Trunks, this qi is very familiar, and in an instant he thinks of his Gohan brother who has been with him for so long. If he doesn't even know this, it is too cheap. Brother Gohan isn't dead yet. What happened to Trunks? Come and help, the time shuttle is almost the last step, come quickly. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman, her figure and appearance were top-notch. But her eyes revealed a tired heart, and there were already some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Okay Mom. Trunks trotted over to his mother to help repair it, but his absent-minded appearance was still ordered by Bulma. Trunks, what's wrong with you today? Mom, do you say that there is a possibility that Brother Gohan is not dead? Chapter 3. Trunks, what's wrong with you today? Mom, do you say that there is a possibility that Brother Gohan is not dead? Bulma put down the tools in her hand and looked at him fixedly, stretched out her hand and touched his head on tiptoe, and said in a gentle tone, I know that you and Gohan are the best friends, and he is also a mentor and friend to you, but didn't you already check it carefully? And also brought home I also went through some high-tech means to check, Gohan really? People cannot be resurrected from death, we can only quickly complete the time shuttle to change the past and change our future. Yes, Mom. Trunks put down the obsession in his heart and began to study wholeheartedly, and he was exposed to a lot of knowledge since he was a child, and he also had a good scientific idea, if there is anyone in this world who can help Bulma, it is only him. At this time, Lin Tian had already come to the ice continent, and when he came to this continent, he felt the biting cold, and he was completely careless. Such a voice in his mind, he forgot to bring warm measures, now it seems unlikely to go back, used too many times, will definitely be detected by those two goods, in fact, he can also be lucky, but the target is too big and easy to expose. Looking for the breath of people, he could only borrow a little warm clothes from them, and this time he did not teleport, but used the fast running to increase his heat and get closer to him. Basically, each step spans at least 50 meters, and sure enough, this kind of thing is impossible to think of in the original world, but it can be easily done in the Dragon Ball world. This is not the case of exhausting one's own strength. After this exercise, he didn't feel too cold, and his body warmed up. About 15 minutes later, he came to the door of a cave that lived in the ice continent. Just about to speak, he found that he didn't know how to speak, after all, he couldn't speak Japanese himself, and his original memories didn't merge into his mind. System, can they understand me when I speak? Don't worry, you can say that all the sounds you make will be automatically arranged to be understandable to them, of course, only for the world. I won't give you all of it. Don't want me to take it back. Bridge bean sack. Hello then, may I ask anyone? The sound reached the cave and was decreasing in layers. When he couldn't hear the sound, there was also a noise from inside. Who are you? What are you coming for? I tell you, I have a gun. The people inside did not come out and said that they had a gun, threatening him to stop messing around. Don't get excited, don't get excited, I just want to borrow a dress with you, I'm too cold. Are you a fool? Come to the ice continent without some thick clothes? Your lame reason is too pulling, get out of here. Oh. So it seems to be true. Then I beg you, just me, you look at me from afar, I can turn around, and hold my head in my hands. As a 21st century college student, I don't think there should be that kind of too dark human nature, don't be afraid, like what directly rushed in and snatched the clothes, you are a murderer. As if saying this, the people in the cave let down their guard, and gradually heard a slight sound of footsteps in Lin Tian's ears, and he began to do the same, exposing his back to the cave. Inside the cave is an uncle, holding a shotgun. Quietly glanced at the people outside the cave and found that he was still a one-armed man, and his muscles interpreted his strength. Boom! I saw a spherical body thrown from inside the cave and fell directly on Lin Tian's heel. This is the clothes you want, take it and leave quickly, you are not welcome here. Lin Tian slowly squatted down and picked up the thick clothes, then said thank you to the cave, and then slowly left after doing it without disturbing. After quickly getting dressed, I started looking for a suitable cave to rest myself in, and started looking for some ignition materials, which turned from a traversal novel to a wilderness survival novel, which is also a bit big. Laughing at himself in his heart, he still obediently went to find food, ignition materials, and trees. There is a saying that if you want to be rich, you must first stroke the tree. Chapter 4. After quickly getting dressed, I started looking for a suitable cave to rest myself in, and started looking for some ignition materials, which turned from a traversal novel to a wilderness survival novel, which is also a bit big. Laughing at himself in his heart, he still obediently went to find food, ignition materials, and trees. There is a saying that if you want to be rich, you must first stroke the tree. Now everything is ready, you can cultivate well. He put down a few logs he had brought with him, and simply used the chi, cutting them into thin slices, which were not strong enough for the 17th and 18th to detect. Lay them out into a simple plank, sleep here at night, don't pick, and leave this ghost place when you have eaten all the combat experience. Okay, let's do some simple warm-up exercises, such as 100 squat frog jumping push ups or something. After warming up, his eyes suddenly changed. Xi's eyes began to try to recall what was in his mind, and closed his eyes and began to adjust his body to the scene in his mind. He began to move, the muscles exploded, powerful strength, in which he did not use any breath, pure flesh. The state lasted for a long time, and he kept shaking his fists and legs as if he didn't know that he was tired, as if he wanted to integrate all the memories in his body. The fist style began to become sharper and sharper. This state lasted for a long time, feeling that he had forgotten time and waited until he himself became hungry, which gave him the desire to stop. Lin Tian could feel the incomparable fanaticism in his heart. This was the first time he had such power, and he didn't expect that he himself, a new waste in the 21st century, had such power. He had fantasized countless times that he would have such power, but that was a fantasy after all. After taking a deep breath, endless hunger filled his brain, hungry and hungry. He began to make an emergency fire to cook, although there was no food but some prey, such as fish or bears. Hee, I can get both fish and bear's paw. Fish in one hand and bear paw in the other. There are already many bones behind him, and sure enough, the physique of the scions is so exaggerated, so in the future, if he doesn't have any money, he will really starve to death in real society. In other words, this kind of thing is converted into energy so quickly into my stomach, and my digestive system is really impressive. Okay, work and rest combined, get ready for bed. After lying down, he simply took the thick clothes and covered his body, and for the first time he slept at night in another world. He also felt that his left hand was empty. Sleep, continue to practice tomorrow. Now his strength is not enough, wait for the strength to be enough, just start looking for Trunks, take revenge, and then follow him. He is going to the main world to make a wish for Dragon Ball, so that his body can be restored to the best state, that is, there is no broken hand, no injury. Thinking about him made him sleepy, and slowly closed his eyes. Mom, I think with our current progress, we should still have half a year to completely build the space-time machine. Of course, there are still energy reserves yet, and we still have to collect energy. Yes, please ask you in half a year, stop me on the 17th and 18th, those two people are still wreaking havoc now, I am afraid that they will find us here. My mother. I have become a super scion now, and I also have the power of a fight, I will protect myself well. Trunks clenched his fists, this is now the whole future world is only himself. He must be cautious, and cautious to protect his mother and protect this future world. The only turning point now is to forget the past and completely strangle this history in the cradle, so that Mr. Monkey King will not die of a heart attack. Wake up! System, I want to check in. Checking in, Expected in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, then you can prepare some ingredients. I am hungry when I wake up early in the morning, but the food I brought yesterday seems to be almost finished in the morning, so let's get some after eating. Chapter 5. 5 minutes, then you can prepare some ingredients. I am hungry when I wake up early in the morning, but the food I brought yesterday seems to be almost finished in the morning, so let's get some after eating. Sign in and get a pistol. It's not the system, you have a problem. What use is this pistol for me? Lin Tian is very speechless. You don't know this broken system. You can give some good things, such as what gravity room, some martial arts or something. You can put the pistol this pistol can do, and can't hurt others. It's okay to play in other small worlds. Even if I can play, I myself will be gone with a Qigong wave. What pistol do you want? Forget it, there is no effect on this system, or go to find some food in peace, otherwise you will starve to death. Fast forward a little, time is out of water every day. Such things have gone through half a year, and today is just half a year. Check in the system. This check-in is half an hour. In the past 6 months, he has obtained very few effective items, most of them are some useless things or some food. The only time he was lucky was just a few fairy beans, and now he still carefully stored them. This cannot be thrown away, a total of 8. Of course, the check-in brush to eat some food is definitely eaten quickly. Finally, eat something delicious cannot be wasted. They currently have no system, space this kind of thing, damn system, do not understand anything at all. However, this time it actually took half an hour to sign in, which means that these items are very good. He has come up with some rules for so long, and the longer the time, the richer the reward. In half a year, he has experienced a lot, and he has successfully made his strength leap. Now he is only one battle away from the full power of Super 1. Too many things in his mind, practice is the only way to test the truth. And these days he is not unconcerned about the outside world. He also feels the rapid growth of Trunks. Since becoming a Super Saiyan, he has constantly covered his mother and the survival of the only remaining humans on Earth. Constantly began to fight with artificial people, the strength also advanced rapidly. Half a year of fighting is not enough for him to be alone, against a number 17, it is already barely enough, meet the two of them only to escape. Why don't you fight there? Don't ask is to instigate. Watching anime and practicing yourself are two differences. Without completely absorbing the combat experience in your mind, dazedly going to them to fight, looking for them to fight, either sent to death or brain dead. This is a cruel apocalyptic world that will not wait for you to grow up, either you die or he dies. Half an hour passed quickly, and he also withdrew from the side battle, quietly waiting for something to refresh. And you silently say that it must not be a gravity room, now that it is actually mature, he can go out to find Bulma, so the gravity chamber is actually not particularly useful for him. Ding! Sign in to complete the check-in reward time ring. What the? Are you sure? He couldn't believe his ears, and it was also at this moment that a time ring condensed in the air, and the silver-white ring floated in front of his eyes, stretched out his hand to catch it, and put it on his index finger. Ding! The modified version of the time ring can freely travel between the future and the past 2 timelines. Without being detected by the people above, of course. After using it once, the cooldown time is 10 years. The latter news made Lin Tian very excited. What kind of side effects are this? This is simply an artifact, but freely shuttle through the past 2 timelines in the future. He has not yet explained whether it is this world or all worlds. So all the resources of the future and the past 2 timelines are their own. Very exciting news suddenly. I think this half an hour of check-in is a little less. This kind of magic also takes an hour. What's wrong with the system? Is it suddenly charitable? Such a big reward. Chapter 6. So all the resources of the future and the past 2 timelines are their own. Very exciting news suddenly. I think this half an hour of check-in is a little less. This kind of magic also takes an hour. What's wrong with the system? Is it suddenly charitable? Such a big reward. That way, he can have complete autonomy. With this time ring, then it is still an egg, directly find them on the 17th and 18th, integrate the knowledge in their brains, and find them to practice. Just do what you say. After saying that, Lin Tian began to use qi. Huge power surged out from his body, clenched into a fist with one hand, and the muscles all over his body were resonating and cheering. The color of the hair began to flicker, as did the color of the eyes. This powerful qi was instantly detected by number 17, number 18, and Trunks. Oh, Gohan isn't dead yet. I remember that the two of us should tolerate him abuse, enough for him to die hundreds of times. Who knows if you've released water? And Trunks' expression was no longer manageable, and tears flowed from his eyes. His Gohan eldest brother, his best friend, and his teacher are still alive. Seeing Trunks' tears falling, Bulma hurriedly flicked the matter in her hand, trotted over, held his shoulder with one hand, wiped his tears, and comforted, "Trunks, what's wrong with you? Why did you cry? What happened?" "Mom, I feel the anger of brother Gohan, he is really alive." "Drink." At this time, Lin Tian's body soared, and the sky of the entire ice continent was shining golden yellow. This time the Qi lift, he has entered the Super One full power. I clenched my fists and felt the burst of strength in my body, which was really exciting. Feeling the strength of his body, full of confidence, he immediately launched an instant displacement and went to find Trunks. The next moment, he appeared in front of Trunks' eyes, looking at Trunks, who had cried into tears, and Bulma, who was already a little old, and sighed that this future world was really bitter enough. "Long time no see, Trunks." Trunks looked up and saw his brother Gohan, the familiar face, and the voice was still so gentle that he thought to himself, "Brother Gohan, you're still alive." He ran to Lin Tian, crying something that didn't quite like words. If his father saw this, it would probably be a contempt. Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder and looked at the 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of him. This is Trunks in his youth, just a half-old child. The feeling suddenly came up. "Okay, don't cry, you are already a Super Saiyan now, with the power to stand alone. I am back now, then it is time to settle the grudge." "Yes." Trunks wiped his tears, turned his grief and anger into strength, and began to explode into the state of Super Saiyan 1, and his strength was much worse than his own. Bulma looked at the two and stopped talking. Lin Tian also noticed, and then said, "Aunt Bulma, I know what you want to say, I will take care of Trunks. If the situation is not right, we can't clean up, I will let him come back immediately, I have my own way to deal with it." "Good." Lin Tian pulled Trunks' shoulder and used teleportation. This rider was seen by Bulma, very nostalgic. This is still the trick used by Sun Wukong at that time. She thought to herself, it turned out that Gohan had mastered teleportation, then I could rest assured. After the two disappeared from her eyes, she began to actively prepare for the time shuttle. This time she was more motivated. "Yo, long time no see, number 17 and no 18. Look who this is. It turns out to be Gohan, you are not dead yet." Lin Tian looked at the two with a smile, as if they were old friends for many years. Hee. "If you two don't die, how can I be willing to die?" "But..." Number 17 and number 18, but without the smile on his face, their strength has been frozen in that state, and it is unlikely to be raised further, and they are facing two Super Saiyans, which may be a little difficult at this moment. "Hey!" Lin Tian came to number 17 in an instant without nonsense, and when number 17 did not react at such a fast speed, he was already punched in the face. The whole person flew out upside down. Seeing the situation, Trunks did not delay his legs, and directly drove to the 18th. In the process of flying out upside down on the 17th, Lin Tian was not idle, and directly carried out the prince's battle method, and countless air bombs spewed towards him. Humph! Number 17 was not an inexperienced waste, and immediately deployed its protective shield in the air, fending off the countless air bombs. The air bomb was crashing into the protective shield, sending up puffs of smoke. Chapter 7. Number 17 was not an inexperienced waste, and immediately deployed its protective shield in the air, fending off the countless air bombs. The bomb hit the protective shield and quickly emitted a cloud of smoke. This plot is familiar to him, typical smoke and no harm law, but he is not like Goku they wave, although he is very wavy, but others will not and dare not wave. Rush right away. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. As the 17th began to stabilize in the air, a fist suddenly came in front of him. That fist smashed firmly on the protective shield, but the strength did not seem to be exhausted, and the protective shield had begun to crack. Ha! Lin Tian exploded again, the strength on his fist increased again, and in one fell swoop, he broke through the protective shield of number 17 and smashed another punch into his face. When it was heavily photographed on the ground, a 20-meter large crater appeared on the ground centered on it. Number 17 suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and he suffered a lot of damage from this blow. I originally thought that there would be a lot of combat experience, but I didn't expect that the crushing of strength made them really unable to give him any experience. How are you on the 17th? Number 18 noticed that number 17 was slammed to the ground, mobilized his full strength, delivered a blow to Trunks, and then immediately began to move closer to number 17. Lin Tian will not give him this opportunity. Looking at the rushing number 18, I have to say that she is indeed the first goddess of Dragon Ball, slightly more beautiful than Bulma, but what does it matter to me? In the past, this man was one of the murderers who killed himself. I pity him, who pity me for joking here for half a year. He has already begun to get used to the habits here. Our Lady? That is only death. A flash cut her off and punched her in the abdomen. A momentary pain swept through her brain, and the person fell slowly, covering her abdomen and unable to get up. Lin Tian didn't stop moving. What he had to do now was to eradicate these two people and kill number 17 first. His combat power was slightly stronger, leaving him would only leave a scourge. Moving to number 17 again, he found that he was still lying on the ground. His face was basically distorted and full of blood. The 17th looked at the comer, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and a difficult chorus rushed towards him again. He knew that the gap between the two had come out, and it might be the death of their siblings next. Lin Tian looked at the slow-moving number 17 in front of him, rushed directly to him, and gave him a heavy punch from the bottom up, and he was also directly knocked into the air. This is its flaw. Number 17 also realized that he urgently opened the protective shield. His chi did not weaken, but the person withered, and lifted all the strength of his body to protect this shield. Lin Tian squatted up his horse steps, his front body tilted back slightly, and he held it with one hand, which was a typical turtle school qigong gesture. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Endless. Terrifying energy gathered from the palm of his hand, and in the anime, this seems to be a long forward shake, but in fact, this money is only a matter of moments. Ha! A huge blue light wave burst from the palm of his hand towards number 17, and the terrifying energy boost was raised, and he had already bet on the full blow, and no. 18 I believe that Trunks can block it. As he thought, number 18 saw this last blow, and regardless of the pain in his body, he went directly to support first, but dreams are always beautiful. He forgot that there was also Trunks, and Trunks' growth in this half a year also knew that this blow would be a decisive blow, and number 18 must be stopped. He also began to explode, mobilizing the strength of his whole body to deal with this crazy number 18. And Lin Tian on the other side has already used the power of super full power, and I believe that even the strongest shield of the 17th will not be able to withstand this strongest blow. So as he said, number 17 was hit head-on by this energy, and the shield was shattered little by little, until it was completely shattered, and the ferocious energy rushed straight forward. After he let out a scream, his whole body went to ashes. Wu Lin Tian began to converge his breath, a little panting. After adjusting his breath slightly, he moved to another battlefield to fight against number 18. Now is not the time for him to stop and think, he must eradicate the aftermath. Trunks was also overwhelmed by the crazy number 18, and soon had wounds on his body, and number 18 also realized that his brother was dead after hearing No 17's scream. Ah! Trunks, I want you to die. No 18's eyes were blood red, and she had already filled her brain with anger. Regardless of the life for life, she is ready to detonate the bomb in her body. Since his brother is dead, it is good to drag someone into the water. However, how can Lin Tian say that he is also a person who has read the original work? How can he give him this opportunity? She punched him directly in the abdomen again, spitting out a large amount of blood in her mouth, as if the bomb in her body also began to stagnate. Trunks, stop talking nonsense, just give him the final blow. Lin Tian once again mobilized the power of his whole body and once again gathered the same turtle sect Qigong waves. Trunks didn't talk nonsense either, and his hands began to cross, condensing energy. Turtle Pi Qigong wave. Come on! That's what Gaku seems to say. Final flash. Chapter 8. Lin Tian once again mobilized the power of his whole body and once again gathered the same turtle sect Qigong waves. Trunks didn't talk nonsense either, and his hands began to cross, condensing energy. Turtle Pi Qigong wave. Come on! That's what Gaku seems to say. Final flash. Two forces hit number 18 at the same time. How could number 18 react to deal with these two powerful attacks? Even the screams did not come out, and they were directly blasted into slag by the two. The androids are dead. The two were also panting, among which Lin Tian was particularly obvious. After all, he had already exhausted the energy in his body by sending out two moves in a row. He didn't dare to be careless, the wave was impossible, he changed the wave in his genes when he came. Don't give the two a chance, kill directly. Lin Tian and Trunks also returned to their normal state, slowly fell, did not care about anything, and directly lay on the ground. Trunks' heart was mixed, this artificial man had harmed so many people, just like his own father, and suddenly he couldn't hold back his tears. The uproar flowed down, and I don't know whether it was happy or sad. Lin Tian lay next to him without speaking, he couldn't feel the mood like Trunks. Seeing if he had cried enough, the tears soaked down, and he began to get up, stretched out his hand, and pulled him up. Let's go back, Aunt Bulma is still worried about us. Yes, Brother Gohan. Lin Tian teleported again and returned to Bulma's laboratory. Bulma looked at the two of them a little embarrassed, and ran over to inquire. Before she could speak, Trunks threw herself into her mother's arms. Mom, it's over, those two demons are finally dead. When she heard that the number 17 and number 18 duo had died, Bulma's tears did not hold back. Since the appearance of the two to now, she has lost too much. Husband Vegeta, and some partners who grew up. Seeing the mother and son crying again, Lin Tian still didn't speak. Now I just feel so hungry, really hungry. He can't empathize, he seems to be out of place with this world. However, he also watched quietly, did not speak, and only waited for the two to cry before saying, that's just not playing with the code, I'm so hungry, can I give me something to eat? This humble voice made Bulma burst into laughter, and in her eyes Gohan seemed to become Gaku, and that familiar feeling returned, and the quiet world returned. Okay, go get ready now. Trunks also went to help, so he sat alone like this, and he began to be in a daze, thinking about what happened today. He began to make a summary. Today he did not gain any combat experience, he can only say that he does not dare to let the capture of people die hammer, do not give him a chance to breathe, where is it like in the anime knocked people away, and still hang in the air? Just take advantage of your illness and kill you. However, this power of super full power is more familiar to itself. What's next? Just get stronger. The big boss to face next is Thomas, the more difficult opponent, and in the end, the whole king directly wiped out the entire universe before solving it. He should work hard in these 10 years, Super Red. Or your own beast form. At the same time, we should also pay attention to going to other worlds to solve the problem of life and life cultivation. I go, this calculation is completely not enough for more than 10 years. But after thinking about it in a blink of an eye, I have a system. What are you afraid of? Dragon Ball's combat system is still very strong. However, in terms of life and life double cultivation, it is impossible to do some other worlds. The grasp of the soul is too weak. The next step is to persuade Trunks to gradually stabilize the plot, go to the overworld, and then collect the Dragon Balls. Recover yourself all and start training intensively, preparing to go to the small world for a while. By the way, the system, is the time I go to the small world counted as the main world? It doesn't count. Okay, then it's stable. Gohan-kun came over to eat. Bulma began to inform him to go over to eat, and the 2 words seemed to be help. Oh my god, now I am so hungry. Just after the battle, his energy consumption is too large, and he will eat more. Here it comes. Lin Tian's kitchen came to the dining table, looking at the mountain and sea delicacies in front of him. In fact, it was not a mountain and sea delicacies, just that ordinary dishes, there was no seafood. But these are the delicacies of mountains and the sea in his eyes. Then you're welcome. Immediately after that, he began to eat Heisei, and when he ate something, he stuffed it into his mouth, and his mouth bulged like a steamed bun. Swallow without chewing twice. This kind of eating, if changed to the real world, is the kind of starving ghost who has not eaten. And Bulma was already happy with this look, he had seen it too many times. It's a little more intimate about this look. Chapter 9. Then you're welcome. Immediately after that, he began to eat Heisei, and when he ate something, he stuffed it into his mouth, and his mouth bulged like a steamed bun. Swallow without chewing twice. This kind of eating, if changed to the real world, is the kind of starving ghost who has not eaten. And Bulma was already happy with this look, he had seen it too many times. It's a little more intimate about this look. After eating and drinking, he walked slowly and leisurely, and when he saw Alon, he lay down directly. At this time, Lin Tian's eyes were full of moonlight, and now the moonlight was just moonlight for him, and he no longer had a tail. It has been more than half a year since he came to this world. I have to say he is homesick. For Huaxia people who have been away from home for too long, they will eventually think about it, and he has ordinary family parents alive, and a sister who is annoying from time to time. Alas! It just so happened that Bulma also came out for a walk, and she had a feeling that Gohan in front of her was not like the original Gohan. He was mature and stable before, and there was a feeling of being silly. Now he seems to be far away from these words. What's wrong with Gohan? Nothing, just homesickness. The voice that spoke was melancholy, and in Bulma's eyes, his eyes were full of loneliness. Such words made her heart tremble. Yes, Bulma knew his home, his parents had long since disappeared, he still had Trunks, and without Trunks, I don't think he would even have the courage to survive. She didn't know how to comfort him, because he himself was in this environment, but relatively better than him. Lin Tian did not continue to lie down anymore, got up and prepared to take a bath and sleep, looked up at Bulma, and found that he looked better than when he saw him for the first time. After all, the enemy had disappeared, and the world was back to stability. By the way, Aunt Bulma forgot to remind you that your time shuttle still has to continue to be developed, and to put history back on the right track, our miserable days can no longer be lived. Saying this actually has his own considerations, he doesn't want to waste the time ring, this time he is ready to take the time machine back in time and find the Dragon Balls. Bulma smiled and nodded. This is also what he thinks, if history can come back, his husband will come back. Don't worry, Gohan, our experiment has been carried out to the end, I believe it will be soon. Good. Lin Tian returned to the room, lay on the white bed, and slowly fell asleep, but the premise was that he covered his stomach with the corner of the quilt, which was already written in his genes. After waking up, he found Bulma and wanted him to develop the gravity chamber again, although the danger of this time was lifted, but he still had to cultivate well. Bulma also took the time to do this, he has done it before, and it is more than enough to do this. Or the gravity chamber in my memory, what is the maximum limit? Aunt Bulma. Hey, this is 100 times the gravity of the Earth, you go and get used to it first, this is left to you, I'm going to get busy Trunks, don't look at it, hurry up and help. Bulma dragged it away, and Trunks interrupted his urge to continue his cultivation. Mom, can you? All right. Lin Tian looked at the back of the two leaving, and couldn't help but laugh. Feeling as if Bulma had become much more cheerful, and the days had hope again. The wrinkles on the face seem to have decreased, and the smile is more happy, and it is obvious that the wrinkles are relatively reduced. But Bulma was also in her 30s at this time, and to be honest, the charm was still very beautiful, but it was a little sagging. He shook his head violently, did not think about other miscellaneous things, immediately turned around and entered the gravity room, first turned on 5 times, the gravity cannot be too high, and his internal organs suddenly can't bear it. That's the end of it. At the moment of turning on gravity, gravity came relatively, and at that moment it seemed that all 5 internal organs trembled, not quickly restored, normal 5 times is not too difficult for him, and slowly began to adapt in less than 5 minutes. Start by simply doing a few sets of training, push UPS, barbells, etc. After warming up, he began to review Gohan's combat experience, carefully reviewing each battle move and martial art. Chapter 10. At the moment of turning on gravity, gravity came relatively, and at that moment it seemed that all 5 internal organs trembled, not quickly restored, normal 5 times is not too difficult for him, and slowly began to adapt in less than 5 minutes. Start by simply doing a few sets of training, push UPS, barbells, etc. After warming up, he began to review Gohan's combat experience, carefully reviewing each battle move and martial art. The next few days were repeated like this, signing in to eat and cultivate. He changed from 5 times the original gravity to 10 times 20 times, and gradually to the last 50 times also began. It was only when he reached 50 times that he felt that his strength began to increase somewhat. I also feel the existence of Chao Er. A month later. Gohan-kun, come out, the time machine has been successfully developed, your parents can come back, and the world can return to normal. Bulma trotted all the way, and the success of this event made him excited that he could finally return to normal. Lin Tian also heard Bulma's voice and stopped his cultivation, he was smiling bitterly in his heart, even if you go back to the past, you can't change the current situation, what Bulma is thinking now is completely impossible to achieve. Great, it's finally developed, then Trunks and I are ready to start leaving this afternoon. Lin Tian also showed a smile on this matter, after all, he had to pretend to be a look. Bulma was obviously very happy, and the smile on her face never stopped. Good. Oh. That's right. I remember that Shalo is also coming out soon, and I don't know which space-time is it now? There is a space-time like Shalo killed Trunks, and the entire space-time is left with Bulma, that is really miserable, but Chiru should still have some time to come out. P.S. Maybe a little imprecise, have not carefully investigated this time difference, the difference is not bad, if there is anything wrong, you can point it out. I don't know which space-time I am in, but my main direction should be to stay in the past space-time, and the future space-time will relatively leave some time, I don't know, at least keep Bulma from dying. Trunks brought enough water and food, and put on the clothes of the employees of the capsule company. Lin Tian was still the same, go mom. Bye bye, you must change time and space. Good. Trunks activates the time machine button, and they begin to warp time and space for time travel. Gohan thinks that all this is so magical, shuttling through the past. This kind of thing is still rare in the future. There is one thing to say, there are indeed many black technologies in Dragon Ball. Before Trunks goes, I want to use Dragon Balls once to restore my body to its original state. This phrase touched him. Yes. Gohan's hand hadn't recovered yet, and he nodded in agreement. When the two reappeared, they had already arrived in the Dragon Ball of the overworld, and now they were in a state of wilderness, and Trunks carefully put away the time machine. Begin to feel the popularity of the audience. Lin Tian did not stop to start signing in when he came to the main world. Maybe he felt that by signing in this side of the world, he might get something unexpected. The truth was exactly what he thought. Half an hour for check-in. Really? The laws of the system have been understood by him for so long, half a year. The check-in is the most obtained. The usual check-ins are some very ordinary things, guns and sticks. It takes half a year, and a year may get more, such as a time ring that he signed in half a year. Trunks, I have already felt my breath and those two evil breaths before, they are about to come, let's rush straight over. Lin Tian directly pulled his arm and instantly moved to Frisia's side. On the other side, Frisia and they just got off the spaceship, looking at this desolate earth, the vengeful heart in his eyes could not be hidden. He had already thought that if Sun Wukong did not come, he would kill all the creatures on this earth. After the Frisia father and son disembarked from the spacecraft, many Frisia troops began to swarm out, and as they walked forward, two people appeared in front of them. Hello, young man, what are you looking for me for? Frisia let out a typical laugh, and those who didn't know thought he was polite. Before Lin Tian could speak, he preemptively said two words, kill you. He, really interesting. In Frisia's eyes, their combat effectiveness is both spicy chicken, 1-5 and 1-1. He was actually ashamed, but when he looked at Lin Tian, he always felt a little familiar. That pair of eyes, that proud look. Much like that stinky monkey. He was very upset, and when he raised his hand, a laser shot out. Straight to Lin Tian. And the other side of the mountain. The protagonists have also arrived. They are a little confused. Who are these people? However, Son Gohan, looking at Lin Tian's eyes revealed strangeness, muttered to himself, that person is like me, and the breath is also similar. This sentence was obviously heard by Bike, and Vic also looked at Lin Tian again, thinking in his heart, it really seems that it is simply carved out of a mold, but why did he break his hand? There is also a scar on the eye. Does Monkey King have a first son? Do you say? He suddenly glanced at Son Gohan, it couldn't be. Chapter 11. This sentence was obviously heard by Bike, and Bik also looked at Lin Tian again, thinking in his heart, it really seems that it is simply carved out of a mold, but how did he break his hand? There was a scar on his eye. Does Sun Wukong have a first son? Can it be said that he suddenly glanced at Sun Wuhan? It is impossible. It should probably be impossible. And the next moment Vic shrank his pupils. At the moment when Frisia attacked Lin Tian, he moved. What kind of plot did he care? What nonsense did he say with the villain? The next moment, I saw Lin Tian pinching Frisia's neck with one hand. This scene can frighten others. When did Frisia's become so pulled? But when everyone was surprised, Lin Tian began to explode. In Frisia's terrified eyes, the person in front of him had become a Super Saiyan, and his strength was still above Sun Wukong. Frisia is not stupid, he used the strength of his whole body, wanted to break away, even used his tail, but unfortunately. Lin Tian directly gathered energy, and Frisia felt a huge burning sensation in his neck, and the whole person was almost suffocated. His eyes drifted to his father from time to time and wanted his help. But whoever gave him the opportunity to send him away directly with a Qigong wave, Frisia became ashes, let him go to hell to have a good time. Vegeta's face turned green. Originally thought that only Sun Wukong was a super scion to surpass him, only one person did not expect it. When Frisia's dad didn't move, he took it away directly, although he could play, but he didn't want to waste that time for what? He just wanted to be faster, and restore his body to its original state, and didn't want to get entangled with these smelly fish and rotten shrimp. The protagonist group opened their mouths one by one, and in an instant, the two top-level bosses were gone, and they all had dog-eating-like expressions. Trunks, don't waste talk to them when you meet villains, just hit OK. After dealing with these two trash fish, he also bombarded all the other Frisia troops, as if he had done something very small. Yes, Brother Gohan. Was something that Vic apparently hadn't heard. Let's go see your dad, Uncle Vegeta. Tomorrow I will go to the protagonists and them, and Trunks will follow. He looked a little excited, after all, he had not seen his father since he was born. The two flew slowly to the front of the protagonist group, and they also made a hands-on posture. After all, they didn't know the person in front of them, and they were still guarded. However, Bulma's eyes were sharp, and the boy was wearing the clothes of his company's employees, and he was wondering that his company did not seem to have such a person. Next, Lin Tian did not speak, and the whole process was left to Trunks to speak, just like in the plot, but in it, he looked at his appearance in his youth from time to time, to be precise, his appearance in his previous life as a teenager. Son Gohan also noticed that the one-armed big brother in front of him was looking at him, and he wondered why he looked at himself with such eyes, but why did he feel a very familiar feeling in him? Here it is. Lin Tian had already felt the breath of his body's cheap father, Sun Wukong, and he had now broken through the atmosphere. This voice came out so quietly, but it attracted the attention of others, and they also sensed the breath of their familiar old friend, Sun Wukong. I saw that the next moment a meteor streaked across the sky, sliding straight towards the area where they were located. Boom! The spaceship arrived, setting off a huge noise, and everyone began to pass. On the other side, Sun Wukong was opening the door of the spaceship and saw many familiar faces waiting for him above. You are all waiting for me, how do you know I'm here? Lin Tian listened to Sun Wukong's grinning voice, thinking that it was really impressive, really a childhood classic, but unfortunately the voice actor is now older, I really don't know. I thought so in my heart, but my eyes kept staring at Sun Wukong, looking at who is stronger between himself and this cheap father. Feeling a different face, Sun Wukong also began to look at Lin Tian and Trunks, among which his gaze focused the longest was Lin Tian, perhaps from the pull of the bloodline, and his heart was not shaken when he saw his one arm and the shocking scar on his eyes. Everyone also saw that Sun Wukong was staring at Lin Tian like this, and Gohan was also looking at his father and this stranger. Vic watched carefully on the side without speaking, always feeling that there was some secret among the three of them, maybe there was a big melon. Chapter 12. Everyone also saw that Sun Wukong was staring at Lin Tian like this, and Gohan was also looking at his father and this stranger. Vic watched carefully on the side without speaking, always feeling that there was some secret among the three of them, maybe there was a big melon. Seeing that everyone was silent and began to break the deadlock, Trunks stepped forward and said, Mr. Monkey King, can you go with us for a walk? Seeing Trunks' serious expression, he couldn't help but nod. The three flew not far away, and after being down to earth, Tomorrow directly said, Dad hasn't seen you for a long time. After saying this, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. In fact, he himself did not have much empathy. Maybe his original body was his son, and Son Gohan's longing had been engraved in his body. Trunks was silent, he didn't say anything, just clenched his fists, all of which was to blame on the artificial man. How can Kiki have a child as old as you? The words came out of Sun Wukong's mouth, his expression was a little confused, and his fingers kept scratching his face. Lin Tian and Trunks couldn't help twitching the corners of their mouths when they listened, thinking in their hearts tomorrow, sure enough, this is very Sun Wukong, Sure enough, this kind of big grin and innocence of him, the wetness of his eyes suddenly stopped. If the original soul is still there, it is estimated that it is also constantly twitching. Seeing that the two were silent, Sun Wukong felt that he had said something wrong, that Trunks didn't talk nonsense, directly introduced the origin of the two of them, and could know that the person in front of him who just called his father was really his son Sun Gohan, but the Sun Gohan of the future world, and learned that after his death, there was only one warrior left on the earth. Trunks did not have a super race at that time, so technically he was not considered a combat power, was struggling to support, but he also paid for the pain of breaking his hand. These words made the originally grinning Sun Wukong a little sad, more resentful. His son is actually so bitter in the future, thinking about the breath of the body, uncontrolled movement violent away, hands clenched into fists. The next moment the energy of the super race burst out. This is the power of the late super competition, not yet full power. Trunks saw that Sun Wukong was so strong and already ahead of him, but he was still a little lower than his big brother Gohan. Sure enough, the rumors are not wrong, Mr. Goku is really strong. Seeing that Sun Wukong was so strong, he also put his heart in his stomach, and also began to burst out with super power, but it was weaker than Sun Wukong. Lin Tian also followed closely, and the power of the full power of the super race suddenly overwhelmed the two. There seemed to be thunder flickering in that golden arrogance. The three of them suddenly burst out with super power, but they frightened the others. What happened? However, the next moment, they saw Sun Wukong running to Lin Tian excitedly. Wow, I didn't expect Gohan to be so strong. The big grinning Monkey King is back. He came to his son, put his arm on Zhong Linchen's shoulder, and said half-hugged, "Gohan, hard work." As if his own hand had touched the sleeve by accident, his empty, fleshless sleeve once again stung his heart. His own son, Gohan, has been in a dangerous environment since he was a child, and follows him to face Nappa, Vegeta, and Frieza. Several times and 3 times they were hovering between life and death, but they also turned the danger into a disaster, using the ability of Xiando to directly resurrect with blood. And the immediate future is Gohan, without warrior assistance and without Sendu, he is just relying on himself to support the light of the future world, and his arm is gone. Although he has a big grinning personality, he is also a father who makes him very sad. "It's okay, Dad, this time I came to the world with Trunks to deal with my wounds, and I am going to use the Dragon Ball to make a wish to restore myself." Maybe under the influence of Sun Wukong, he himself has become a little kind and smiling, and he doesn't laugh much these days. Good. Although Trunks couldn't bear to break such a situation of father-son reunion, he still wanted to test the true combat power of Monkey King for his own mission. "Mr. Goku, can you and I have 2 moves? After all, the future artificial humans are still very strong." "Og. Son. Wukong has not had any other super tournament since he became a super competition, and he is also a little excited, but according to his breath, he guesses that the Trunks in front of him does not seem to be his opponent." Seeing that Trunks had drawn the sword behind him, he also withdrew his facial expression with some seriousness. "I saw that he stretched out a finger as in the original book, and the efficient energy gathered on the finger, and the finger at this time was indestructible." Lin Tian slowly retreated and gave this place to the two of them to discuss. His eyes also looked back from time to time, and if he hadn't guessed correctly, Vic should have heard it all by now. Chapter 13. "I saw that he stretched out a finger as in the original book, and the efficient energy gathered on the finger, and the finger at this time was indestructible." Lin Tian slowly retreated and gave this place to the two of them to discuss. His eyes also looked back from time to time, and if he hadn't guessed correctly, Vic should have heard it all by now. And now Vic also had mixed tastes in his heart, looked down at Gohan next to him, and then looked at Lin Tian not far away. After all these years of getting along, he and Gohan have a relationship that is not father and son, more like father and son. The thought of Gohan actually suffering such a sin made me feel a little uncomfortable. He didn't know what was wrong with it, so concerned about a human child or the son of his enemy. And next to him Vegeta, the jealous eyes were about to pop out, but I didn't expect that two Super Saiyan would appear at this moment. How did he become a prince? Why wasn't he? And Lin Tian on the other side watched them talk so quietly. The system's prompt tone also came out, and half an hour had been checked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of fairy beans *20 capsules. Roar, this time the prize is good, it is actually 20 fairy beans, which is equivalent to 20 lives. Borrow your own physique, become stronger after dying. I feel that as long as I work harder, I can surpass 2 at once. Mr. Goku is indeed as strong as rumored. Trunks had put away his sword and regained his breath. Wukong and Lin Tian also converged. Sun Wukong grinned, and he sighed, I have achieved this level, but I have been practicing for a long time. Haha. Lin Tian slowly stepped forward, put a hand on his cheap father's shoulder and said, Can Dad borrow the Dragon Ball radar with you? This call silenced the scene again, and Sun Wukong just nodded. And said, Okay. Then I'd better hurry up and converge, because they have been waiting for a long time. Do you two want to come together? They two looked at each other and made a slight eye contact, and then Trunks said, It's okay to go. Vegeta saw the three of them coming this way, and snorted coldly in disdain and walked to the side. After the three of them landed, they glanced at Big Tomorrow. This is his beloved Uncle Big in the original, and also a typical Sun family nanny in the original work, Son Gohan's righteous father. Vic also understood that kind of eyes, silently listening to Sun Wukong, but talking about Vic was a little impatient. This Sun Wukong said for a long time did not say a point. Sun means that in the next 3 years, on the landmark island, 2 artificial people will appear, and they are very powerful. Let's pay attention to the fact that we have to cultivate well in these 2 years. There really is your bike, how do you know? Said Monkey King and gave Big a thumbs up, and asked with some doubt. Nami people are more sensitive to hearing, and I can hear you talking. This, that. Before Sun Wukong's words were finished, he was interrupted by Bike. Don't worry, I know if anyone knows the rest of the content. Wu, that's good. He was also afraid that Trunks would disappear when things were exposed, and that after a big change, this matter might change. Monkey King and them then had some implicit words, so they went to Walmart and borrowed the Dragon Ball radar. Trunks also followed. He looked at the young woman in front of him. And when he thought of his haggard mother in the future world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. Bulma also took a fancy to this young boy, and he saw how his eyes were a little wrong. And in Lin Tian, he saw some familiarity, too much like Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Okay, I'll give you this capsule. Thanks. After that, he pulled the 2 and used teleportation to come to the residence of Sun Wukong of Bunzai Mountain. He even forgot his original son, Sun Gohan was still here. Oh. Gohan-kun, go have fun with us. Okay. The 3 came to the house. Kiki was also startled, but she didn't expect that 3 people suddenly came in front of her. After seeing that it was Sun Wukong, he pounced. Tears. Goku, Wu, can you do something to keep others so worried? Haha, it's okay, I'm not dead. Listening to his cheap father's words in the back, Lin Tian couldn't help but give him a roll of his eyes. The steel made by this straight man of yours is not as straight and hard as you. The 2 were a little subtle, and Kiki noticed that there were 2 people behind her, originally thinking they were guests, but after seeing Lin Tian's face clearly, she saw the hideous scar on his face, as well as the empty left hand. Somehow tears came out. She stretched out her hand to wipe the tear marks on her face, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, I don't know how tears suddenly came out. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was also very sad, although he was not so obvious, but every time he saw his son like this in the future, he felt bad in his heart. Maybe she couldn't bear the tears of such a woman, or maybe the mother and son couldn't change their hearts. Lin Tian didn't know how to choke and said, "Mom, long time no see, I'm Gohan." Chapter 14. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was also very sad, although he was not so obvious, but every time he saw his son like this in the future, he felt bad in his heart. Maybe she couldn't bear the tears of such a woman, or maybe the mother and son couldn't even change their hearts. Lin Tian somehow choked up and said, "Mom, long time no see, I'm Gohan." Hearing this, she was a little confused. What is going on? Isn't her son less than 10 years old? He looked at the Monkey King next to him with scrutinizing eyes. Sun Wukong was a little panicked when he was watched, and hurriedly began to explain the origin of the two and said, that forgot to introduce you to Kiki, this is our son. Son Gohan is right, but he is like this in the future." Before he said, when it came to the key point, Kiki hugged him. He didn't need to know what the key point was, he only knew that his son was so bitter in the future, and his hand was broken, and the scar on his face was broken, but it really stung his heart. As a mother, it doesn't hurt to see her son like this. "Wu! Gohan, my good Gohan, why are you so bitter?" The speech was intermittent, and the tears on her face did not stop, and Kiki felt really uncomfortable in her heart. Crying was heartbreaking. Lin Tian was a little unable to resist such a scene, but in the face of his original mother, he didn't know what to say, and tears flowed from his uncontrolled eyes. Reluctantly controlled his mind and said, "It's okay Mom, Dad has already got the Dragon Ball radar, ready to make a wish, restore my body, everything is okay, the artificial man has been eliminated by me and Trunks." He said a lot of words, a lot of comforting words, but finally choked up and said that I miss your mother so much. It's strange, he doesn't know why he said such a thing. Isn't his own sacrifice still complete? There is still Gohan's soul in the body? It may be that there are other reasons for empathy. After all, the original body is Son Gohan, Kiki's love for his son. Everyone here also knows, it is impossible to have no mental and physical reaction. Good boy, Mom is here, it's okay. Kiki hugged Lin Tian deadly. And he also felt the strength of his arm around his waist, thinking that this was Kiki's incomparably pure love for his eldest son, Gohan. After crying for a while, Kiki looked up at the Monkey King next to her, which is not as good as it. Gukong still doesn't go grocery shopping, what are you doing here? And hurry up and find all the Dragon Balls for me, go and. The roar startled the Monkey King in the late stage of the super competition, and took a few steps back. Quickly said yes yes yes, and then immediately teleport to Zhao Longzhu and buy vegetables. Gohan hasn't eaten the food your mother made for you for a long time, and your mother will make you a delicious meal in the evening, and stay here for 2 more days. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. Okay, I know Mom. He stretched out his hand and pulled Trunks, who had been touching the scene next to him. Mom, this is the son of Aunt Trunks Bulma. Just now my father said that he didn't say the key point for a long time. I will introduce you to the follow-up of the exemption. Kiki stretched out her hand and took Trunks' hand, also with teary eyes. Good boy, you and Gohan will suffer in the future. Say hello to Bulma for me, and have a good meal here tonight. Yes, Auntie. Trunks was also happy with this sudden concern, having lived in war since he was a child, and he also yearned for such a close family life. In this way, Kiki then pulled up Lin Tian and Trunks, picked up the homely routine, revealed concern from time to time, and cried from time to time. And the tool man on the other side, Sun Wukong, was uncomfortable, first went to buy vegetables, and after buying vegetables, he returned home and looked at Kiki's impatient look, only to see her wave her hand, and Goku left again and began to search for Dragon Balls. After running outside for most of the day, he finally came back. The weather was a little late, he was hungry, and before he entered the house, he smelled the fragrance coming from the house. Kiki, I'm back, and the collection of Dragon Balls is complete. At this time, Dragon Ball is still a wish, not to the 3 wishes of the later Dragon Ball Super period. Oh good! Kiki glanced at the Monkey King at the door, and then lowered her head and continued to work hard. She had to work harder. These are 3 scions, he can't make more, otherwise how can he eat? Lin Tian smiled and signaled Trunks to go outside. Trunks also received a look to understand, he has not seen the dragon. Sun Wukong had already laid out the Dragon Balls outside and began to summon the Divine Dragon. In an instant, the sky all darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls resonated at the same time, emitting light, and then a figure burst out of the Dragon Balls, and gradually the figure took shape, hovering in the air, and the light dissipated. What catches the eye is the image of a Saiyan Chinese dragon. Say what you want. Lin Tian was surprised to see this scene. In the anime and in reality, it is completely different, so the sense of oppression of the dragon is still quite there, but when Dragon Ball Chao saw Beerus, the sense of oppression was completely absent. Shenlong, my wish is to restore my body to its original state, and maintain the peak state of all the injuries in my body. He's also a bug, and there's an ageless situation when he stays at his peak. Such a long list of wishes made Shenlong ponder for a while. These are obviously 2 wishes, this kid wants to get stuck in my bug. When God is good to fool. You have 2 wishes, and I can grant you the previous wish. Saying that, the huge eyes of the Divine Dragon flashed red, and Lin Tian had already returned to his original appearance. His hands were complete, the injuries on his face and the injuries on his body were gone, and he was relieved. However, he still thinks about the card bug in his heart, and it is estimated that it is still not very good. He stretched out his left hand and looked at it, and the 2 movements quickly got used to it. Your wish has been fulfilled, then goodbye. Saying that, Dragon Ball climbed to the ground. After 2 rounds in the air, it scattered around, and the sky returned to its original state again. Chapter 15. He stretched out his left hand and looked at it, and the 2 movements quickly got used to it. Your wish has been fulfilled, then goodbye. Saying that, Dragon Ball climbed to the ground. After 2 rounds in the air, it scattered around, and the sky returned to its original state again. Just after he returned to his original state, his body suddenly burst out with violent power. This has just recovered, can he already advance to the Super Second? Trunks and Sun Wukong looked at the side, and Lin Tian, who was brewing an incomparably powerful power, was also stunned. He couldn't help but glance at each other, and then retreated sharply to the rear. Lin Tian will not break through here, in case he hurts some people and spoils the food, it will not be good. Hurriedly flew into the air, clenched fists with both hands and started, guiding the power to charge upward. He continued to gather strength in the air, and the super full power had reached its peak, and there were constantly flashes of lightning around it, and time passed bit by bit, reaching the peak in less than 10 breaths. Drink. A golden power rushed straight into the sky, dyeing the entire sky golden yellow. Tomorrow at this time officially advanced Super Saiyan 2, at this time its form has changed slightly, leaving a hair from his forehead, very long is covering his eyes. He feels that there are these unscientific, when he has not changed into a super race, his hair is not particularly long at all. There was lightning all around him, his air was furious, and his swollen and undeformed muscles seemed to be very reasonable on his body. Everyone else on Earth also felt this powerful breath, and for Saiyan Vegeta, this breath overwhelmed him. Sun Wukong opened his mouth even more, he didn't expect that there was such a powerful realm behind this, and he had a stronger psychology. And below Trunks watched the 2 fight, he was also a little excited, and also turned into a super match to participate in the melee. In fact, it is 2-1, but Rao is 2-1 did not get any benefit from Lin Tian, and the gap between 1 and 2 is quite obvious. The main thing is that he has not yet exerted his strength. If he changes to a life and death fight, it is estimated that the 2 of them are almost paralyzed now. But Sun Wukong's side is getting more and more excited, fighting more and more, and he can feel that his father's strength is also rising rapidly. Sure enough, he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and he can increase his strength while fighting. The three of them fought fiercely in the sky, and you punched me and kicked me so fast that my figure was blurred, but they fought farther and farther, and they couldn't fight in the sky above this, and destroy this place into nothing. And his own son Gohan also rushed home. Entering the door was fragrant food. Kiki also noticed that it was Gohan who returned, looked at him deeply, and felt a little powerless in his heart. If it were not for Trunks, they felt that the future might really be like that. However, he did not say that Goku had also explained that this matter could not be known to too many people, otherwise it would not be good to change in the future. Go study and wash your hands to get ready for dinner. Okay, Mom. Gohan quietly went to study. He can also feel the fierce fighting outside, although he himself also has some meanings to participate, but this strength gap is too big. In the past it was to deliver vegetables, and he himself is also very interested in learning, committed to becoming a scholar. Another half an hour passed, and after the last big dish was completed, Kiki packed up the dishes and served them one by one, then took off her apron, walked out the door and yelled at the sky, "Dog Kong, come back to eat." As soon as the words fell, the three of them stopped and looked at each other's somewhat embarrassed appearance, except for Lin Tian, they all smiled. In less than 10 breaths, their figures came back again, and Chi-Chi looked at the dusty appearance of Sun Wukong, and grabbed his ears and pulled him into the room. "Why can't you teach something good by fighting and killing all day? Gohan's is so big, can you be a little self-motivated as a father?" Kiki's ears are going to fall off, it hurts. Looking at Sun Wukong's bowed head and waist expression was very painful. Lin Tian thought about Kiki Tianqi Sun Wukong, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't escape Trunks and Lin Tian patted the dust on his body, converged his breath, and walked inside the house. "Gohan, when the meal is ready, put down the homework for the time being, wash your hands and come out to eat." "Good." I saw a young man full of book breath coming out of the inner room at the next moment. He was a little stunned, and his temperament changed for a while. According to the normal flow of the main world, if Gohan did not read the book, Yoshi could not even be estimated, 10 years old super race 2, who can compare? When he was a teenager, he became a mysterious Gohan under the development of the old world king god, that is, Goku's popularity is too strong, otherwise Gohan is the protagonist. Chapter 16. According to the normal flow of the main world, if Gohan did not read the book, Yoshi could not even be estimated, 9-year-old Super Sai 2, who can compare? When he was a teenager, he became a mysterious Gohan under the development of the old world king god, that is, Goku's popularity is too strong, otherwise Gohan is the protagonist. The back will not be said, the back is pulled. Sun Wuhan also saw the two, and greeted him as seriously as Mr. Xiao, "You two big brothers, welcome to my house." "Haha, hello, Gohan is going to disturb today." Kiki looked at the conversation between several people, and was very satisfied with her son. Son Gohan was so sensible and well behaved, and his happy face was full of pride, and said, "Ha ha ha ha, nothing. Come on, hurry up and wash your hands and eat." Sun Wukong sat directly in the main seat, and the bench was dragged up by Kiki before it was hot. "Say they didn't say you are, can you be a good father's example, give me to wash my hands." Like a defeated rooster, Monkey King lined up to wash his hands. After a harmonious, hearty dinner, Son Gohan still went to study honestly, and the remaining 4 people went outside for a walk. Lin Tian glanced at Trunks and knew that he was also homesick, and he was afraid that Bulma would worry after leaving for too long, and besides, this was not his own time and space after all, not his home. Thinking of this, he looked at the Monkey King and the two, and then said, "Dad, Mother, Trunks and I are ready to return to the future tomorrow, and I am already very happy to see you too. If we stay here for too long, we don't know what the future will change. Trunks and I couldn't worry about Aunt Bulma and future humans." This Kiki stopped talking, looking at Lin Tian's eyes full of reluctance. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "So? Well, if there is any enemy in the future that you can't deal with, remember to come back and we will face it together." "Yes, Dad." At this moment, he is already lying on the bed in his house, looking at the oval ceiling. Tomorrow he will return to the future. If nothing else, nothing has changed in the future, that is, Shailu, this existence has to be eliminated in advance. According to the original plot, it seems that Shailu sneaked up on him when Trunks returned to the past for the second time, but that time and space do not seem to be this time and space. There came a person in the overworld space-time, a space-time Trunks, and then Trunks went back and found that it had not changed, so he wanted to go back again. Tell them about weaknesses and change the past. And the Trunks of B space-time has not changed according to the previous one, but in the second return, he was attacked by Shailu in the past, so the space-time he is in should not be the space-time B, and that space-time is really miserable. But there is also a way to return to time and space, the time machine that Trunks of time and space B rides. It will appear in a corner later. As long as it is charged again and travels through time and space, the world back to should be B space-time. He thought a lot, and finally abandoned all distractions and began to fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he found that Kiki was already busy. After all, after learning that his child had left on the second day, he had not slept all night, ready to think, and on the second morning, he was ready to get up early in the morning to make a hearty breakfast to see him off. And Gaku was also forcibly pulled up to do labor, and Trunks and Lin Tian were not sleepers, and at about 7 o'clock, the two had already risen. When I left the room, I saw the busy figure, looking at him happy to be busy left and right, and the two felt this heavy love. "Trunks, Gohan, you two are out? Go wash up, I'll eat when this steamed bun is ready." Kiki didn't expect Aaron to get up so early, if he didn't sleep 8 or 9 o'clock according to Sun Wukong. Eliminate the distractions in your head, and the movements begin to be more sharp. "Wow, I'm so tired Kiki, can I take a break?" Son Goku walked in from outside the house. He had a lot of things on him, food and books. Even knowing that the future world was devastated, he still prepared books, wanting Gohan to become a scholar. Kiki put one hand in, and the other hand unconsciously put on Sun Wukong's ear, frowning at his ear and yelling, "Dog Kong, why didn't you say you were tired when you were fighting to death, and I was tired to die by doing some of this kind of work? Buns, steamed buns, fritters, soy milk and more. Own conjectures." Looking at Sun Wukong drooling, it was too rich. Lin Tian and Trunks were also not polite, and began to stuff their left hands and right hands into their mouths one by one. This may be their last meal. Return to the future world is still like that. There is still a period of post-war recovery. It is difficult to eat these delicacies. After the group finished eating, Lin Tian and Trunks had already taken the time machine back in time, and at this time Xiao Gohan had just woken up, looking at the leftovers on the table, a little wanted to cry without tears. Was this abandoned? Kiki was a little apologetic, stretched out her hand and touched her endless head, and said gently, "Gohan, you wait a little, I'll make it for you, dog, you should do whatever you should do next." Chapter 17. After the group finished eating, Lin Tian and Trunks had already taken the time machine back in time, and at this time Xiao Gohan had just woken up, looking at the leftovers on the table, a little wanted to cry without tears. Was this abandoned? Kiki was a little apologetic, stretched out her hand and touched her endless head, and said gently, "Gohan, you wait a little, I'll make it for you, dog, you should do whatever you should do next." At this time, Lin Tian and the two were sitting in the time machine, and Trunks' expression was a little excited. After all, changing the future, this kind of thing can finally be realized. Looking at his somewhat excited face, it is not good to disrupt his dreams. The reality is always so cruel, and he will know when he arrives. And the truth is always so sudden. When the two have reached the future, Trunks has already discovered that something is wrong. What comes into the eye is still the devastated earth without any change, or that kind of doomsday. Why? At this time, Trunks was a little unbelievable. He always thought that just changing the past could change the future, but he didn't expect that his butterfly did nothing. Seeing that he was a little broken, Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, although the future of Trunks has not changed, we can't give up, there are still many human beings, we have to form our future. When Trunks heard this, the tear-filled eyes stopped sadness, wiped the indisputable tears with his sleeve, and the next moment turned into firm faith. Yes, I know Brother Gohan. They packed up their time machine and went to Bulma, where they saw Bulma with long blue hair and a simple tie in a leather band, with a cigarette in her mouth. After seeing the two, she extinguished the cigarette. According to their plan, when they returned to the past, the future should also change relatively much, and everything in the future did not change for him. She began to worry about Trunks' safety, and saw that the two returned safely. She was much more relieved. Bulma walked to Trunks, looked at his red eyes, and found that Trunks should have cried, maybe guilty of not completing the task, seeing the future, or like this, reaching out to caress Trunks' face, comforting softly, Trunks, it's good that you come back safely, it's okay if you haven't completed the task, there are still many opportunities. Trunks shook his head and said, no, Mom, we have completed the task, explained what will happen to the artificial human in the next 3 years, and gave Uncle Gaku a heart special medicine, but it still did not change the future. This. Lin Tian thought about it in his mind and said something, maybe the future and the past are not on the same timeline, or that our world is just a parallel line that belongs to that world, belonging to the subworld. This remark caused Bulma to ponder, and the explanation was a little more convincing, which would not change the current situation at all. Gohan-kun, what you said makes sense, maybe such a thing as traveling through time and space is impossible in itself. Since things have happened, let's face him bravely, the artificial man has ended the end of the doomsday life and is about to usher in the new spring, we can change the doomsday. Yes, Mom. Next I am ready to tell the world that the crisis has been lifted and everyone is back out to settle down. This matter is in no hurry for us as a planning plan at night. Seeing that the two of them returned to Hope, he didn't interject, what planning plan to make, what PPT and so on, he didn't know much about it, professional things were handed over to professional people to do, and he himself was ready to continue cultivating. Just became a Super Saiyan 2 and haven't consolidated it yet, so I have to go back and practice again. After saying goodbye to the two, he returned to the room and began to summarize what he had gained in the past few days. There are a total of 28 fairy beans in the system space, and the rest are useless things, miscellaneous. What exactly is there? I will not introduce them one by one. Now the world seems to be a long time away from Thomas and them, according to the time plan of Dragon Ball Super. At least 10 more years, just more, no less. 10 years is enough time for him to cultivate. The system starts checking in. Ding, come to the Dragon Ball Future World for a year in check-in, lasting an hour. In a blink of an eye, he came to the Dragon Ball World, a year, this system is the same as in his property, half a year to sign in to get something better. After returning to the future world, he began to immerse himself in cultivation, and until there was a monster like Thomas behind, he did not dare to be careless. Trunks and Bulma are actively restoring the future world, and have approached him several times before, saying that they will use the time machine to go back in time 2 years later to help Goku and them, afraid that they will not be able to defeat them for a while. In fact, he can directly use the function of adjusting the time to cross directly, but it is better to do some post-war recovery first. It is estimated that this move should be when the second timeline branch is generated, so that the branch of the timeline is Trunks who was killed, leaving Bulma alone. Of course, he was not completely immersed in cultivation, and he also did some post-war reconstruction work. Chapter 18. It is estimated that this move should be when the second timeline branch is generated, so that the branch of the timeline is Trunks who was killed, leaving Bulma alone. Of course, he was not completely immersed in cultivation, and he also did some post-war reconstruction work. He is also thinking about whether to participate in the timeline such as Shalo and Majin Buu these days. Shalo is actually not too necessary, but he is still quite interested in the 18th of the overworld, let it be to Klin, et. It's a little wasted, since they have all come to the Dragon Ball world, it is that the strong are respected, and they can come as they want, and speak with the strong. As for Majin Buu, you can participate in it, but not necessarily, the general trend is still retained, after all, the corresponding battle is also necessary. However, Majin Buu's plot is really not well understood. Truth be told, maybe I don't know which is right and where. Then during this period, I also went to the small world, and I already knew that the time to go to the small world was unchanged, so I had to go to see if there were any exercises for the dual cultivation of life and life. Ding, after signing in, the potential of the check-in reward is developed once. The system-level system must be produced by the high-quality king god of the old world. Looking at the mark behind, he knew that this beast was ready. That form is really handsome, the only pity is that I don't like the style of the painting very much, but the handsome is really handsome. With the basic plate, he knew what to do, and since such endless cultivation could reach the form of Beast Gohan, then he would have a certain certainty in the future. Setting this basic style, he began to train desperately, training himself every day until he had no strength at all. He doesn't know where he got this perseverance, if he lived according to his previous life, hee. That's to lay flat. Soon, such a boring and long 2 years passed. Do you know how I spent these 2 years? Do you know that every day is to sweat to the last drop, endless cultivation, but he also pays attention to the combination of work and rest, occasionally resting 2 days a month. That desperate cultivation momentum also drove Trunks, perhaps feeling his own powerlessness, desperately cultivating, wanting to protect more people. After 2 years of check-in, he also gained a lot of good things. Especially the year-end summary check-in in the second year, I don't know if it's shit luck or what, I actually signed in the mountain and river community map. The fake has 1/10,000th of the power of the original, although it is said to be 1/10,000, but it is also quite shocking, which makes me happy. This is one of the innate spirit treasures of the Hong Desolate version. When he pulled it out, he knelt down directly on the spot and said, "The righteous father of the system is on top, please accept the righteous son." System. In those days, I was immersed in joy, and I didn't practice anymore, so I played, and when I entered the Mountain and River Society, I was wrapped in a special energy. This energy is not the chi of the original world, it should be said that it is aura. According to the fairy world, this place can also be regarded as a blessed place. The area is quite large, about 10.45 million square kilometers, and there are thousands of worlds, mountains and rivers, strange lights, sun, moon and stars, flowers and trees, birds and beasts, mountains and rivers. Of course, these are the original, and what they have in their hands, only mountains, rivers, mountains, flowers and trees, birds and beasts remain. If you want to cross into that kind of small world, pull people over, and plunder resources, you can raise an army of immortal cultivators, and constantly plunder resources. Since you can cross the world, then don't blame me for being unkind. The rest of the harvest is some fairy beans, firearms, or something, and he can raise a legion, semi-modern, without those large firearms, after these 2 years of check-in. Now I have 40 fairy beans in my hand, which is equivalent to 40 lives, basically doing whatever he wants. And the most concerned cultivation problem, after 2 years of in-depth development by the system, Lin Tian is already in the state of Mysterious Gohan. Mysterious Gohan is also equivalent to Super 3 and even faintly exceeding my setting, so Son Gohan's talent is really strong. Others are going the same way, but he himself has developed his own path, Trunks has also cultivated to achieve the full power of the super race under his influence, and in terms of talent, Trunks is still a little worse, and he is not a major cultivator, from time to time to help his mother and city construction. However, it is much stronger than before, and now even if he encounters Shailu in full state, he can have the power of self-preservation. In the past 2 years, Lin Tian has not relaxed his observation of Shailu. He does not feel that Shailu has not been conceived, so he has been silently aware of its existence, but he seems to be very intimidated and has never appeared. Shailu, do you want to think about what you're talking about? You broke through so much death when I was blind. I am Shailu, but stupid. Shailu's side also has its own sophistication. If it continues like this, sooner or later it will be eliminated. He is not completely physical. Through the small robot reconnaissance released before, only to return to the past has a chance, swallowed number 17 and number 18 to complete his evolution. So he waited, and it was this time. Trunks had already packed his bags, took out the time machine, sat on it and was debugging, and when he saw Lin Tian coming to visit, he said, "Brother Gohan, let's go to the main world to help Uncle Gaku and them. I'm afraid that they will repeat our mistakes." Good. Lin Tian nodded, and looked vaguely at the corner of the alley in the distance. Trunks has also grown in these years of training, sensing in that direction, sure enough. Chapter 19. Trunks had already packed his bags, took out the time machine, sat on it and was debugging, and when he saw Lin Tian coming to visit, he said, "Brother Gohan, let's go to the main world to help Uncle Gaku and them. I'm afraid that they will repeat our mistakes." Good. Lin Tian nodded, and looked vaguely at the corner of the alley in the distance. Trunks has also grown in these years of training, sensing in that direction, sure enough. His expression remained unchanged, and his face continued to adjust without changing color. Immediately after that, Lin Tian yawned, walked towards the inner room, and gave him a vague look when he left. Trunks also knew that there was Gohan's big brother here, and those little ones did not dare to move. Only after he was gone did he dare to come out. When Lin Tian left, he did not hide his breath, but the generous revelation could not let Shiru know that he suddenly lost his breath, and he would give up this action. Shiru is still engaged in a battle of ideas, go or not. If you go, if you risk dying, you will definitely die. But he was not brainless to fight there for a few more minutes, and after making sure that Lin Tian's smooth and deep breath he was ready to start fighting. He began to mobilize the strength of his whole body, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, he rushed forward and rushed straight at Trunks, ready to sneak up on him with a one-hit kill. It's a pity that he looked up to himself and underestimated the other party. Just when he was less than 5 meters away from Trunks, a person suddenly flashed in front of the killing. This person was the existence he had been afraid of, and after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nowhere to escape, either to fight to the death to win the time machine, or he could only wait for death. Shailu's eyes became more fierce. Lin Tian looked at this little green shell, thinking that it was really ugly, and instantly came to him, pinched his neck with one hand, and sneered, "Shailu is it?" Seeing that he was sanctioned, he let go and beat Lin Tian's arm to death, and made a look that was difficult to breathe. In fact, secretly he had already thought of a countermeasure, using the scion wave to see if he could sneak up on the person in front of him. If he digested this person, then he would have made a lot of money. The time lasted for 10 seconds, and Shailu's aura became weaker and weaker. He thought that Lin Tian should let down a certain guard. After all, in his eyes, the man in front of him was full of arrogance. That look at the clown's eyes made him feel a pang of humiliation in his heart. After concentrating his power to his tail, he instantly attacked Lin Tian's neck. Humph! Rampant! Lin Tian, he is not from a scion background. What is Sun Wuhan about me, Lin Tian? The protruding tail was directly burned to ashes by the powerful aura. Just because you dare to sneak attack, who gave you the guts? Hey! Without the slightest hesitation, he directly wrapped the entire Shailu with his own chi to prevent him from revealing a little of his cells. Wrapped in his own breath, Shailu's face turned painful, and he let out a scream, and hurriedly begged for mercy, "Please let me go, I am willing to be your subordinate and fight the world with you." He burst, wrapped his chi, the measurement increased, and directly detonated Shailu, in order to prevent him from continuing to survive. The amount directly increased to his current form of a blow. At the same time, he did not forget to throw the chi into the air and detonate it, otherwise it would be all at once, otherwise it would wipe out all around. At the moment of detonation, he did not forget to send a turtle faction Qigong wave into the air, cautious, in case he was still alive. Officer mending knives. So if I'm not dead, I'll wash my hair upside down. Trunks looked at Gohan's big brother's operation, and couldn't help but open his mouth. Under his perception, the wave just now was directly gone, but he didn't expect another turtle faction Qigong wave. This Shrew died miserable enough. After doing these things, he returned to his original form, patted the non-existent dust on his hands, and slowly walked to Trunks. "Don't be surprised, hurry up and start the time machine and go over." "Oh good." Trunks then pressed a button, and the time machine slowly rose from the ground into the air, and the next moment disappeared into the future. Chapter 20. Don't be surprised, hurry up and start the time machine and go over. "Oh good." Trunks then pressed a button, and the time machine slowly rose from the ground into the air, and the next moment disappeared into the future. And at the time of this time, another timeline appeared, which is the B space-time future, the more suffocating future. Trunks is killed by Shrew when he tries to travel back in time for the second time. In the future, Bulma is left alone. Shailu even took the time machine to the overworld, the era of the first Trunks going, and he immediately began to develop underground. Coming to the overworld again and looking at the surrounding scene, he is located on an island, which is set up in advance, and some places are closer to the artificial humans. Now Trunks is already Super Race 1 full power, much stronger than in the original work. I don't know if there will be a series of plots next. Forget it, change it, what are you afraid of? I am now in time and space, there is a small world, crossing, and the mountain and river society map. I am not afraid of the whole king when he comes. And since he came to the main world, his idea is to go to the time house, his potential has been developed, and he has reached the mysterious state, and the next time is to focus on the beast state, and the time house is the best place. Trunks, next you go contact Dad and them, I'll go to the time house. Okay brother Gohan. Go ahead, now with my power, the 17th and 18th will not affect me at all. Trunks smiled confidently, don't say that Lin Tian actually saw Vegeta's shadow, good guy, worthy of father and son. Your title as the most stable scion is a little unstable. In fact, if Lin Tian does not exist, he is always careful, but is it not good to have a stronger big brother to hold his thighs? After the two left, Lin Tian flew towards the heavenly god temple in his memory. Trunks is looking for the protagonists in them, and soon comes to the battle site according to the breath. Sun Wukong, like in the original book, had a heart attack while fighting. There was no strength at all, and after withdrawing from the field, Yamcha took him home to get medicine. But what he didn't expect was that his father also became a Super Saiyan, but when he looked at the people his father was fighting with, his face changed suddenly. How could it not be the 17th and 18th? Lin Tian flew all the way, and soon came to the heavenly god temple in his memory, and his body began to land slowly. When your toes touch the white floor tiles, you hear an old voice. Warrior Son Gohan from the future welcomes you to the heavenly god temple. Thank you for your contributions. The person who spoke was Anami Star Man, the god of the earth, and the wrinkles on his face could crush mosquitoes, and he was old. Behind him was a little black fat man. This person was Bobo, a person who couldn't see through. Hello Tenjin, there are many disturbances, I came to borrow the time house below. There is no direct intention to say the intention. Oh, I see that you are already very strong, far more than Gaku, why do you keep cultivating? Becoming stronger is to protect hope. In the future world can be said to be full of crises, the warriors have died one after another and there is no Dragon Ball, I can only deal with all the invading enemies by constantly getting stronger. This sentence touched the heavenly god a little. Staring at him for a long time, and finally the old face already recognized Lin Tian, such a concept is good. Bobo, take Gohan to the time house. Bobo nodded expressionlessly, and then took Lin Tian to the time house. Gohan, you have to remember that you don't stay inside for too long, you will lose your mind and hallucinate, and come out in 2 hours. When he said this, Bobo's expression was a little cautious. Good. Lin Tian thought in his heart that according to the characteristics of the time house, a day is equivalent to a year, that hour is equivalent to 365 hours, and that he is equivalent to an hour in it for half a month. I don't know if this time house is really so magical that it can speed up cultivation. After Bobo opened the door, he stepped forward, and at first the layout inside was an ordinary room, and then there was an endless white light. The environment here is a little strange, the air is thin, stuffy, and abnormal, the temperature is 50 degrees Celsius, the gravity is 10 times the usual. Gravity is already pediatric for him, 100 times he has tried, let alone 10 times. Immediately began to train without wasting this precious hour. This time, he is cultivating in the original foundation, and he will not use various forms, only if his original body is strong, the form will be more powerful. During this month, he tried various trainings, and in general, his strength did increase, but not much. In the outside world, a lot has happened, and the plot has been pushed to Klin to find the location where number 17 and number 18 were developed, which can be said. How long is an hour in the world of Dragon Ball? I don't know if it's the impact of plot killing, or the impact of concerns about the future world. Trunks' super full power, completely did not play out, it seems that he is quite dumb. Chapter 21. In the outside world, a lot has happened, and the plot has been pushed to Klin to find it. The location of the development of number 17 and number 18, from which it can be said. How long is an hour in the world of Dragon Ball? I don't know if it's the impact of plot killing, or the impact of concerns about the future world. Trunks' super full power, completely did not play out, it seems that he is quite dumb. And then there is a very typical situation of the Speedy Tragedy Tower being beaten by number 18, but now Trunks is different, Super 1 full power hit number 17 and number 18 too have come and go, which makes the tragic tower very tragic, did not expect his son to be so much stronger than himself. As a last resort, the 16th was also forced to join the battlefield, which was already different from the original work, the three fought back and forth, and Trunks gradually had wounds on his body. He had no intention of fighting because his father was injured, and it was also this distraction that left him behind. In the end, he gradually lost the battle, and the injuries on his body became more and more, and he began to lose. Trunks was lying on the ground at this time, panting, his eyes were very resentful, he had withdrawn from the super game, a little tired thinking that he died so soon, and his heart was full of guilt thinking that his mother was sorry. If Lin Tian really wants to give him a big mouth here, please you can't beat it with super power, just because your dad is distracted by that little broken thing? I really don't know what you think. If I want to quickly destroy one and break them one by one, won't it be? But the three of them didn't mean to continue to shoot, this is unexpected, Trunks in front of you a henchman you don't kill? What do you think? The three left like this. Trunks is also a little strange, is it possible that artificial people are transsexual? Vegeta recovered and turned around and left, his mentality collapsed at this time, because he was a Super Saiyan, an invincible existence in the universe, he was actually broken by a weak woman, and his self-esteem was seriously damaged. As Vegeta left angrily, Trunks hurried to follow. On the other side, Sun Wukong began to fall asleep after taking the medicine, and Kiki was even more panicked and overwhelmed. Shailu also began to be active at this time, constantly looking for someone to absorb the essence of life. This series of events also began to be reported on television, which also attracted the attention of the fighters and intervened in the investigation. Among them, Vic was more lucky, and the two green monsters ran into each other. A month passed in such a hurry, and the door of the time house opened, leaving Bobo alone when he entered the eye. After all, Trunks is already super full power, it should be no problem to hit them. Think about the 18th of this overworld is a pity, after all, it is very good looking, the first goddess of Dragon Ball is coming. Recently, he began to perceive the location of Trunks, teleported over, and after coming to Trunks, he also knew the cause and effect. Listening to his exposition, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't hide it. Trunks also found out, lowered his head and did not dare to speak. When Gohan Big Brother defeated number 17, he used Super 1 full power, and his side not only had Super Sai Vegeta, Bic, and Clin Tianjin Rice, although they were cannon fodder, they still lost. Which was quite humiliating. Lin Tian felt helpless in his heart. Can it be said that it is a plot killing? But the 18th also avoided dying here, so himself. Yo, Gohan, you're here too, greeted Son Goku, who looked like he had a heart attack. Don't worry anymore. Dad, are you recovering from your heart disease now? When he saw his son coming, he had a feeling that he didn't want to take Vegeta to practice. After all, with his big help, what were you afraid of? Vegeta, let me take you to a good place to cultivate, you will definitely be stronger by then. Humph, Kakarot, you give me less of this. Oh, let's go. Lin Tian thought about it or followed the past, just came and passed. After further discussion, it was decided that Vegeta and Trunks would enter the time house together, and Son Goku would fight his future son's idea. Seeing Sun Wukong walking towards him so ill-intentionedly, rubbing his hands while walking, this lewd look, is it still the Sun Wukong he remembers? Seeing this, Lin Tian involuntarily took a step back. Dad, what are you going to do? I just want to compete with you, I can't see through your strength anymore, I think you have surpassed me a lot. Not much, just a little. To this end, he also made an okay gesture, and the little gap between the thumb and forefinger directly ignited the stick. Chapter 22. Gohan. I just want to compete with you, I can't see through your strength anymore, I think you have surpassed me a lot. Not much, just a little. To this end, he also made an okay gesture, and the little gap between the thumb and forefinger directly ignited the stick. Seeing this, Sun Wukong did not hesitate, and began to transform into a super race, and directly stunned it. Lin Tian saw that the Monkey King at this time had already arrived in the late stage of the super competition, and there was only a little left from full power. Maybe this confrontation with me may break through the realm. Since this is the case, then control a little, and let him fight a little weaker. This will also increase your combat experience. When Lin Tian transformed into a super race, Sun Wukong's fist had already swung in front of him, which could be said to be merciless. He tilted his head and flashed, clenched his right hand into a fist to fight back. This punch hit directly on the chest, and a dull sound came from Sun Wukong's chest. And he himself retreated sharply. Goku gasped, his body was very excited. After Frieza's death, he never met a real opponent again, and on the 19th he did not play his strength at all. When Bobo looked up at the sky, the two had already scuffled together, and the speed of your punch and kick was amazing, and there was no cloud in the sky, which was dispersed by the arrogance of the two. Is that the future Gohan? Bobo's words seemed to come out of his way, and as soon as he finished speaking, Goku was knocked down, and a big hole was knocked up on the temple. Goku lay in the pit, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, wiped it casually, and returned to the air. Gohan, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Gohan, your potential is really limitless. After saying that, Sun Wukong's eyes were solemn, and his hands were clenched into fists and began to mobilize his strength to explode again. Ha! Ha! Lin Tian waited quietly. If nothing else, this moment should make Wukong become a super full power. Hey, the golden aura ignited Gaku again, and unlike before, this time it was more condensed and huge. Gohan, be careful, that's all I have to power. Thanks to you, I can go further. Okay, then I'll wait and see. The corners of the two mouths outlined a smile at the same time, and the next moment the two attacked at the same time. The sound of thunderstorms continued to come out from the air, and Gohan was also punched several times. In terms of strength, the two were actually similar. Lin Tian's ordinary state was stronger, but the victory was victorious. Goku's rich experience has made him suffer a bit. Sun Wukong also noticed this. His combat experience is indeed a little higher than him, which is also the key point of Katsu Gohan. After realizing this, his attack is even more fierce fist attack. People who know still think that what kind of hatred is it? But it's better this way, and Gohan just wants this kind of hearty fight. Such a battle has also attracted the attention of other people on the earth. After all, such a majestic burst of energy, who can't pay attention? This pressure caused him to step up his search for number 17 and number 18, and devoured the essence of human life faster, and he needed to gather his strength to quickly destroy number 17 and number 18. Vic on the other side also sensed this huge power, which made them more confident and defeated all incoming enemies. Also noticed number 17 and number 18, at this time they were driving a car, slowly and leisurely, when they sensed Sun Wukong's chi and immediately stopped. No 17's expression was a little solemn, this chi surpassed him. The 16th also knows. But in the end, it was decided not to go over to find bike. Sun Wukong may not be able to deal with it, and Sun Wukong must be lured out, and then the three of them besiege and kill him. The three of them changed direction and went to the Turtle Fairy house, where Vic was. The battle over the Heavenly God Temple continued, and Lin Tian summed up a lot of combat experience in this battle, and at the beginning it was still difficult to deal with, gradually regaining his feeling, and issuing a counterattack. Until an hour later, Sun Wukong was exhausted from fighting, and directly said that he would not fight, and would not fight. Lin Tian is actually okay, he is just summing up the experience, he still has two states that he has not used, otherwise Wukong is not even interested in fighting. Gohan, you boy, it's really strong now, this time, the android doesn't have to worry about anything. With you and me Vegeta, Trunks is definitely okay. Sun Wukong looked at the future Gohan, thinking that he must train his son in this world more, since he can do it in the future world, this world will definitely be able to. Chapter 23. Gohan, you boy, it's really strong now, this time, the android doesn't have to worry about anything. With you and me Vegeta, Trunks is definitely okay. Sun Wukong looked at the future Gohan, thinking that he must train his son in this world more, since he can do it in the future world, this world will definitely be able to. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. The two randomly landed in the Heavenly God Temple and began to eat a lot. In the middle, Lin Tian suddenly thought of such a thing as the Realm King Fist. Yes, and the Realm King Fist, why didn't he think of it? Thinking of this, he said, well, I remember that you seem to have such a move as the Realm King Fist, can you teach me? Saying this, Sun Wukong paused, his mouth paused slightly, and then said with a big grin, okay, I'll teach you to eat first. With that said, Lin Tian's motivation to cook was faster, and he began to rush to eat, thinking of learning quickly. If you want to learn, you don't have to work so hard, don't grab it. Gohan, that chicken leg is mine. Didn't Kiki teach you not to eat so fast? Lin Tian directly gave him a roll of his eyes, then Kiki also said that you don't know how many times, where did you listen? Okay, Dad, hurry up, I can't wait to learn the King Fist. Good World King Fist, you have to remember that it is like this. Son. Wukong is obviously not a good teaching teacher, maybe the experience is not enough. I see that you are not very powerful in teaching that female scion in the Dragon Ball Super later. Soon mastered the divine skill of the Realm King Fist, and after mastering this divine skill, I felt that the Realm King Fist was very buggy. If you used it skillfully, maybe add the Realm King Fist to the mysterious form, and add the Realm King Fist after other forms. By the way, Gohan, you have to remember that since you are completely burdened with your own body, you have to use it carefully. Sun Wukong said this very carefully, and Lin Tian also knew that the side effects behind this miracle were also great. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's teach you slowly in the future. How can I master it for a while? I was then. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Tian, and exploded to open the Realm King Fist. This can be regarded as a slap on him hard. Goku was very sensible and did not speak, walked to the side to calm down, squatted on the ground and thought that having such a strong and highly savvy son was also a burden. Hey! This is Vic Gas. When the two were sitting quietly, they suddenly felt the chi of Vic coming from below, and it seemed that they had encountered it, and Vic and number 17 were confronting. How to say that now is the direct elimination, or wait and see? Lin Tianmen said nonchalantly. Sun Wukong thought for a while and said, wait first, let that bastard of Shayla come out first, I don't know where he is hiding to kill humans. Okay. Lin Tian is full of indifference, he also has his own considerations, decided that he should be and stand, care about him, come to this world to be at ease, come as you want, with strength there is desire, the 17th is to kill the original body, I don't save this person. But on the 18th I saved. The main world and the future world are different, how can I not do it, and it is really not my heart to give it to Klin. And Shailu in other places also felt the breath of number 17 and number 18. And without thinking about it, he rushed directly in that direction, and only by absorbing number 17 and number 18 as soon as possible could the problems be solved. At this time, Xiasun Gohan came to Lin Tian's side and looked at his future self. Hello. Oh Gohan, you can call him Big Brother, by the way, I will go to the light collection house with me to train later, since you can be so strong in the future world, then practice well. Okay, Dad. Lin Tian thought for a while and reached out to touch Gohan's little head, and said, Gohan, I know you dream of becoming a scholar, but don't waste training, Dad he is a person after all, he needs backing, if he is defeated for a while, then what can he do, he is famous for his big grin. Hey, did Gohan say that about his father? The two ignored Monkey King's treasure trick. Gohan lowered his head and thought, and said for a long time, how is everyone in the future world? Son Gohan, he only knows that the person in front of him is his future self, but he doesn't know what will happen in the future. They are all dead, and everyone we know, except for Trunks, Aunt Bulma's newborn child, and Aunt Bulma, are dead. Okay, then I will be both a scholar and a cultivator. Son Gohan solemnly decided, he did not want so many relatives to die, he wanted to protect them. Don't be too stressed, after all, Dad is still alive now. Lin Tian touched Xiao Gohan's head again, deeply gratified, if this changes the future, it is better. Thinking of Gohan in the early stage of Dragon Ball, it is actually difficult to maintain the mysterious Gohan. Hey, Gohan. Chapter 24. Don't be too stressed, after all, Dad is still alive now. Lin Tian touched Xiao Gohan's head again, deeply gratified, if this changes the future, it is better. Thinking of Gohan in the early stage of Dragon Ball, it is actually difficult to maintain the mysterious Gohan. Hey, Gohan. Son Goku tried to interject next to him, but... I see, Big Brother. Seeing that Sun Wuhan was so sensible, Lin Tian couldn't help but touch his head again. Only the next one stopped, because Shailu appeared and successfully defeated Vic and was ready to start devouring number 17, in fact, he didn't understand a little, why didn't number 16 and number 18 help? Of course, at the last minute, the 16th was not vague and helped. But how can it still not stop the fate of number 17 being absorbed? It's very strange why the people of Dragon Ball are so waves. Why do you have to single out when you can fight in a group? What is the reason with him when you encounter an enemy? Shailu's chi has become stronger, becoming the second form, the strength is stronger, number 16 is no longer an opponent. At this time he finally set his eyes on number 18. After that, Lin Tian did not pay attention to it, after all, it was similar to the plot. Click! A door opening broke the silence, and Trunks and Vegeta had already come out. Trunks' hair has become a little long for so long, in fact, Lin Tian's own hair is also a little long, but it has not been cut. The two slowly walked out like this, among which Vegeta became more arrogant, as if everywhere was garbage, and Trunks' aura became more stable, but it was still close to Super 2, and he was almost fighting heartily. Such a configuration should not be a problem, no matter how it should be able to beat Shailu. Vegeta walked forward, felt the breath and galloped directly in the direction of Shuru, extremely fast with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and the anger after thinking that he was defeated by the woman was ignited again, and directly transformed into a super race speed increased again. Trunks greeted Goku and quickly followed. His father's personality was almost mastered by himself, and it was bad to go alone. If you don't worry, hurry up and help. Sun Wukong was also very excited. After all, Vegeta's aura became much stronger, and Trunks should be similar to himself. Dad, you can also go to the time house, leave it to me here, you can rest assured. Don't, I want to fight too, I can't just let Vegeta take advantage. Can you be steady, Dad? Good, good, afraid of you, why did you and Kiki learn? The next moment, Sun Wukong directly disappeared from other places, and he sensed Bike's faint breath. Sun Wukong, who appeared again in less than a while, already carried Bike on his shoulder, and Sun Wuhan saw that his righteous father's breath was weak, and he also ran over with tears in his eyes. Uncle Bike, Uncle Bike. Son. Wukong took out the fairy bean and fed one to Bike, and after chewing hard, Vic spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth and gasped. Goku, hurry up and help now, if the 18th is also devoured, it will be dangerous. It's okay, Vegeta and Trunks have already rushed over, and Gohan is staring, there is absolutely no problem, Gohan and I are going to the time house to practice. Hearing him say this, he had relaxed his heart a little, mainly to rest assured of Gohan in the future world, killing decisively with one blow, unlike the future Trunks, who was afraid of his head. So strong and could not be beaten. Trunks, you scold again. Vic slowly got up, touched Gohan's head and said, Gohan, cultivate well. Then, he stood aside with his eyes closed and began to put his perception on the battlefield. Son Gohan nodded and replied to Vic very seriously, Uncle Vic, I will definitely become stronger and will become a help to help everyone. Vic didn't speak, and Son Goku didn't stop and dragged Gohan to the time house. After the two entered, a faint smile appeared on Vic's face. Hee, dead Sundara. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, you will definitely be eaten to death by Sun Wuhan after this, no wonder it is the Sun family nanny. He also focused on the battlefield, and was ready to heroes save beauty, although the routine is very old, but it does not prevent it from being useful. I'm just a glutton, what's wrong with me? Chapter 25. Hee, dead Sundara. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, you will definitely be eaten to death by Sun Wuhan after this, no wonder it is the Sun family nanny. He also focused on the battlefield, and was ready to heroes save beauty, although the routine is very old, but it does not prevent it from being useful. I am a gluttonous body, what is wrong with me? On the other side of the battlefield, Vegeta had already fought against Shuru, and at first he was still a little defeated, perhaps to test the reality, but Trunks was still watching quietly from the sidelines. Just after Vegeta croaked a lot of 13 words, his breath began to soar, his muscles exploded, and his strength soared all the way to the late stage of the super competition, but this form is deformed, blindly pursuing strength. In the ensuing exchange, Shailu was blindly beaten violently, and gradually he began to retreat, and actually agreed to let Shailu absorb number 18, and also planned to help. Seeing that the situation was wrong, how could Trunks turn back the water, and began to transform into a super mage to stop Shiryu, but was always stopped by Vegeta at the beginning. Lin Tian didn't feel it anymore, he couldn't afford to lose that face, covered his forehead and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's not Trunks that your personality has become too much, how did that steady you become more stable? Your strength of the full power of the super race can't beat a deformed late stage of the super competition? Just when Shailu used the Sun Fist to resist everyone's sight, Lin Tian finally moved, and such a critical moment would make people's feelings greatly increased. Bike's hanging heart finally let go, and Gohan finally made a move, as long as he made a move to specify that it was okay. As Shiryu gave a lewd smile, the needle at his tail was also enlarged, facing number 18, who was punching in front of him. It's just that the next moment, his tail was trampled by Lin Tian, but due to Lin Tian's appearance, his back was beaten by number 18. Xiao Yu saw that the pupils of the enemy in front of him shrank sharply, and this person suddenly appeared, and his strength was unfathomable under observation. Who are you? Before he finished speaking, he was directly punched and flew out, and the whole person penetrated countless stone mountains. The 18th also realized that it was not right, the feel was different, and the voice you just had should be Shiryu. His eyes blurred for a while, and finally he slowly opened, and he saw a person standing steadily in front of him, with a killing tail under his feet. Lin Tian stood so calmly, and everyone began to realize that number 18 was rescued, and the crisis was temporarily lifted. Vegeta saw that his plan failed like this, and he was a little annoyed. Son Gohan, little ghost, why did you stop it? Lin Tian didn't answer. Vegeta asked such a question, just said coldly, Trunks, you are so bad. Sister Jing is also stronger than your father for a stage, why drag it out until now? Will I teach you like this? Vegeta was a little angry, his son did not teach a lesson, but was taught by outsiders, and rushed over to teach this arrogant little ghost a lesson. When Vegeta rushed over, 12 Road also quietly flashed to the back of number 18, and he realized that the person in front of him was probably far from being able to defeat himself, and he must use someone like Vegeta to divert his attention and devour number 18. Lin Tianqi was much more cautious than Trunks, his left hand grabbed No 18's hand, dragged it into his arms, and let Shailu pounce. This moment directly exploded into Super Mage 2, and his right hand clenched his fist and directly backhanded Vegeta to fly out, smashed into the sea and was beaten, several water drifts. All heavy, directly knocking Vegeta back to the prototype. After Shailu pounced, he was a little annoyed, not facing him the next moment, but Lin Tian reflexively gave himself a kick. The picture changed so quickly that before everyone could react, Vegeta and Shiryu had already flown upside down. This exaggerated strength made everyone unable to react, and their eyes did not shift from Lin Tian. At this time, his aura was extremely cold, with a completely different aura from Chao Sai, and he was surrounded by this lightning, a form that no one had ever seen. Trunks. Number 18, who was held in Lin Tian's arms, also blushed a little. Such an intimate contact, she was still the first time. Klin's plot changed, pushed him away in a panic, but it was not too far away, after all, someone was worried about her. Lin Tian also noticed the state of No 18's blushing, just a few more glances, his attention was mainly on Shailu. At such a stunned moment, Trunks suddenly reacted to find Vegeta, and then slowed down, and it was estimated that he was drowned in the sea. Shiryu also crawled out of the mountain with difficulty, and at this time he covered his chest and coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. The pupils of his eyes were bloodshot, and he was beaten out of doubt, and he almost vomited out number 17 with such a kick. No, he has to run quickly, he can't stay here, with his protection, number 18 can't absorb it at all, he can only turn his eyes to the huge human beings on this earth. First more. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 26. Shrew also crawled out of the mountain with difficulty, and at this time he covered his chest and coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. The pupils of his eyes were bloodshot, and he was beaten out of doubt, and he almost vomited out number 17 with such a kick. No, he has to run quickly, he can't stay here, with his protection, number 18 can't absorb it at all, he can only turn his eyes to the huge human beings on this earth. Walked out slowly, and directly launched the afterimage fist in the next second, and a dozen phantom-like Sara violently launched the sun fist again, and suddenly the entire island was shrouded in whiteness. Unable to open everyone's eyes, Shalo sneaked around, fantasizing about whether he could sneak up again. After all, everyone covered their eyes, even Lin Tian was no exception. More than a dozen suns shone on this island at the same time, how bright it must be, and he estimated that he would be wasted if he did not cover his eyes. But I didn't expect that this Shalo still wanted to sneak up, directly switch to the mysterious Gohan state, and destroy all the remnants in an invincible posture. Shrew's mouth is as open as the dead pig's expression, isn't you so strong, you end up playing this? Give young people a chance. He won't be like Trunks. After determining Shalo's position, he instantly came behind him and pulled his tail out again. If you can recover, I will drag you again. Ah! That was Shalo's scream. After Lin Tian pulled out Shalo's tail, he pinched his neck with one hand and threw it directly to the ground, and the next moment he also fell from the sky, one foot slammed on his abdomen, and Shalo's body was directly in a V-shape. Shalo's eyes were about to pop out, it hurt so much, why was it so strong? When he opened his eyes, he saw that Shrew was lying weakly on the ground, his limbs were all destroyed, and he was moaning in pain. Lying on the ground, he said word by word, if you beat me to death, the 17th will never appear. Oh, brainless. No. 18 wanted to say something, and the next moment he thought of Oh, and Dragon Ball, so he didn't speak, hugging the fierce next to him quietly watching. Lin Tian grab his shoulders, lift him up, look at the dirty face, really make him sick to his stomach, clench his fists, punch by punch, constantly mixed in his abdomen. Shrew has been disgusted by this stormy fist, of course, this blood stain has been evaporated by the aura on his body. Frowning, he raised the power of his fist again, getting stronger and stronger each time. When Shalo languished to the extreme, he began to gag, and Lin Tian saw that it had an effect, and once again slammed into a heavy fist. Vomiting this time he vomited not blood, but spit out number 17, and now number 17 and people are wrapped in saliva, extremely disgusting. Shalo spat out number 17, and without anything, wanted to recover his tail, and miraculously raised his hands to reach number 17 on the ground. What a dream! Lin Tian snorted coldly, seeing that the goal had been achieved, his right hand was held with one hand, and he began to condense Qigong waves. You can't kill me, now Shalo didn't even have the strength to blow himself up, so he could only say this indignantly. He also said this with some certainty, there are still 2 tails left on the field, as long as he is given time, he can recover. Hey! Lin Tian threw him directly into the air, followed by a huge Qigong wave. And his body was also shattered at the touch of a touch, quickly turning into flying ash. After dealing with this, he did not stop, and quickly came to the location of the 2 tails, which were still wriggling, and at the root of the tail, cells were constantly growing. Where to give him time to recover, destroy the 2 tails one by one. The scene was silent, and the enemy who had made them so hard actually disappeared. The 17th also woke up slowly, feeling the sticky saliva all over his body, extremely disgusting, damn the abominable Shalo, but he can only bear it silently now, there is no way to wash away the dirt of this life. Next, people saw that tomorrow they would extend their hands to number 17, and number 18 also reacted violently, and the atmosphere became tense again. Don't worry, don't kill him. Lin Tian sent him an air bomb, and this air bomb did not have much power, but evaporated the slime on his body and the slime on his ground, not giving the killing the slightest chance to react. And number 17 only felt some heat on his body, saw that the mucus on his body had disappeared, got up with difficulty and looked at this man, and looked down to thank him after taking a look. Thank you. Wu. Number 18 walked over, and number 17, who wanted to help, but when he approached, he smelled the disgusting smell, and as a result, he directly bypassed number 17 and came to Lin Tian. The man in front of her, she was extremely interested, very strong, and saved him, and he was quite handsome. The next moment, No 18's action startled everyone present, especially Trunks, who saw number 18 tiptoe and kiss him lightly on the face. Number 18 in the original book can kiss Clin, who he doesn't know, why can't he kiss Lin Tian, who saved her and saved her brother's strength and handsomeness? Lin Tian was also a little overwhelmed by this sudden kiss, sighing that number 18 was indeed active enough, and his face didn't know how, and a hint of blush suddenly appeared. Although he is not a dick in reality and has been in love, there is no such beauty, and he has never been so active. Looking at her eyes were a little complicated, after all, he had killed himself. Chapter 27. Lin Tian was also a little overwhelmed by this sudden kiss, sighing that number 18 was indeed active enough, and his face didn't know how, and a hint of blush suddenly appeared. Although he is not a dick in reality and has been in love, there is no such beauty, and he has never been so active. Looking at her eyes were a little complicated, after all, he had killed himself. Number 18 caught Lin Tian blushing a little and smiled, such a powerful person in front of him was a little simple. A little defiantly looked at him. Lin Tian, you're slandering me. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and pinched her delicate face, and when he first touched it, he sighed in his heart that it was very slippery and moist. This title of the first goddess of Dragon Ball is not fake. This time it was No 18's turn to blush, backhanded his hand off, did not speak, but stood beside him. Trunks, who just fished Vegeta ashore, opened his mouth to the boss. Not a few years ago when you killed the two of them without hesitation, now what's going on? He himself sat next to him and looked at the two, Lin Tian's form he had never seen before, it was very strange. Clin looks a little bitter, although there is no plot like the beginning, but it does not mean that he does not like this number 18. But when he looked at Lin Tian's tall and handsome figure, he had no confidence at all. Lin Tian returned to his original state, looked at number 16 and number 17 and said, "What do you plan to do in the future? Continue to kill Sun Wukong? By the way, I am Sun Wukong's son, but in the future, I am the son of Sun Wukong, but in the future, killing him will have to pass through my level." Saying that, he casually glanced at number 18, and she said directly, "The world is so beautiful, why do you want to kill Sun Wukong?" "I'm not going either, I don't know when I'm going down," number 16 said and pointed to his fast-dropping brain. "Good. Then go back separately, by the way, on the 17th and 16th, I hope you don't do anything wrong on Earth, and the injury on the 16th can go to Bulma's house to repair it, and as a reward for you to maintain the safety of his home. On the 17th, you will go to work in Wangli Nature Reserve, this job is quite suitable for you." Seeing that the next things on the 16th and 17th had been arranged tomorrow, everyone involuntarily looked at the 18th beside him. The next moment, Lin Tian did not care about everyone's surprised eyes, so he took No 18's delicate and smooth hand, and left to the Heavenly God Temple with teleportation. Since they have all made up their minds, then it is so decided, the 18th is his, no one can take it, he said. He has strength and desire, why can't he do this? As for whether he has feelings? Big brother, he has strength, what feelings do he rely on? Slowly cultivate. The next moment when they appeared in the Heavenly God Temple, 18 broke away from his hand, his face was blushing, and he could be described as beautiful. Gohan, what are we doing here? Wait for my father, then find Dragon Ball. Finally, a few things. Vic noticed when the two just appeared, seeing that Lin Tian was holding his hand at the beginning. It was a little incredible. I didn't judge the wrong artificial man as if he had killed him, so why? And this is number 18, and I have a crush on her. Lin Tian directly showed the card, and did not twist and pinch. The shame on his face was even more obvious when he heard Lin Tian introduce himself like this, and the sound of his heartbeat could not be hidden. Under Bike's gaze, he turned around and stopped looking. Vic gave Lin Tian a thumbs up, and such a woman actually showed the shame of the little woman, which was completely inconsistent with the simple and capable image he had seen at the beginning. This future Gohan has something much stronger than Goku. After chatting a few words, I went to find number 18, familiar with feelings, sat beside her familiarly, looked at her and said, "By the way, number 18 can tell me about yourself." Slightly resisted by this sudden attack 18, seeing that it had no effect, he followed him. What kind of skin do you need to fall in love? Of course, the premise is that you have a good feeling, don't die if you don't have a good feeling. Vic glanced behind and shouted, "So fast? Waste son Wukong, come and see your son's appearance." And at this time, a large number of people came to the Heavenly God Temple. Trunks, Vegeta, Klin, Tianjin Rice and even artificial humans came. The 16th did not come, and was repaired by Bulmara. Everyone saw the two people who relied on each other in the distance and shouted, 6. Mid-Autumn Festival 3 more offered, the amount of National Day is large, please look forward to it. Chapter 28. Vic glanced behind and shouted, "So fast? Waste son Wukong, come and see your son's appearance." And at this time, a large number of people came to the Heavenly God Temple. Trunks, Vegeta, Klin, Tianjin Rice and even artificial humans came. The 16th did not come, and was repaired by Bulmara. Everyone saw the two people leaning on each other in the distance and shouted, 6. Trunks suddenly found that Klin's bare brain case was actually a little green under the reflection of the sunlight. At the same time, Sun Wukong also walked out of the light collection house, and everyone saw a villain Son Gohan who followed behind, and it was surprising that he also became a super race, but he did not expect him to become a super race so quickly, and Xiao Gohan really had amazing understanding. Number 18 observed Gohan with interest, his bright eyes revealed such an expression, and sure enough, his understanding was amazing, and he became a Super Saiyan at such a young age. Sun Wukong saw that everyone was gathered here, thinking that the matter should be over, and Shalo should also be defeated. Looking at the eyes that looked at him, he suddenly stared at Lin Tian. In fact, it's not exactly about looking at him, mainly the 18th standing behind him, which is a bit intriguing. Yo, everyone is here. Seeing that everyone did not speak but added eyes, annotated on Son Gohan, the first thing they thought of was that Gohan would become such a strong person in the future, and kept comparing Gohan and modern Gohan in the future. Lin Tian looked at number 18 beside him and then asked, "Dad, is your Dragon Ball radar still there?" Line. In the next second, Sun Wukong directly teleported home to get it. After all, it is impossible to carry this thing with the Dragon Ball radar. When he reappeared, he had already held the radar and threw it to him with his hand, and after Lin Tian caught the radar steadily, he pulled the 18th and flew away. Sun Wukong seemed to look at Vic with inquiring eyes. After all, he stayed for a long time and knew the cause and effect. Vic attacked Sun Wukong, but without hesitation, he said mercilessly, "Just like you think, much more active than you, if it weren't for Kiki's initiative back then, you wouldn't be married by now." Sun Wukong's stunned expression made Klin laugh. After all, with him, from childhood to adulthood, it is really difficult to say, if it were not for Kiki's initiative. "Gohan, what are you taking me out for?" Number 18 followed, a little curious, seeing him look down at the Dragon Ball radar and then said, "Do you want me to accompany you to find the Dragon Ball?" Number 18 pouted, "Cut, God is mysterious." "Ha ha ha ha, okay, speed up." They two of them searched for Dragon Balls in the South China Sea and North like this, and they talked a lot during the period, and exchanged a lot of things. It is not blindly going to the goal, the scenery along the way is also experienced, which is equivalent to dating. After all, there is no less shopping and eating. As for money, sorry, so many times checked, money is really not lacking. Now for him money is just a number, there are still a lot of gold bricks in the system space. Compared with the original when he first came out, the clothes number 18, now he has changed. The upper body is lined with a black close-fitting camisole vest, a light blue shirt is put on the outside, the lower body is wearing a hip-wrapping skirt, which looks more rounded with the help of the hip-wrapping skirt, the pair of white jade-like long legs, wrapped in a layer of black silk, and the feet are stepping on a brown boots. The two combinations are extremely beautiful. A piece of gold jewelry hangs on the earlobe, and the hand is emitting a treasure light, which looks more noble. And Lin Tian himself also got rid of the training clothes and changed into more fashionable clothes, wearing a black jacket on the body, and the lower body was wearing denim, and the thief inside was an ordinary light brown robe. I don't know how it matched. Number 18 looked at the sunny and handsome Lin Tian in front of him and was very satisfied, worthy of his own vision is really good. Directly give credit to number 18, and I didn't match it myself. For dressing, my previous life self is the kind that I don't understand. It's either black or white, and it's not very good, at most with a necklace. The two are not so much looking for Dragon Ball, but using the guise of Dragon Ball to date. Some intimate behaviors have also been tried, pulling hands and kissing their mouths and so on are already very familiar. When he first kissed, number 18 was still stiff, a little resistant, against Lin Tian's chest, but gradually turned into an initiative and took the initiative to put his arms around his neck. In the original book, Son Gohan's official height is 176, and he also began to grow after recovering his body, and his height became 185. The author himself is 190, so there is no such thing as a high newspaper. And the official height of the 18th is 168, and kissing himself is indeed on his head and hooking his neck with his hands. The 7 Dragon Balls were ready to be collected, and it took 7 days, in fact, what could be found in 2 hours, they used it for 7 days, they tried to eat, drink and have fun, and the behavior between couples was also done, except for the last step. Chapter 29. The 7 Dragon Balls were ready to be collected, and it took 7 days, in fact, what could be found in 2 hours, they used it for 7 days, they tried to eat, drink and have fun, and the behavior between couples was also done, except for the last step. He had to sigh in his heart, really run, really white, really big, etc. If there is no mistake in the comparison, her figure is at least 360. The relationship between the two was also confirmed on the 3rd day. In the past few days, he has not contacted the protagonist group again, and Trunks is also accompanying his old father, mainly to comfort him. And Gohan also began to return to study, but he did not forget to practice, and his life became calmer. On the 8th day, they summoned the dragon in a clearing. "Come out, Shenlong." The sky quickly darkened, the clouds were thick, and a light and shadow burst out from the 7 Dragon Balls and turned into a divine dragon. The 18th was the first time he saw the appearance of the dragon, and he was a little shocked. "What is the wish to speak out?" "Restore the number 18 beside me to human state, but make sure that the strength remains the same." Shenlong didn't have an expression and just said, "This is very simple." The next second, Shenlong's eyes glowed red, and number 28 also felt the changes in his body, the bomb in his body was gone, and his body functions had become human in all aspects. "Well, your wish has been granted, then goodbye." The next second the Dragon Ball disappeared and the sky returned to normal. After number 18 felt that she had become a real person, her eyes were a little red, and she fell into emotion. It turned out that the opportunity to make a wish to Shenlong was not spent on herself, but on her. On the 18th, this is my surprise for you, how about it? Lin Tian said to her with a smile, and naturally took her hand and pulled her into his arms. Thank you, Gohan. No 18's pretty face was full of emotion, looking up at Lin Tian, his eyes were full of his knife-like handsome face, stretched out his hand to hook his neck, and stood on tiptoe. Lin Tian also actively cooperated, lowered his head and kissed her, and his hands were not naturally up. Liangju looked at No 18's flushed face, looked at her and said, if you want to thank me, then give me a baby. These words could make this untrained number 18 embarrassed, bury his head in Lin Tian's arm, and finally hum softly. Lin Tian looked at the small tip of No 18's exposed ear and was already rosy. I knew that I had taken it, and lowered my head and held her tightly in my arms. The two are walking side by side in a prosperous way, and from time to time the 18th also enters some clothing stores to choose clothes. Lin Tian followed and looked at her, and now the smile on her face cannot be suppressed. Different from the previous one, this smile is more natural and bright, and there is a sense of happiness. After a while outside, find a hotel to stay in. When they entered the hotel, the two were tired of being crooked together, the two interlocked their fingers, and finally transformed in a coquettish hum. Gohan. On the 18th, you can call me Lin Tian. Now number 18 was already obedient to his words, and shouted slightly, Lin Tian. The two of them fought their strong ability like this, from night to early morning, and finally the 18th was defeated. Lin Tian just hugged her to take a bath, she didn't have any strength. And finally the two lay in bed and fell asleep. On the morning of the second day, tomorrow was still on time before 8 o'clock biological clock, he gently turned his head, looked at the sleeping number 18 next to him, lying on his chest, there was already a trace of mature charm between his eyebrows. The first shot of his own coming to this world was fired like this, very moist. The last number 18 was still eliminated by his own hands, and this number 18 became the person to accompany in his Dragon Ball world. Thinking of this, he lifted up the mountain peak and fell asleep. The two slept until noon. Lin Tian was directly woken up by hunger, directly called room service, and sent breakfast and lunch. The door opened, and after lunch, the 18th woke up hummingly. The first time he opened his eyes was to find Lin Tian's traces, only to see him take the food and put it on the table. As soon as it was set, he walked over to her, sat on the edge of the bed and lowered his head and kissed his lips. Okay, get up, let's wash and eat. After the 18th agreed, he was picked up by Lin Tian with an exclamation, and walked to the bathroom step by step, taking a bath and washing. After grinding in the bathroom for a while, he began to eat food. Number 18 is fortunately not a big stomach king, but Lin Tianqi is different, and the physique of the scion has had to let him eat a lot. Lin Tian, are you scions so able to eat? Number 18 held Lin Tian's arm and walked a little limping. Listening to such joking words, he also laughed casually and said, don't worry that there is money to support our family of 3. This kid doesn't have anything yet, just thinking about the family of 3. Ha 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 ha. They. Two of them held each other like this, traveling all the way without hurry, towards Goku's house. I also met number 17 on the way, and when I looked at the love scene between the two on the 17th, I was a little inexplicably sour, and this dog food was fully fed. Chapter 30. The two held each other like this, traveling all the way without hurry, towards Goku's house. I also met number 17 on the way, and when I looked at the love scene between the two on the 17th, I was a little inexplicably sour, and this dog food was fully fed. In this way, the two experienced another 3 days, and along the way, they also stopped and fired non-stop. Finally rushed to the home of Sun Wukong in Bunsishan. Kiki was also very excited to see her son Gohan again, and when she learned that she had brought a girlfriend number 18, she was even more enthusiastic, asking everything and asking for warmth, holding No 18's hand to explain what happened to Sun Gohan when he was a child. However, when he saw Sun Wukong, he changed his face again. Gukong, you go and buy some vegetables, buy more, today the daughter-in-law came to entertain well, understand? Hurry up and... Sun Wukong was also unable to resist, hurriedly went out to buy vegetables. After going out, pinched his waist with an old father's expression, thinking that his son was also of marriage age. The time is truly incredible. And the 18th looked at Sun Wukong's eyes this time without any complexity, just purely looking at his father-in-law. There was a faint killing intent before, after all, written in the program is to kill Sun Wukong. And Kiki said to Lin Tian solemnly on the side, since you have decided to take number 18 home for lunch, you have to take good care of people, treat her well, you two can't make conflicts in the future. By the way, will you return to the future world in the future? Lin Tian replied one by one and said very seriously, he will definitely take good care of number 18, and he thought about the last question for a long time. After all, the 18th belongs to the main world, but it belongs to the future world. Very entangled, finally looked at number 18, wanting to ask her opinion, but in his heart he still hoped to return to the future world, which did not belong to him. I'll go with you to the future world, after all, we can come back at any time, can't we? Lin Tian looked at her warmly, slowly approached her, and took her other hand. The 18th is also a response, a gentle smile, already initially with the temperament of a good wife and mother. By the way, Gohan, when are you going to get married? Lin Tian thought a lot, most of the people he was familiar with here, or he couldn't let number 18 regret if he didn't get married here. After all, he was the one who suffered with him, and he couldn't let her be wronged in this regard. Mom, I'm going to get married on the 18th these days, and before I return to the future world, I'm going to give a grand wedding on May 18th. As soon as the words fell, he looked at number 18 and wanted to ask her opinion. Good. Number 18 blushed slightly and nodded in agreement. In the following time, Kiki still instructed Goku to invite friends to prepare for the wedding, and the protagonist group was also shocked after hearing it, and the 17th did not expect to get married in just 10 days. The expenses of the wedding were all borne by Lin Tian. After all, Sun Wukong's family was not rich, and he was blindly eating the old book. And he himself did not do other things, accompanying the two of them on the 18th to prepare for the wedding, taking wedding photos and the like. When the 18th put on the wedding dress, Lin Tian's whole person was stunned, very beautiful, snow-like skin. With the white wedding dress, it looked more noble and sacred. No 18's face fluttered with a hint of blush, adding a hint of charm. The major wedding of the two invited many people to participate, and above the high hall, Goku played a supporting role, and Kiki was the leader. The wedding of the two is similar to the combination of Chinese and Western methods, grand and grand, every link is impressive, he can spend a lot of money this time, but on the 18th satisfied look and feel that it is worth it. The two exchanged rings, held hands with each other, and became each other's future. Kiki couldn't help but cry next to her, but Gohan was a little confused at this time. Her future self was married, and she felt that this scene was so dreamy and unrealistic. Goku didn't have much to think about, just congratulated on the side, and then ate with Vegeta. And Vegeta himself was still staring at Lin Tian in the process of eating, and there was some hostility in his eyes. After all, he was slapped and flew away. Can you not let him have a grudge? And Goku's performance also made Kiki remember in the small book, now the wedding ceremony does not lose his face, waiting to go home, The wedding ceremony lasted until late at night, only to slowly disperse. Number 18 and Lin Tian lay on the bed heavily, the hands of the two were still holding together, looking at the lover next to them and couldn't help but smile, hugging each other, the love in the eyes slowly communicated, the lips slowly approached, until the kiss was together, and then there were gasps in the room. Originally, Trunks was planning to go back in the near future, but was disrupted by a wedding, so he postponed it again. After several days of honeymoon life, Lin Tian also began to get down to business. After all, he still wanted to go to the future of time and space. Number 18 became a housewife at home, and their home was not far from Bulma's house and bought a small courtyard. Lin Tian came to the laboratory in Bulma's home at this time, looked at the busy Trunks, and couldn't help asking, "How is Trunks' research on that time machine?" "Oh, brother Gohan, you are here, why don't you drink it, continue on the 18th, sweet and sweet." "Stinky boy, you tease me again, I have to kick you." Lin Tian had a smile on his face when he heard this, and he couldn't help but laugh and scold. Trunks put away his joking thoughts and said, "The research is almost done, and it should be okay to come back tomorrow. First more, Happy National Day." Chapter 31. Stinky boy, if you tease me again, I'll have to kick you. Lin Tian had a smile on his face when he heard this, and he couldn't help but laugh and scold. Trunks put away his joking thoughts and said, "The research is almost done, and it should be okay to come back tomorrow." "Okay, then I'll go to Aunt Bulma and ask him to make a few things. Goodbye." Lin Tian turned around and left. He was thinking on the way. Using the time machine from Shailu, he returned to Time B and brought Bulma back, but this time he did not use a time machine. He was afraid that the time machine would produce another timeline again, so he decided to use the time ring. After going around in circles, I came to Bulma's laboratory, looked at the dazzling array of experimental objects, and sighed that talent is really important. "Oh, Gohan, why are you here? Aren't you tired and crooked with your wife?" "Auntie, can you two not repeat a sentence?" "Cluck. Auntie, I want you to make me a few robots for urban construction, how long will it take?" He said this is actually to build a city in his own mountain and river community map. After all, there are only treasures, and it is not good to know that development is not good. "Oh, you said that thing will be handed over to you tomorrow is a very simple thing, you wait, I'll make it for you in the time." "Okay, thanks Auntie." Lin Tian stayed here for a while and left. After all, he couldn't help much, and he didn't know anything about this kind of knowledge. "I didn't take 2 steps out and was bumped head-on by Vegeta, humph, smelly little ghost, let's try it out." "Haha, Uncle Vegeta still doesn't have to, after all, you also know my strength, maybe you can't even go 2 moves with me." He actually said it on purpose, but what he said was not a lie. Just want to be angry with Vegeta. Now he is not the time of the Dragon Ball Super period. Vegeta at that time did have some good feelings, but at this time, I want to smoke. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and left, not making himself bored. He was all faceless, then there was no need to go up and look for a fight. He can still tell the difference between self-confidence and blind confidence. Lin Tian went back and told number 18 that she was going back to the future of B time and space, and she also said that she also wanted to go and see. After all, there is nothing at home, except for shopping. Lin Tian smiled and took her hand. He was really satisfied with such a wife, and the intellectually informed number 18 was really the best. The scene gradually became beautiful, and before long, the smell of the 2 people was on the sofa. Until the morning of the 2nd day, the 2 got up and went to Bulma's house. After receiving Bulma's urban construction robot, they quietly came to a corner and entered the mountain and river community map. This batch of robots has 10. He plans to build an ancient city, Jinling, in the Jiangnan water town, where the robot in the set target, and start construction intensively. After all, the resources are rich, and there is no danger, the robot can play wantonly here. The figure flashed and appeared in the corner again, looking for Trunks, ready to go. This time I prepared that Trunks would not go. After all, with Gohan's big brother in the pocket, he didn't have to go, and the space was so large that he couldn't sit so many people. After explaining some more operations, Lin Tian he no. 18 took the time machine and disappeared into the main world. When they reappeared, they saw the devastated earth, and the ruins could be seen everywhere. Number 18 frowned. In the previous introduction, he knew that the cause of all this was caused by number 17 and number 18 of the future world, although it was not him, but he still had a trace of guilt in his heart. After Lin Tian sensed Bulma's breath, he was slightly relieved, since the person was still there, and then the machine slowly descended and landed on this dilapidated ground. He pulled the number 18. Then teleportation to find Bulma's original future world is just such a few targets, taking Bulma away. And the Bulma of this world, for Trunks' departure, is only a momentary thing. However, after waiting for so long and not coming back, having waited from night to day, her expression changed, and she was a little anxious. No, it's no problem to set it up, even if you delay things, the time to come back is still the same. The next moment, two people appeared in front of him, two familiar people, but both of them should have died. And number 18. Bulma quickly pulled a gun out of her pocket and pointed it at number 18. Lin Tian hurriedly blocked in front of number 18 and said, "Aunt Bulma, please wait a minute, this number 18 is not the number 18 of the original world, you listen to me." After explaining a lot, Bulma put the pistol down, which turned out to be the 18th of another time and space, and so did Gohan. Seeing that Bulma had let down his vigilance, he was just about to say something, but finally hesitated. Seeing his hesitant look, Bulma also chuckled in her heart, "Aunt Bulma, that the Trunks of this world has been killed by Shiru, which is why he has waited so long and has not seen anyone else." "Impossible, how is it possible?" Bulma heard the news and immediately collapsed on the ground. He could not dare and could not believe it. This look made both of them look a little heartache, and number 18 did not go up to comfort him. After all, she was still an enemy for the world, and it was not counterproductive to comfort her. Ah! How can he comfort people? See Bulma. Sadness could not shed tears, and there was a dead silence in the empty eyes. If not, he must be uncomfortable, and it is estimated that Bulma will have to commit suicide. He hurriedly squatted down and patted her shoulder and said, "That Aunt Bulma is fine, although the Trunks of this world is dead, but there are other Trunks of other worlds, I can bring you over with him." Lin Tian said for a long time before pulling back the empty eyes, and at this time Bulma also burst into tears, looking at the intact Son Gohan next to her, crying even louder, and she seemed to be a little older as she wept in place. This. Look at number 18 with a pleading look. Second more. Chapter 32. Lin Tian said for a long time before pulling back the empty eyes, and at this time Bulma also burst into tears, looking at the intact Sun Wuhan next to her, crying even louder, and she seemed to be a little older as she wept in place. This. Look at number 18 with a pleading look. The 18th also came forward at this time and wiped his tears with a handkerchief. She is also a young woman who has just experienced the world, where does she understand the pain of losing a child? The two of them were accompanying her like this. I don't know how long it took. Bulma was already crying faint, so he leaned on Lin Tian's shoulder. For the feuding number 18, he still preferred to lean on the familiar Gohan. Lin Tian felt a little sorry for her Bulma in this world, really miserable, and there was nothing. He picked up Bulma a little cautiously and walked down the house, put her on the bed, and then motioned for number 18 to go in and change her clothes, and he waited quietly outside. Feeling that there are not many people left in this world, and the interpretation of death in this world is too desolate. After coming out on the 18th, the two were so close together, and they also felt a lot about the world's number 18, and they had become ruined like this. A long time passed, and when he sensed that Bulma was about to wake up, Lin Tian walked in and sat on the sofa and looked at her. 18 was outside, and she didn't want to provoke Bulma without going in. Are you awake, Aunt Bulma? After saying these words, Bulma's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at the familiar ceiling. Her eyes were full of sorrow. Gohan, Thank you, I can ask you to find Trunks. Bulma, who was lying on the bed, turned her head to look at it, and Lin Tian barely had a smile on his face. Okay, I'll go, you're going to be fine. He took out some food from the space and placed a bouquet of flowers at the end of his bed, hoping that this bouquet of flowers would make her feel a little better, and she couldn't think of life and death. After Lin Tian walked out of the house, he whispered to number 18, telling him to pay attention to Bulma's situation and not let her commit suicide. After explaining that, he flew into the air, feeling the residual breath of Trunks. He found the right direction and flew towards him. It took less than a moment to find Trunks, lying on the ground. At this time he was already lying in a pool of blood, his eyes were blank. Not only that, his body was a little shriveled, it should be that he wanted to absorb some energy after killing. Seeing Trunks' tragic death, he had some grief, and did not care that the blood was directly carried from the ground and teleported to number 18. The 18th also saw the dead Trunks on the back, his body was still shriveled, and he looked miserable. He looked a little worried, and Bulma saw how sad he should be. After thinking about it, he put him on the ground and passed some chi to refill his body. Otherwise, the thoughts are too ugly. When he was done, he picked up a white sheet and covered Trunks. Taking a deep breath, he walked outside the room and knocked on the door. Aunt Bulma, Trunks I have found, morning. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps in the room, and in less than 2 seconds the room was opened, and Bulma was now covered in a shawl and her face was extremely pale. Without paying attention to the feelings of others, he trotted all the way to Trunks' body. With his legs soft, he knelt directly on the ground, stretched out his trembling hand, and slowly pulled away the sheets. Seeing that it was her Trunks, the good boy who was still talking about hope when he left, had completely closed his eyes at this time. The blood on his body had dried, and he was carrying the sword behind his back, and the scabbard was stained red. Bulma's tears came out again, and the voice that came out was already hoarse. I couldn't hear what she was saying. I could vaguely hear my Trunks. Number 18 covered his mouth and couldn't help but cry. Lin Tian came over and hugged her from behind, just watching like this. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Bulma suddenly remembered the history in his heart, pulled out the sword made for his son, and wanted to cut himself off. Seeing this, Lin Tian's figure flashed and took the sword away and threw it away. Oh, Gohan, you just let me go with Trunks, without him. Before Bulma finished speaking, she was stunned by Lin Tian's fingers, and she couldn't let him say this anymore. So he helped her back to the room again, this time by the side. An hour later, Bulma woke up from a nightmare and opened her eyes to see Lin Tian sitting on the edge of the bed. Stretching out his hand and pulling on his sleeve, he said, Gohan, thank you for accompanying your aunt like this, how nice it would be if you hadn't died in this world. Lin Tian looked back at her and said, for a long time, you have to cheer up, Trunks has also made great contributions to this world, we should bury him well in the place he likes, you are his only concern in this world, be good. The other world of Trunks also exists, and we will take you there whenever you want. Thank you for comforting, Gohan, but the way you comfort is really not suitable for girls, I really don't know how the 18th got you a hand when it was so beautiful outside. Bulma got up slowly and leaned back on the bed, teasing him as if slowing down. Ha ha ha, that must be me handsome enough. Little brat. After saying that, there was silence, the two looked at each other like this, and finally Bulma said slowly, I plan to stay in this world for a while, the enemies are gone, and I want to rebuild after the war, right? I'll leave with you when I'm done. Chapter 33. Wishing the 74th anniversary of the motherland. After saying and falling silent, the two looked at each other like this, and finally Bulma said slowly, I plan to stay in this world for a while, the enemies are gone, and I want to rebuild after the war, right? I'll leave with you when I'm done. Well, since you think so, that's great, we'll accompany you. A month has passed in the future world. A lot happened in the month, starting with the burial of Trunks on a hilltop and allowing him to watch the city below flourish again. Bulma seemed to return to her previous refined appearance, and there was no dead silence in her eyes, but the sadness still could not escape. Now he is engaged in post-war reconstruction, and many cities have begun to operate again. During this period, Ling Tian did not have a single cultivation. After all, he couldn't let Bulma work too hard, and if there was an accident, it would be worth the loss after all. In this month, the 18th also became intimate with Bulma. After all, girls still don't understand girls, and the two of them have nothing to say about this. In fact, they should also arrange with Lin Tian. At the beginning, number 18 was given a task to accompany Bulma, and she gladly accepted it and did a good job. At Lin Tian's suggestion, Walmart also made a lot of construction robots, helping him share a lot of workload. And he also secretly developed Trunks' story, and people gradually realized that this hard-won piece was bought by Trunks with his life. They independently began to build the statue of Trunks, which made Bulma laugh even more when she saw it. And he himself used his ability to open up reservoir after reservoir, comb the river channel and empty the ruins. It's been a lot of work, but it's been easy. At first, they lived next door to Bulma's room, but they couldn't sleep because they moved from time to time, and every morning they looked at their eyes, they were full of resentment. For a young woman who has been for a long time, this is quite lethal to her. On the second day, Bulma pulled number 18 and complained to her, "Can you move a little less at night? Can you take care of me?" No 18's face was red, and that look made him feel a little moved, both some envy and some gratification. If his son is also there, it is time to deal with the blind date. After repeating this for 3 months, the world has been rebuilt a lot, the lives of the residents have been guaranteed, some shops have been reopened, factories are processed, and it is thriving. And after such a long time, a certain place in Lin Tian's mountain and river community map has also undergone earth-shaking changes, from the original nothing to something, and a majestic Jiangnan Jinling city is so well built, and the interior maintains a complete ancient-style building. And in order to further improve, he also plans to use modern technology. The lights at night are electric lights, the energy is from a nuclear power plant outside the city. This is nuclear fusion. It can be said that it will never stop, as long as the raw materials are changed regularly, and there is almost no nuclear waste, there is no much harm to the environment. In addition, there are many processing factories outside the city, and there are many factories deep in the wood and clothing factories. The city is big. But the only bad thing is that there are no people moving except for the robots patrolling the city. He has already decided, and once again returning to the future time and space of the A world, he is ready to go to the small world and pull people into Jinling City. In 3 months, number 18 and Bulma have become good girlfriends who talk about everything, often holding hands to go shopping to buy clothes and dinner, almost forgetting his existence. This is also good, so that she gradually forgets the pain. Just today the 18th came over, put his arm around his neck and said, "Tomorrow we can go back, Bulma has decided to go back with us." "Really? That's great." Lin Tian put his arm around her, and then slowly walked into the bedroom to start fighting the canyon. Bulma came home from a busy day when she heard the familiar voice, and her face turned a little red as she listened. Don't these young people know moderation? "Aunt Bulma, then let's go straight back, and you'll see Trunks when we go back." "Good." After that, he nodded, packed his laboratory, and took out the time machine. But the next second Lin Tian said, "No, no, no, we don't take the time machine back, I have my own way." He worries about using the time machine again and creating another timeline. This time he used the dusty time ring, beams of light shot out from within the time realm, forming a source hole in front, just in case he pulled the two. After all, they are not as good as themselves in terms of strength, they can guarantee that there is no problem, but it does not mean that they can. The three walked in slowly, and stepped out again on the ground of the overworld. However, some problems were set, and they did not go to Trunks right away, but in an unknown forest. Bulma was very curious about this, looking at the time ring in amazement, and when she was about to speak, two people suddenly appeared in front of her. One old and one young, if both of them have common characteristics, light blue skin, silver white hair, and a typical costume of the Realm King God. The young Realm King God stepped forward and said, "This lady should not exist in this world, and there are two more timelines." Chapter 34. I wish the motherland its 74th birthday. The young Realm King God stepped forward and said, "This lady should not exist in this world, and there are two more timelines. And you, Mr. Son Gohan, your appearance before doubled my workload, and now I finally found you." At the beginning, this world suddenly had an adult Son Gohan, which attracted the attention of the above. According to the investigation, it was actually found that there was an extra timeline. Lin Tian didn't talk nonsense, directly became a mysterious state, but did not directly do it. These two people in front of him are not too much in the original work. If the other party has traces of action, then sorry, he can only go to the small world one step ahead. The 18th also exploded when he saw him in this form, and was serious, and Bulma also took the pistol and stayed behind. Seeing this, the two Realm King Gods seemed to be unable to defeat it, and they already knew that they should shout the lazy cat of the God of Destruction. "So the two of you are coming to judge us?" The situation forced him not to say the original words, and finally thought of a compromise. "You still have Trunks, you must leave this world immediately, and I watch Ms. Bulma, who is not yet the person on the Trunks timeline. You two people in time, don't disturb each other, this is our bottom line. If you offend me, I do not recommend letting Lord Destruction destroy you. Disturbing time is a felony, you have to think clearly." 2. The half-threatening, half-compromising version of the two, he recovered. And Bulma said bluntly, "Then if I just observe from behind, can I not have direct contact with them?" After thinking about it, the young man nodded and shifted his gaze to Lin Tian. "In a good word, we will not commit such a time felony in the future. I hope you will keep your promise, otherwise I believe that your strength is far less than Lord Destroyer." After saying this, the two of them left, and when they left, the young man glanced at the time ring on Lin Tian's hand. After seeing the two leave, Lin Tianchong exhaled, although the two Realm King Gods in front of him are nothing, but the Destruction God behind them is not simple, and now his strength should be seconds. As for leaving them here, this kind of brain-dead thinking cannot exist. The God of Destruction is gone, but it does not mean that the above will not send a new God to investigate. Once the results of the investigation reach him, it is not dead with the God world. Don't forget that there are also great priests and all kings, that is not something they can match. Number 18 and Bulma couldn't help but care when they saw him so much. Who are the two of them? The top gods in this universe, they are the gods of the Realm King. Their strength is not strong, but the Destruction God behind it, that is, you are not ordinary. With my current strength, it should be seconds by him. So strong. Bulma is a little lost, but that's okay. As long as he could see Trunks again, that would be fine. By the way, Aunt Bulma, we will return to the future in a short time, and when the time comes, I will take you to a place where no one will be able to find out, and if you stay there for a short time, I will release you. Oh? Yes. The three came to the sky of the Bulma's house in the overworld. Walmart held the binoculars, looked at the busy Trunks below. As well as the young himself and the young Trunks, looking at the tears in his eyes. It's nice to see them again. Bulma couldn't help but cry again in No 18's arms. Undisturbed, she cried for a while. Aunt Bulma will bring you to the hotel later, you rest in the hotel, and we will go back after 2 days of rest in the overworld. Line. For the next day or two, Bulma pestered number 18, taking her to fly around the sky from time to time, mainly to see Trunks go, and then to walk and shop, buy more clothes. There will be no such styles in the future world. Lin Tian, on the other hand, went to Trunks, explained the situation, and deliberately hid the news of Bulma, only saying that he was all right, but he was unwilling to come back and wanted to continue to build the future time and space. Trunks didn't say anything about this, thinking that his mother must be lonely by herself. On the third day, finally leaving, Lin Tian put Bulma into the Mountain and River Society map, and the two appeared on this ancient Jinling city. Looking at this ancient building complex, Bulma is still very curious, but from all kinds of traces, it seems to be the product of his invention. For doubts in this regard, Lin Tian also introduced his previous plan to him, and Bulma said that it could be decorated, and then placed the laboratory in a courtyard in the city, and wrote on the plaque in the house, Bufu. After settling everything in, return to reality once again and go back in time with Trunks 18. Chapter 35. I wish the motherland its 74th birthday and the 6th change. For doubts in this regard, Lin Tian also introduced his previous plan to him, and Bulma said that it could be decorated, and then placed the laboratory in a courtyard in the city, and wrote on the plaque in the house, Bufu. After settling everything and returning to reality again, go back in time with Trunks 18. Get on a time machine and disappear into this universe in an instant. The next second the time machine appeared in the future world. This time the world did not have that sense of ruin, a thriving scene, but in terms of prosperity, it was still not comparable to the main world. The three get off the time machine to find Bulma, who in this world has already prepared a sumptuous lunch waiting for them. When he saw that someone was coming, he went to greet him, but when he saw Lin Tian following him, he suddenly paused, and Trunks immediately said, for fear of causing an unnecessary reaction, "Mom, this is the wife of Brother Gohan, and there is no malice towards us, and this is no longer the 18th of our time and space." Hearing this, Bulma let her guard down and began to smile in greeting. Okay, come in quickly, let's eat first." When everyone entered the house, they saw a variety of food in the living room, which made people feel appetizing. Also not polite, began to eat. During the process, Bulma also kept looking at number 18, and words such as elegant and virtuous should appeared in her mind, and she felt that the two were very compatible. By the way, Gohan, I'll buy you a small garden to avoid inconvenience for you, so you can choose the location. Thank you, Aunt Bulma, we are ready to go to the remote suburbs. A lot of consideration has been given to such a statement, and it is not convenient for Bulma in time and space B to be revealed, but it cannot be too far away, otherwise it is not very convenient in daily life. Isn't it nice to be next to that place? Both Bulma and Trunks wondered if there were some differences. Aha, is like this, because I want to cultivate. If it is close, it is easy to disturb the people, it is better to choose a suburb. I practice well, and by the way, I can also experience the fun of pastoral life. Seeing that Lin Tian's expression was full of seriousness, the two did not persuade again. So that's the case, then. All right. After eating, I drove to the suburbs and bought a larger courtyard. After a busy afternoon, the house was finally cleaned up, and only then did Bulma release Bulma from the map of the Mountain and River Society. After Bulma arrived, she looked around and saw that there was not much difference, so she looked for a room. And she also made an underground lab coming to this world. The purpose is just to see Trunks and then make some random inventions and cultivate a hobby. It's been 3 months now, half a year. But this time he didn't choose to sign in right away. He thought about going to the small world to visit and sign in the small world. Maybe there were unexpected things. He has done a lot of things in the past 3 months, clearing the farm, doing some breeding. He did not fall behind in cultivation, and in the last month, his mysterious form developed a lot. However, the upper limit has still not been reached. Number 18 is playing more and more with Bulma, and the two have daily activities together from time to time. But try to avoid the existence of Bulma in the original world. Also pestered him from time to time, wanting the 18th to take him to see Trunks. Bulma became more and more cheerful, and number 18 and Bulma remained friends of the same generation. The two talked about everything, and said nothing. Even such a thing as a routine bed thing is said. During that time, he kept joking that Lin Tian was in good health, and the young man could last so long. He had nothing to say about such a bold and presumptuous Bulma, just hid far away. It's so Biao. Ahem, can Aunt Bulma be a little ladylike? Let's just say a little ladylike. Lin Tian had already packed some bags and was about to leave the small world, when Bulma pounced from behind with a big grin and strangled his neck from behind. I saw her crossing her waist and mouthing and said, "Let me emphasize it to you again, call me sister, I'm old. Let's just say, can you stop pretending to be cute? You are also more than 10 years older than me, call sister, well, isn't it a little? Sister, sister pain." Before Lin Tian finished speaking, his 2 ears were twisted at the same time, and Bulma used the strength to eat milk this time. Gohan is really not cute, not like when he was a child. Okay, good sister, you go play, find the 18th to watch a movie. Humph, or your wife is good, you don't know, flexible, you know to call people aunts. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Tianya watched her leave with a smile, thinking that Bulma has become very cheerful these days, but she can suffer, her life is nothing more than eating and sleeping and playing with number 18. Alas! The system goes, go to the small world. As soon as the words fell, a golden light flashed on Lin Tian's body, and the golden light wrapped him and disappeared, and the Dragon Ball world was also suspended. Chapter 36. I wish the motherland the 74th birthday and the 7th change. Kneel and beg for a good review. Let's go system, go to the small world. As soon as the words fell, a golden light flashed on Lin Tian's body, and the golden light wrapped him and disappeared, and the Dragon Ball world was also suspended. An unknown world. Suddenly, a golden light descended, and when the golden light dissipated, Lin Tian's figure also emerged. The surroundings he sees are an unknown countryside, and he first perceives the extraordinary fragility of the world. Too weak. Let's find out which world this world is. Immediately he set out towards the densely populated place, saw that there were many people gathered there, and also went to make a scene. When you come to the crowd, you see a group of children putting their hands on a round ball. Scythe martial soul, the innate soul power is 3, and a child can be a soul master. Fan martial soul? The soul power is 0. When he saw this scene, he could think of what it was. It took half a day to come to this fantasy floor tile. He was really speechless, originally thinking that he could solve the most ordinary cultivation problem well. It turned out to be good, and nothing could be done. Let's change the double cultivation of life, there is no way to live long in this world except to become a god. Check-in, system. Half an hour for the check-in time. In addition, remind the host that this world should not explode, it will be damaged by you. Lin Tian. Lin Tian asked, do I need to play with those things in martial soul? Unless you want to play, or do you want to play? Pig eats tiger to a typical male protagonist routine? Recently, he is thinking about what the world reaps, and reaps the wealth of this world to the maximum. Herbs can be considered, that ice and fire eyes. Oh, yes, and most importantly. Although the world has low strength, he has many beautiful women. Thinking of this, he thought that his Jinling city can be full of people, since he is given such an excellent resource, then what am I polite about? As for whether it will be condemned? Sorry, my fist is big enough, no one can condemn it, I become stronger just to enjoy the escape, good guy, I have become stronger, and I also bind my brain is broken? However, looking at the quality of the art style of this world, it should be the anime version. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and the martial soul awakening ceremony on the stage was almost over. My own system is also checked in. Ding! Reward the original soul bloodline awakening once. Oh, this is what made me awaken the bloodline, awaken the Yanhuang bloodline? By the way, the righteous father of the system, do you have any character templates or something? Oh. Character template generation. Ding. Host, Lin Tian. Bloodline, Huaxia bloodline, Microdragon bloodline, /Scion bloodline. A very concise paragraph came to his mind. Looking at the above content, it seems that Huaxia's claim to be the descendant of the dragon does make some sense. It is estimated that the ancestors have intermarried with the dragon clan in a certain mythological period before. At the end of the awakening ceremony, he still thought about whether he would come to this world and play with the customs. Thinking that one out is one out, he stepped forward and said to the people of the Martial Soul Hall, "Hello, I also want to awaken, Martial Soul." Everyone in the Martial Soul Hall saw that everyone was 26 or 7-year-old young people, and everyone said politely, "Why haven't you tried Martial Soul Awakening at this age?" "Okay, then you can try it." For such a good talking Martial Soul Hall, I also thought in my heart, how could such an organization be a big villain? Dedicated to civilians, isn't such an organization an excellent organization? Lin Tian put his hand on the Martial Soul Awakening stone, and the people of the Martial Soul Hall urged the soul power, and he felt that something in his body was channeled out. Suddenly, the Martial Soul Stone light soared, and 2 rays of light emerged from within. Oh, it's actually twin Martial Souls. One of the lights exuded majesty everywhere, and finally formed into a 10-meter-long golden dragon, and the other light was filled with a clever aura and also exuded panic and power, but compared to the first Martial Soul, this Martial Soul had a killing aura, and finally formed one thunder after another in the air, and slashed into the surrounding iron tools. Lin Tian looked at these 2 Martial Souls in amazement, but he didn't expect to play tricks. The dragon's Martial Soul himself can understand, what is the matter with this lightning Martial Soul? He and lightning don't seem to have anything to do, right? The only thing that poops is transformation, and when it is super too, lightning will be emitted around the body, which can be guided out. Is there still a gorilla missing? A dragon-shaped Martial Soul, an extreme thunder. I sent the group of people back then, how did I not know to check it out and make such a fool? It's a pity, if it was excavated at the beginning, then the current achievement. Everyone was silent for a long time, just feeling sorry, and finally guided him to test his soul power. As a result, when I put my hand on it tomorrow, it exploded in less than a second, and in this second, the soul stone shone brightly, and the light was like a flash in the pan. People in the Martial Soul Hall, you look at me, I see that you have never encountered this kind of thing, and finally had to take out another test, but it was still the same result, from which it can be judged that this person's innate soul power is extremely high, but some people think that this person is here to smash the field. It may be that a hidden world master somewhere came out to amuse them. Chapter 37. I wish the motherland the 74th birthday, the 8th change, it will be squeezed dry, everyone do well. People in the Martial Soul Hall, you look at me, I see that you have never encountered this kind of thing, and finally had to take out another test, but it was still the same result, from which it can be judged that this person's innate soul power is extremely high. But some people think that this person is here to smash the field. It may be that a hidden world master somewhere came out to amuse them. They sent a trace of respect from their hearts, and tentatively asked, "Are you really the first awakening?" He moved out of the backer like the Martial Soul Hall as his own family treasure. Even if this person in front of him is really a worldly master, he will not be embarrassed by himself. I really don't, really the first awakening. Your expression is very serious, but in your heart, although I don't have soul power, you and I only have one thought. If it's true, then we'll notify the master to introduce you to the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall. I don't know what you think, you have to know that entering the Martial Soul Hall is very good, not only have a lot of preferential policies, but they received a lot of benefits. After all, such excellent seeds cannot escape. Once successfully introduced, then they have a bonus. Absolutely. They People of the Martial Soul Hall also breathed a sigh of relief, and they made another big profit. Then please come with us, and we will go to the city to organize your affairs. By the way, do you want to inform your family? Well, no, I don't have a family anymore. To say this lightly, in their eyes, it may be that they lost their family when they were young and lived in this world for so long. Lin Tian, brain supplement is really terrible. At this time, in Wuhan City, in a turquoise and brilliant castle, sat a manly woman with a purple robe as white as snow, with a cold and noble temperament on her head. With his jade-like fingers, he pinched a report, and whispered with thin lips, "Twin martial soul. The innate soul power is extremely high, but it cannot be measured, and the bone age is more than 25 years old. Oh, when he comes, I can see his reality." Lin Tian was already lying in the carriage at this moment, and he was ready to plan a project to visit this world. First go to the Martial Soul Hall to check in, and then go to the Star Do Great Forest to check in, Ice and Fire Eye check in, Sea God Island check in, Shrek check in, Killing Capital, well, also go, well, so much for now. The road was not bumpy, but it was long enough, and after 3 days of driving, I finally reached the majestic Wuhan City. Entering Wuhan City all the way to the Martial Soul Hall, looking at the layout of Wuhan City, this town that believes in angel gods is still very harmonious and perfect. Enter the Martial Soul Hall, don't talk loudly, don't. After explaining some matters, he led him into the main hall, and after hearing so many related matters, he followed the palace. However, this layout decoration is quite similar. It's luxurious enough. Entering the main hall, I saw the woman sitting at the top, holding the imperial battle with a noble temperament, carefully looking at her flawless face. Only then did I know what is called skin like snow. Compared to the skin color, number 18 is not in a hurry. The figure is well proportioned and convex and upturned, similar to number 18, but the pair of long legs are more pointed. Needless to say, this image is really good, the anime version is really good, and the righteous father is really good to me. For such a gaze, Bibi Dongdae frowned slightly, not liking to be looked at like this. Those titled Doluo below are also very unhappy, such people who don't know the number of gifts. Humph. Lin Tian smiled at this, "It's okay, play with you now, I don't want to play one day." He clasped his hands into fists and saluted slightly, "I have seen all the crowns, as well as the Honorable Pope's crowns. I heard that your kid is a twin martial soul and has extremely high innate soul power. Come and come, I have soul stones here for you to test and experiment." At this time, a man with a gloomy face said. Listening to this sissy person, this person should be an old chrysanthemum, right? Soon after, a group of subordinates began to test with a bunch of martial soul stones, and it was no surprise. Every piece of martial soul stone burst out, and they also emitted a huge light before they were alive, which was like a flash in the pan. Lin Tian's talent was confirmed, and the twin martial souls, except for Bibi Dong, were him. This result Bibi Dong is also very satisfied, as long as he is highly qualified enough to create another title Doluo for the Martial Soul Hall, it must be gratifying. However, he did not say, after all, how can a person without soul power get his expression, but only ordered Spirit Kite to let her take him to the Star Do Forest in 2 days to hunt for soul rings. And at this time, Tomorrow also noticed that the only female Doluo on the side, with short black hair and a simple and sharp face, exuding a trace of fiery, may be related to his martial soul. In terms of figure, he is also very capable of fighting. However, regardless of appearance, temperament and figure, they are some levels lower than Bibi Dong, and there is a talk of the anime world. Sure enough, each of them is very beautiful and has a good figure. Thank you, Your Majesty. Retire under it. Lin Tian was directly arranged by the maid to rest in a room, and a heated discussion began in the main hall. Spirit Iris Doluo, your mission this time is not only to protect him well, but also to hunt martial souls, but also to observe his talent, twin martial souls, I want to see how capable he is. It's His Majesty the Pope. Chapter 38. Wishing the 74th anniversary of the Motherland, Chapter 9 dedicates. Thank you, Your Majesty. Retire under it. Lin Tian was directly arranged by the maid to rest in a room, and a heated discussion began in the main hall. Spirit Iris Doluo, your mission this time is not only to protect him well, but also to hunt martial souls, but also to observe his talent, twin martial souls, I want to see how capable he is. It's His Majesty the Pope. Lin Tian went to the room under the guidance of the maid, lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling of the Western-style architecture, tomorrow by himself. Go to the Stardew Great Forest. Then go directly to the deepest place, catch all those things, put yourself on a few red soul rings *. If you are lucky, you can also meet the little rabbit who did not go out, accept it, it is still very good to be a pet, daming that two goods, or directly become a soul ring. Thinking about it, I fell asleep naturally, after all, I haven't slept well in the carriage these days, so it can be said that it is a long time. Until the second day, he asked the Pope to allow Spirit Doluo to take him to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt martial souls. Bibi Dong, seeing that he looked a little anxious. I also readily agreed, after all, early inspection also costs a little less materials. After cleaning up for a while, the two of them got into the carriage and headed in the direction of the Stardew Great Forest. Ling Yu looked at the man in front of him, with a handsome appearance like a knife, and he only saw masculine and handsome words in him. Little brother, I am a few years older than you, remember to call me sister. Lin Tian just glanced at her, there is no specific sphere of influence in Wuhan City yet, but after going out, she will do it, after all, if she wants to obtain a person with relevant experience in the 100,000 year soul ring, she can't run. Yes, sister. Play with her first, after all, chatting with beauty is also a pleasure. By the second day, the carriage had already left the sphere of influence of Wuhan City, and he planned to start again at night. Ling Yu also has a good impression of this person, the twin martial soul is quite handsome, and the little brother with a sweet mouth is surprisingly large in terms of rice. As night fell, the two's carriage stopped in a forest. Lin Tian, who was in silence, suddenly stared at Ling Kite, which was completely different from the appearance of the good man before, and the sense of aggression in his eyes seemed to swallow her alive. What is brother Xiao Tian doing looking at me like this? As soon as the words fell, Lin Tian appeared in front of him, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him in the air. What he saw caught Ling Kite off guard, but the feeling of suffocation coming from his neck made it react quickly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings emerged from her, wanting to break free. 7th. Before he could shout the name of the soul technique, he was frightened by Lin Tian's breath and trembled. He put down the spirit kite, and saw that she didn't even stand firmly, paralyzed on the ground, too terrifying, the coercion was too suffocating. She had also seen Qian Daoliu, and Qian Daoliu faced this person, it is estimated to be the same. Lin Tian looked at the Dao cracks in the surrounding space, and disdained, hey, this world is really weak. Just like that, the space is about to be shattered. A word also attracted the attention of Ling Kite, and in his eyes, the person was surrounded by cracks, and every crack revealed a deathly aura, but it was far from the pressure of that eye. You? Are you a god? Spirit Kite could only think of the word god to describe the person in front of him. Hehe, the gods of your world are much weaker than mine, I'm not afraid of bursting your world, I can destroy the world by releasing a little breath casually. He is even more disdainful of the gods of this world, a god can be weak to that extent, it is also difficult for him, and he was killed by a dark weapon. True service. So you're a god of other worlds? Yes, come to your world to play. Lin Tian squatted down and stared at her with a pair of eyes, stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Give you 2 choices, the first to die, and the second to become my maid only gives you 5 seconds to think." 5. Before he finished shouting, the spirit kite learned to answer, "Of course I promised." "Very good, the person who knows the time is Junja." Lin Tian stretched out his hand and pinched her face, very delicate. The spirit kite did not have any disgust, but showed a hint of charm. "If you say that becoming a maid of God, it is much stronger than this nether title Doluo, the fantasy world is Mujiang, where there are so many pure love warriors, in front of interests is definitely rich and touching. Besides, the parents are handsome, tall, and strong, and she is not a monk and nun." Lin Tian didn't pay any more attention to him preparing to eat, and Ling Yu hurriedly followed and began to serve, watching her bring into the role quite quickly. "I also enjoy the experience of being served." In the middle of the night, Ling Kite set up his tent and made the bed, then lay down to warm the sheets for him. Lin Tian washed up and lay down and felt his smooth and delicate body close to him, so since this was the case, he was not polite, and after the spirit kite untied his wide clothes, he began to passively fight the canyon. High-pitched gasps echoed constantly. At 10 o'clock on the second day, Ling Yu woke up, and Lin Tian, who was no longer visible next to her, hurriedly dressed and came outside, and only when she saw the sitting cross-legged breathed a sigh of relief. "When you wake up, grab something to eat and go. It's the master." Spirit kites are very adaptable. Lin Tian is also very satisfied. Such a person has no emotional foundation for himself, it is just pure desire. If he wants to adapt to this mentality, he will definitely fight in the heavens in the future, and without this kind of strong mentality, how can he survive? Chapter 39. Long live the Communist Party of China! Long live the great Chinese nation! And the 10th birthday! And perfect perfection! Yes, the host. Spirit kites are very adaptable. Lin Tian is also very satisfied. Such a person has no emotional foundation for himself, it is just pure desire. If he wants to adapt to this mentality, he will definitely fight in the heavens in the future, and without this kind of strong mentality, how can he survive? The spirit kite hurriedly began to eat. The time was fast, but not rough. In less than 5 minutes, a scent of meat in front of him was eaten, wiped his mouth and sorted out his appearance and came to him, "Master, I'm fine, let's get ready to go." Lin Tian stood up, put his arm around her water snake waist, rose up and levitated in the air, and said to the already stunned beauty beside him, "In which direction is the Star Do Great Forest?" "The Star Do Great Forest is in that direction." The spirit kite Do Roman pointed in one direction, and then flew in that direction. He also didn't dare to explode indiscriminately, so the speed was not very fast, and if he exploded, the world would not be able to hold on. But Rao is still amazingly fast. The spirit Iris Doluo in his arms has shrunk his pupils. Surprised by such speed, he can also fly, but the speed is extremely low, and it is extremely soul-consuming. After all, his martial soul is a flying martial soul, and he can still do it if he can keep flying. However, in terms of speed, compared with the master, it is a big witch, and he is more fortunate, so he fell on his thigh. The two flew in the sky for nearly an hour, and finally reached the sky above the large forest in front of them, and without hesitation, they went directly to the depths of the forest. In the process of flying over the forest, there were also some soul beasts that did not have long eyes who wanted to sneak attack, but they were shattered by his simple one-handed energy wave. Among them, there are many soul beasts that are more than 10,000 years old. The movement along the way was extremely large. After all, a flight trace that streaked across the sky was still clearly visible, and the soul masters only sighed that some strong man suddenly came to hunt in the big forest. By the way, where are those two overlord soul beasts of the Star Do Great Forest? Ooh, over there. Soon, under the guidance of the spirit kite, came to the sky above a large lake, looking down condescendingly, two soul beasts and a human little girl. That girl should be Xiao Wu, a Daming, and a second Ming, so complete. Immediately the two slowly descended. Daming first felt that something was wrong. A strong man came here, hurriedly protected in front of Xiao Wu. Now Xiao Wu is very fragile, according to the human realm painting style is just a soul. Lin Tian came straight in front of them. Daming and Ming saw that he was even more vigilant when he landed from the air, and he should still be a title Doluo next to him. This is difficult. I give you two choices, one I will kill you and the other I will sacrifice me. If you cooperate with me to leave Xiaohu, if you don't cooperate, sorry to send it to heaven together. If you don't believe it, you can try. One sentence directly on the bright side. Ming took the lead, and his huge body shook the ground with every step. But your fist as big as a mountain came at him. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. The economy of 100,000 years is still so low. If it is left in the flood world for 100,000 years, how can he become an immortal? His fingers condensed energy, and with a slight snap of his fingers, a white energy wave hit him. Boom! Ming's body flew out backwards, his right hand was broken, and his hair was burned a lot. With such a simple blow, a 100,000-year soul beast was so damaged, Daming looked like a dead heart, and Xiao Wu cried and ran over to ask about Ming's injury. The pupils of the spirit iris eyes only shrank slightly, and then turned into normal. God must be invincible. Ming, how are you? Little dance sister, run away. Lin Tian withdrew his finger and asked again, ask you again, whether to sacrifice or die, it's up to you to decide. And I see that the little girl is very cute and will not hurt her, this is God's promise, and sacrifice me, your souls are still there, you can follow us. He didn't want to face, he called himself God. But for the Doluo world, yes. Daming no longer has the desire to fight, so fluttering, let Ming lose his combat effectiveness at once, this is also a fart, okay, please keep your promise. Daming was the first to start, his body quickly fell apart, and finally turned into a cloud of light dust, forming that crimson 100,000-year soul ring. Daming! Big brother! Ming looked at himself and then at Xiao Wu, stretched out a finger of his left hand with difficulty, and slightly scraped on Xiao Wu's tearful face. Little dancer, follow that God well, take care of yourself. Goodbye. After saying that, he himself also began to sacrifice, just like Daming. The final result was to turn into a 100,000-year soul ring. Two soul rings entered Lin Tian's body one after another, and he guided these two soul rings to become the soul rings of the Thunder Martial Soul. With two soul techniques, the first soul technique Palm Thunder, and the second soul technique Heavenly Thunder Rolling. Anyway, I made it up blindly, and there are more and more soul techniques in the back, and I may not want to make it up. And this sacrifice also got two soul bones, this thing is of no use to himself, and it is directly thrown to the spirit kite behind. The spirit kite was even more ecstatic when he harvested the two soul bones, and the admiration for Lin Tian on his face was even more indescribable, and he squeezed the two soul bones tightly, and finally put them into the soul guide. She felt extremely grateful for her previous decision, it was really good, what a fragrance. Looking at his eyes, you can draw wire. Chapter 40. P.S. Doluo world is only a transition, not too long. Too long to write, unless artificial intelligence. The spirit kite was even more ecstatic when he harvested the two soul bones, and the admiration for Lin Tian on his face was even more indescribable, and he squeezed the two soul bones tightly, and finally put them into the soul guide. She felt extremely grateful for her previous decision, it was really good, what a fragrance. Looking at his eyes, you can draw wire. Lin Tian had some new understandings of the two forces in his body. He could only say that if he didn't have anything for himself, he beckoned to Xiao Wu to signal her to come over. Xiao Wu clenched her hands tightly, her expression solemn, and she didn't bother to approach him step by step. It was as if there was some abyss devil in front of him. When Xiao Wu came to him, Lin Tian stretched out his hand. She looked at the big hand and closed her eyes suddenly. The cunning human hurt her mother. What god is Daming Erming not keeping his promise now? But unlike imagined, the big hand did not take his life, but only pinched her face. It feels good, it's worthy of being a heroine. Xiao Wu sensed that her face was pinched by that god, and carefully opened her bright eyes, looking at the tall and handsome man in front of her, her eyes full of hatred and incomprehension. Well, in the future, you will be my #1 maid, and if you serve well, I will let the soul of Daming Erming meet you. Just do ordinary things, don't think crookedly, he won't be crazy enough to attack a 6 or 7-year-old child. Ling Yu suddenly had a black question mark expression. Am I not the first maid? Why am I not the first maid? I didn't say it directly, but looking at Xiao Wu's eyes were correctly full of hostility. Okay, don't look at me like that, follow me and keep going deep. What? Half of the words, but did not continue. There he once went there when he was a child, all the top strong, they are the guardians of the Star Do Great Forest. Seeing that Xiao Wu didn't speak, Lin Tian also knew what he meant yesterday, and he went deeper with 2 hands around the other. This time, Xiao Wu took the initiative to lead the way for them, and those who didn't know thought that they had already accepted their fate. The 3 of them came to the sky above the core area, saw the crystal clear lake of life, and slowly landed on the surrounding shore. Before he landed, he was locked by several eyes. As soon as he landed and put the 2 women down, a man's fist appeared in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Get out, shouted angrily, and the man's figure suddenly retreated violently and smashed down an unknown number of towering trees. Call your beast god Emperor Tian out, and Gu Yuina hiding under the lake, I have good things for him, let's make a deal. Just. This shout forced back Xiang Jun. All the soul beasts were secretly vigilant in their hearts, and came out one after another, among them 4 men and 2 women. The men were Ditian, the 10,000 Demon King, the Xiang Jun, the Red King, and the women were Bridget and Zig. Bridget has green hair and a pair of very beautiful wings, and her face is gentle, which is very suitable for nature. Zig was covered with purple-black scales, with a slender figure, a round chest, straight and slender thighs, and above her chest, revealing the snow-white skin of her shoulders and the deep ravines on her chest. A long purple-black hair was scattered behind him, and there was no wind automatically, and it naturally rippled from the sides of his body. Her eyes are deep purple, but her lips are bright purple. On her forehead, on a pitch-black scale, layers of purple halos rippled, naturally flowing above her head. Bridget's appearance description was not found. Haha, can't write that feeling but add to the snake, please have a picture, thank you. Why didn't you focus on the other 4 men? Please, men, why did I describe them? Ditian rushed from the forest in the distance, and it was he who had just flown out upside down, but he didn't expect to be so weak. What are you here for, and I don't know what Gu Yuina is. The beast god obviously wants to sacrifice himself to save their lord, the Silver Dragon King. I came here, since I am sure enough to call him out, otherwise this place is completely destroyed, he will not survive, I am sure that he will fully recover, after all, the first level divine residence is still very important to you. Lin Tian confidently stated his purpose. At this time, the ground began to shake violently, a silver dragon claw suddenly stretched out from the bottom of the lake, and the next second a huge body emerged from the bottom of the lake, and the huge dragon eye stared at Lin Tian, and also spied on his reality. As a result, Lin Tian released a trace of energy again, and the surrounding time and space began to shatter, but it came and went quickly, and it was immediately retracted. Gu Yuina still knows a little as a god, and the energy has swollen to the point that she can't even hold up space. Thinking of this, her huge body changed, and after the light disappeared, there was a long silver hair standing in the air, which was scattered behind her until her ankles. Not only her hair was smooth, but also had a texture like a silver crystal. There is a beauty that cannot be described in words, and all the depictions are not enough to describe her stunning face. Lin Tian also looks a little sluggish, very beautiful. He doesn't know what to use to describe it. Maybe the country and the city can't think of this kind of beauty. Bibi Dong is not a grade, whether it is temperament or strength, it is crushing. I have to say that his heart, se, moved. Chapter 41. Lin Tian also looks a little sluggish, very beautiful. He doesn't know what to use to describe it. Maybe the country and the city can't think of this kind of beauty. Bibi Dong is not a grade, whether it is temperament or strength, it is crushing. I have to say that his heart, se, moved. Soon he withdrew his expression. He couldn't show too much pig brother, otherwise it was too cheap. Your Excellency, what do you want to discuss with me? I can help you recover your injuries in an instant, hit the divine realm and rescue your brother Golden Dragon King. And wipe out the gods of the divine realm. In fact, he can also suppress by force, he can do anything he wants, but then he seems too bad, occasionally better. Gu Yuina's pupils flashed and said, what price do I have to pay? The soul rings on your own and those 4 men, I will take a maid for those 2 women. That's my conditions. You only have 5 minutes to think, and once 5 minutes pass, I can forcibly charge these conditions. Trust me, you are not my opponents together. Quack, it's so bad for myself. After Lin Tian finished speaking, the 2 women walked aside and gave them the position. Xiao Wu himself was even more deadly, but he didn't expect that even they were not this person's opponents. Was it really a god? What nonsense does the master say to them? Just go straight on. What do you do with so much mercy for soul beasts? Xiao Wu's body trembled, staring at her with a face full of resentment. Look at what I do and don't pinch the master's legs, what do you think? Huo. Lin Tian couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in his heart. This kind of maid is too sensible. Xiao Wu seemed to kneel next to him and squeeze his legs. His expression did not change. Lin Tian also enjoyed it like this. Sure enough, the small world made me fall, I really enjoyed it too much. On the side of the soul beast, there was a heated discussion, and Xiang Jun took the lead and said, it's a big deal to fight under the fence, why do you want us to sacrifice? Humph. Gu. Yuina is also doing a psychological struggle, she has a deep memory of her hatred. If she does not resist, her body does not know how long it will take to recover to its peak state. Even if it returns to its peak state, it is at most a first-level god, and the 5 god kings they still have a certain gap, must rescue the Golden Dragon King, the soul beast family can last for a long time. Seeing this, she made a decision, and the silver teeth bit lightly, okay, no need to argue, I have already made a decision, promise him. But there is a first condition, he must restore me, otherwise he will not trust them, fight to the death. A lecherous god, the 3 of us are dead, which is not a good thing for him. They soul beasts listened to the arrangement of the Lord, and could only nod, although the other 3 were very unconvinced in their hearts, but they took the initiative to sacrifice good evil, and there was still a trace of soul that was directly killed. Gu Yuina walked towards Lin Tian, her small and delicate feet making a slight rustling sound against the green grass. Seeing this, Lin Tian got up and looked at the cold beauty in front of him. How did you make a decision? You can agree to the conditions you said, but we have a premise, that is, you have to recover my injury now. Yes. Then. Lin Tian took out a fairy bean in the system space and threw it into her hand. What is this? Gu Yuina looked at the green bean in the palm of her hand, and looked at the ordinary appearance and couldn't help but be suspicious. Eat it and you'll know. Hearing this, he hesitated slightly, then put it directly in his mouth and chewed and swallowed. At the moment of swallowing into the abdomen, the muscles of the whole body were cheering, and the injuries in the body quickly recovered the entire time, and in less than a second, it returned to its peak state, once again returning to the strength of a first-level god. Such a momentary change surprised all the soul beasts incomparably, especially Bridget. As a typical healing soul beast, she has healed the soul beasts of the Stardow Great Forest for so many years, I don't know how many times, but seeing such a healing holy medicine can't help but feel a little frustrated. This healing holy medicine made everyone present and the soul beast stunned, and Guyuina's slightly open mouth made Lin Tian look at Yul. Walking up and stretching out her finger to lightly tap on the lip flap, Guyuina suddenly returned to her senses, a hint of blush floated on her face, and then knocked off this restless hand. Okay, now you should be satisfied. How can you say that you should fight the God realm now, or later? Let my men fight again in the God realm now, and then I will arrange for them to sacrifice to you. Okay. Lin Tian waved his hand indifferently and said to the little dancer, Go, today the master will take you to the God realm for a stroll, and give each of you a God seat. Chapter 42. Let my men fight again in the divine realm now, and then I will arrange for them to be sacrificed to you. Okay. Lin Tian waved his hand indifferently and said to the little dancer, Go, today the master will take you to the God realm for a stroll, and give each of you a God seat. For the divine position, it is impossible for people to have no thoughts, and Xiao Wu also put down his body. Thank you, host. Lin Tian put his arm around the two women, looked at Guyuina and said, You lead the way. Guyuina did not speak, and wrapped up all the soul beasts and rushed to the sky, heading towards the God realm. Lin Tian followed closely behind. The soul beasts were all rubbing their hands. This was the last glory of his life, but he had to perform well, and on the first day he was a little tearful, but he didn't expect to be able to return to the God realm to fight in his lifetime. It's really good that the master follows you. If Xiao Wu is disobedient, you can simply give me his divine position. Speaking of this, Xiao Wu was immediately anxious. Don't forget that I am the first maid handpicked by the master, don't exceed my status. Hehe, don't worry, you two can't do without it. The reaction of the nether realm, the gods can also feel it. The Azura god also gave up the ideal of vacation, and had to deal with this sudden Silver Dragon King, and the mysterious man who followed behind. Lord God King, the Golden Dragon King's seal is starting to loosen. Give me strict guards, I can't let the Golden Dragon King escape, this time I will let the Silver Dragon King go to ashes. I don't know how long it took to fly upwards and finally came to the divine realm. The environment here is not much better for summer, and the air is fresher than the nether, which may be Reiki. When they arrived, the 5 god kings were already waiting for them here. Silver Dragon King, you soul beasts still want to go against the sky again. Azura, don't be arrogant, the god realm back then may not be able to achieve it without the Father God Dragon God Lord. Not far away in the air, the man with red hair and red eyes sneered, this is not the ancient period, don't turn over old accounts. After that, it was a typical entry into the mutual spray link between the two sides, and what Lin Tian didn't expect the most was that the gods who sprayed Ditien in the mutual spray were actually the main combat power spray, and they didn't raise their heads at all. Lin Tian thought in his heart about this high-cold male god image that looked majestic and towering and did not say much, but he did not expect that another look in the god world would come out. Your group of gods, as if it weren't for the Father God having your group of grass, seeing you group of ungrateful Lao Tzu would be angry. Looking at Shura's white face, he was flushed with anger. Lin Tian, who was watching the battle, looked at it for a long time and could not return to his senses. If this were changed in modern times, my heaven would simply be a key god. Okay, you evil dragon will wait for the first to stab you. Lin Tian saw that the current scene situation was not right, and it was time for him to appear. Ahem, I won't talk nonsense about that. Who the are you? The gods who were sprayed with anxious eyes suddenly met such a polite person who called him 3721 is stunned. Arrogant. Lin Tian exploded slightly. He really didn't dare to look hard, came to the god realm and found that the world barrier was slightly stronger, and he was simply ready to make a big shot. A huge energy wave instantly bombarded the gods, and those few main gods reacted fast enough and barely dodged, while the remaining first level and second level ones were not so lucky, and were directly destroyed by one shot. The divine position in them also returned to the divine realm. Hiss! Everyone on the top gasped and made a contribution to global warming. Lin Tian did not stop moving, and instantly came to the Azura god, pinched his head with one hand, and before everyone could react, his head exploded like a watermelon. The Azura god position returned to the god realm again, and he flicked the blood stain mixed with white substance on his hand and said, Guyuina, this god seat is reserved for Xiao Wu, and Spirit Kite is at least a main god. The voice was very cold, but it was in everyone's hearts, ringing the bell. The gods did not hesitate and scattered one after another, but where was their chance? Just as he was about to strike, Guyuina said, don't kill all and leave a few, otherwise the god realm will not be able to run. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and then wiped out the god of destruction and evil. The 5 supreme gods only left goodness and life, and Guyuina looked at the 2 gods who remained, and also knew what was going on in the heart of this bastard. At this point, he pinched a god in one hand and said, give you 2 a choice, the first to die, and the second to become my maid. 5 seconds to select the time. Counting down, the strength of his hand also increases by 1 point for each number he says. I do, spoke the goddess of goodness. As soon as the words fell, Lin Tian let go of his hand and turned his gaze to the goddess of life. The goddess of life looked generous, her husband was dead, and he did not want to live in this world. But Lin Tianqi wanted her to live, and lowered his head and whispered in his ear, you don't want the god realm to be ruled by soul beasts like this, when the time comes, it will cause time and space chaos, and the people will not have a good life, but you don't blame me. The voice was weak and could be heard only by him. Under the coercion of death and righteousness, he finally spoke, I am also willing. Hearing this, she smiled and finally let go of her. The neck of the goddess of life like jade, has been pinched out of the handprint, she covered her chest, constantly coughing, eyes in the eyes can't stop sadness, as a wife, she finally betrayed her husband. But for the sake of this world, this divine realm, he had to do the same. After recovering 1 or 2, he came to the side of kindness and took his hand with a sisterly look, the psychology has made a plan, must unite kindness, since there is that kind of person in front of him, then make full use of the resources around him, keep the Deluo world, let him chaos the world, then the world will be chaotic. Chapter 43. After recovering 1 or 2, he came to the side of kindness and took his hand with a sisterly look, the psychology has made a plan, must unite kindness, since there is that kind of person in front of him, then make full use of the resources around him, keep the Deluo world, let him chaos the world, then the world will be chaotic. He was completely ignorant of the idea of life, he only knew that he had kept his rightful divine position. This series of events happened too quickly, originally thought that they would participate in the battlefield, but they couldn't even drink soup. Among them, De Tian was the most proud, and the real battlefield did not participate in the above fight, and he began to win. They watched Lin Tian's eyes change and became somewhat admiring. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. For their soul beasts, whoever is stronger is the boss. Xiao Wu and Ling Yu looked at his eyes are small stars. For Xiao Wu, it is very complicated, just now I also knew that the Azura god should be the leader of the 5 god kings, so he gave the divine position to himself, looking at the spirited owner in front of him, his heart was inexplicably throbbing. And the spirit kite beside him is unbearable, the eyes are about to swallow him alive, if the eyes can be drawn, it is his kind, somehow his face is full of flushing. Guyuina, what I promised has been completed, as for the release of the Golden Dragon King, it should not be a big problem for you, so you don't need me to do it. You solve it yourself, and now it is time for you to deliver on your promises. D. Tian and the other 4 soul beasts looked at the surrounding divine realm, their eyes were a little complicated, and finally turned into 4 divine rays and flew towards Lin Tian. For Lin Tian to create again, make 400,000-year soul ring, of which Ditian's soul ring is mixed with a little gold. Feeling that he has 4 more soul rings on his martial soul, it has become more compact and powerful. As for the soul technique, he doesn't want to care, and it may not be useful to other worlds, so he should master a lightning fist method. The god of life looked at the sacrifice of the 4 soul beasts, and was even more sure that they had just made a deal between them, and the other party was only Guyuina, Bridget and Zig. How many beauties in their own god world! It can still suppress the trend of soul beasts. Guyuina, remember to fulfill your promise and take Xiaowu and Lingyu to deal with the matter of the divine position, and those 2 Hijao gods you can handle at will for yourself or others. At this time, Lin Tian stretched his lazy waist and left with his arm around the thin waist of kindness and life. Guyuina looked at this operation and called the womanizer, but this is also good, there are shortcomings. He left behind 2 supreme gods, and to balance us, we can also create 2 supreme gods. He had already decided that he would master the other 2 supreme god positions Azura god to Xiao Wu, so that the soul beast side would control the 3. Thinking of this, I glanced twice in the direction Lin Tian left, the way of checking and balancing the imperial art. Lin Tian, if you think too much, I will be purely. At this time, he has already taken 2 high goddesses to fight in the canyon, and unexpectedly both of them are novices, but the divine body has a strong recovery ability. And it is not a problem to fight in all directions, and in the end, he must be stronger. And he put his arm around a fallen asleep, which is indeed a sad day for the gods. Guyuina quietly pulled Xiao Wu, Bridget and Zig aside and said, I thought at first that this person was a pure womanizer, but now it seems that this person is not simple, not only strong but also extremely intelligent. The force formed now is just right, it is the soul beast that presses them a little. You must remember that you must win over this person well, the god world must be on the side of the soul beast. The 3 of them nodded solemnly, they already had their own divine positions, so the questions they considered were somewhat different. Bridget just can't do it no matter how unwilling. Xiao Wu was different, and she suddenly found in her heart that Lin Tian was quite good, at least for her. I don't know if there is any paranoia about victimization. For the secret meeting between the 3, Lin Tian said that the brain supplement is really powerful. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, I opened my eyes and saw the 2 goddesses lying on their left and right chests. They slept quite deeply, and there were tear tracks in the corners of their eyes. It seemed that yesterday's battle in the canyon gave them anger and cried. At the peak of the 2, after swimming once, they got up and left. At the moment he left, the god of life opened his eyes, a trace of shyness and sadness flashed under his eyes, pulled kindness and slept again. Too tired, wait until he wakes up. Lin Tian came out and saw several women waiting for him, and couldn't help but smile and said, What's wrong? Gu. Yuina stepped forward and said, The things you ordered have been done, thank the master. You are not a maid, and my name is Lin Tian. For Guyuina, he said that he felt different, although he did not have any feelings, but he was better than Lingyu, and he wanted to be a dragon knight. Chapter 44. Guyuina stepped forward and said, The things you ordered have been done, thank you master. You are not a maid, and my name is Lin Tian. For Guyuina, he said that he felt different, although he did not have any feelings, but he was better than Lingyu, and he wanted to be a dragon knight. Guyuina looked at him twice more when she heard this, thinking that she was special. A lot of things have passed in my head, which can be described as self-strategy. His favorability towards Lin Tian improved a bit. Good Lin Tian. After speaking, a smile inadvertently pulled out at the corner of his mouth, and that smile added a color to the face that did not apply powder. Lin Tian stepped forward slightly stunned. Pinched his face and said, Smile more, the smile suits you, now that you have a great vendetta and the god realm is in control, you should smile more. Thank you. Guyuina did not break free this time, and the blush slowly crept up her face. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he knew what a beauty was picturesque, and slowly lowered his head and tapped his mouth on her lips. At this time, her face turned even redder, the first time she had experienced this kind of thing in tens of thousands of years, and her face was full of shame. Okay, I don't have anything to do in the God realm, I am ready to go to the Nether realm, I have taken those maids with me, you can operate it well in the God realm. Lin Tian let go of Guyuina and said. Humph. In Guyuina's eyes, Lin Tian pulled Brigitte Ziji Xiaowu and Ling Yu to leave, come to the God world for a stroll, and then go down, and when the two goddesses of life and kindness wake up, pull them down. The 5 people stopped and took a good look at this Doluo's God realm. On the way, Lin Tian casually spoke, you should all have obtained gods, all of them are first-level gods. Yes, except for Xiao Wu, who is one of the 5 supreme gods, the other 4 of us are first-level main gods. Ling Yu was the first to speak. Very good, Guyuina is really relieved to do things. By the way, in the afternoon, I will remember to ask him for an artifact to cover the breath of the soul beast. After all, your cultivation is not qualified enough, it is easy for others to see that you are a soul beast, although it has no effect, but I feel very troublesome. Xiao Wu nodded stunnedly, in fact, from yesterday to now, he still felt a little incredible. Even if you don't practice, you can cultivate to a great increase, inherit the Azura God in order, and every soul ring is given by God. That's good. Lin Tian touched her little head, such a cute little loli, who doesn't love it? Tang San eat, wait for himself to come to you, wash your neck and wait. Such a day passed leisurely, but the supporting roles in the evening changed, this time it was Brigitte and Zig who accompanied him to the canyon, although the little dance did not participate, but the whole time was outside listening. Including the spirit kite, too, can't wait to rush in to participate in the battlefield and steam the canyon with the owner, but helpless, helpless. Although Brigitte is not pristine, Zig still, and she feels better if she is not pristine, but the sound is an accelerator, constantly leading him and marching forward to the canyon. However, compared to the combat effectiveness, it is far inferior to Zig, after all, Zig's strength is stronger and combative. On the other side, the goddess of life pulled the goddess of goodness to walk carelessly in the God world. The God world of kindness is now undergoing a big reshuffle, my protection from the destruction of life, we can also be regarded as feeding demons with our bodies, we must form a balance and balance, in the future, the next color on the body will be pulled over to be a maid, and the sky of the God world must be stabilized. No wonder the voice is louder than me, more charming than me, why didn't the kid of destruction do it? Good. But these things can't be done now, we have to go to the Nether to accompany him, but fortunately, the upper realm is a day and a year in the Nether, and we won't ascend many gods in the God realm for the next year. Well, we have to defend the divine realm. The goddess of life said earnestly. Guyuina on the other side was busy, first of all, he began to win over the remaining gods, and paid more attention to those who were good-looking, after all, he would be his concubine, maid, in the future, and he had to enlist his own strength. He more or less began to bring into the status of his main palace, and then he subdued them in this god realm, and he couldn't turn the sky over. Spirit Doluo and Lin Tian disappeared for 2 years, they didn't care at first, but then they began to intervene in the investigation, and went deep into the great forest to find many different things, especially after going deep into the core, the original overlord was gone, which made them very puzzled. Half a year later, they came to the conclusion that maybe tomorrow they had barely killed the lord of the Star Do Great Forest, and the 2 were seriously injured and ran to recuperate. But after such a long time has not returned, it is more and more intriguing, and it began to circulate up and down that Lin Tian's kid took down the spirit Iris Doluo and ran to live in seclusion somewhere. Chapter 45. P.S. After being locked up in a small black room for half a year, they came to the conclusion that maybe tomorrow they walked shit luck and barely killed the lord of the Star Do Great Forest, and the two were seriously injured and ran to recuperate. But after such a long time has not returned, it is more and more intriguing, and it began to circulate up and down that Lin Tian's kid took down the spirit Iris Doluo and ran to live in seclusion somewhere. For this betrayal, Bibi Dong directly issued a wanted warrant. It has been 2 years, 2 years have forgotten a lot of things, many people have little memory of them. Let's go, Satsuki will leave it to you next. After Lin Tian explained some things, he left with a large group of people. 2 days in the God realm should also go back, the nether has passed 2 days, it can't be too long. As everyone returned to the Doluo continent, they hired a large carriage and set off towards Wuhan city. I also learned some things on the road. It turned out that he and Lingyu had been wanted in the past 2 years, which made the two a little stunned, but it didn't matter. Lin Tian immediately asked Lingyu to go to the Martial Soul Hall first to talk about his past 2 years, saying that he had received the inheritance of the gods, so he had stayed there for a long time. It's the master, I'll go right away, it's just. Before she left, she looked at him with such affection, her face full of reluctance. Okay, I'll be with you for a day. Okay. Lin Tian could only say when he looked at that longing look. Lingyu suddenly pounced on him like a peach blossom and left a deep kiss on his face, looking at her silky appearance, and couldn't help pinching her peak. The master came back to reward people well? After saying that, he threw his wink and took a step first, and quickly headed towards Wuhan city. The spirit kite disappeared, and he really couldn't hold back this enthusiasm. Lin Tian then looked at the 5 women, thinking that it should be interesting along the way. The carriage has not been tried, the carriage has been traveling for a long time, and Xiao Wu has seen a lot during this period, which can be described as an eye-opener, and he has also participated. Of course, there is nothing like that. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Xiao Wu with a blushing face afterwards, but he didn't expect that she would still be able to. Originally a 3-day journey, they used 7 days alive, 7 days of stop and go, try to avoid mainstream cities. After all, such a big shock, too eye-catching. The carriages are almost overburdened. As early as 6 days ago, the spirit kite had arrived at the Martial Soul Hall to report to Bibi Dong, and at the beginning he still let everyone in the Martial Soul Hall be on guard, and only after explaining the reason did he put down the mustard. After listening to the entire explanation, Bibi Dong stared at her with burning eyes. Are you sure that it is the inheritance of the real gods? Under the Pope's crown, I can be sure that when he comes, I will know that those 6,100,000-year soul rings cannot be fake. On the first day, she waited in the Martial Soul Hall for 6 days before getting the news that they had reached the outskirts of Wuhan city. In the past 7 days, Lin Tian has not gone offline to do some things about conquering the canyon, passed on to them the art of dancing the air, and can fly freely. For the 2 gods of life and goodness, these things are dispensable, but for other people, it is different. They are all geniuses who can live from soul beasts for so long, none of them are of the same species, and they can learn it in 3 days at the slowest. The little dance learned to wander around the sky for a while before returning to the carriage and going to the sky again after licking hard. I don't know if it's the role of biological age or what, now she is 8 or 9 years old, not that he is too beastly, which 8 or 9 years old have you seen crush modern people in terms of figure? Doghead protection. For others, mastering a way to fly without consuming soul power is also the icing on the cake. Even if the 2 gods can fly, they still learn this air dance art after all. The goddess of life's feelings about this cheap owner are extremely mysterious, as if there is no end. In the past 7 days, he has endured some unimaginable things, at least physically, he has slowly surrendered. This is Wuhan city. Brigitte Ziji and Xiao Wu looked at the towering and majestic city through the window of the carriage. And life and goodness are 2 people who see angelic gods and gods everywhere. The 2 looked at each other. It turned out that this Martial Soul Hall was a religious subordinate of the angel god, so he had his own operation. When Ling Kite learned that they had come to Wuhan city, he entered the carriage, pounced under him and said with a mouth, "Master, you are also too slow to come. Why are you still in a hurry?" Lin Tian pinched her nose and said angrily, "By the way, how about explaining it to Bibi Dong?" Good. Everyone entered the martial soul hall. Several women had already got down from the carriage, leading the martial soul hall. Those guards frequently looked sideways. Originally they thought that the spirit kite elder was beautiful enough, but in front of these women was really ashamed of themselves. Even the youngest little dance was far more beautiful than her. Lin Tian got down from the carriage. He didn't care about that line of eyes. "Just look at you, anyway, it's not yours." He walked in front. Those goddess-like figures followed behind so obediently. Walking into the main hall, looking at Bibi Dong who was high above, the aggression in his eyes was not hidden, directly indicating that I had a showdown and did not pretend. Bibi Dong is a little disgusted with such eyes, and hates such eyes, and the last person with such eyes, how high the turning grass is. "Chihiro, that's me. I heard that you have received the inheritance of gods, please show me." Chapter 46. Bibi Dong is a little disgusted with such eyes, and hates such eyes, and the last person with such eyes, how high the turning grass is. "Chihiro, that's me. I heard that you have received the inheritance of gods, please show me." Lin Tian didn't say anything more when he heard this, and directly released 6 100,000 year soul rings, and those 6 crimson red rings shone on the entire main hall, and the strong sense of oppression made the other elders breathless. As far as ordinary titled Doluo was concerned, having a 100,000 year soul ring was already a luxury, but he didn't expect that he actually had 6. Life and kindness found traces of the Rakshasa god in Bibi Dong's figure, and it seemed that Bibi Dong should be the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and a person who should be wooed. Very good. It really lived up to my expectations. Although I hate such eyes, I still have to make an expression, otherwise how can I protect my majesty? From now on, you will be my martial soul hall holy son. Lin Tian smiled slightly, turned to his subordinates and gave orders, "Life is kind, and you block this space. Except for small dances. Xiao Wu still don't make fun, she really can't do it now." The 2 supreme gods of life and goodness unfolded the divine ring, and everyone who was pressed by the huge pressure lay on the ground and could not move, and life could not bear to look at their wailing and painful appearance, but it didn't matter if you sacrificed for the sake of the world. Brigid Purple Kite also did not sit idle, blocking all entrances and exits, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. The elder and the others were lying on the ground, while Bibi Dong was slumped in his chair. "Including you Xiaogang and your daughter, by the way, I would like to introduce you to those 2, one is the goddess of life, the other is the goddess of goodness, much stronger than your Rakshasa god and the angel god you believe in. They are one of the 5 god kings of the god realm." This kind of threatening words is not the first time. Lin Tian walked towards Bibi Dong leisurely, came to her and looked at her eyes that were about to tear herself, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pinch her chin. "How? What are your considerations? Do you want to die with that waste jade Xiaogang of yours, or do you mean to survive?" Bibi Dong did not speak, his resentful eyes stared at him like this, and his heart began to measure, and finally concluded that he could not die now. "Gee, really resentful eyes, your Pope Chihiro died unjustly? Oh, you may not know, let me give you a brief introduction to what happened back then." Lin Tian lifted her up from the chair, sat down and half-hugged her, feeling this exquisite body, he smiled softly. "Back then, your holy daughter Bibi Dong liked a waste and Xiaogang, and the jade Xiaogang back then was also considered a scum. With the help of the huge information of the Martial Soul Hall, what is the top 10 competitiveness of the Martial Soul or what? Just this your brain-dead saint girl still believes, and still favors him. You say that he is not a brain-dead, a waste that is not even level 30, and he is actually worthy of his affection, and you say whether you should be angry if you become Pope. These things are all secrets back then, and the elders lying on the ground below have no idea that there is such a thing. Bibi Dong's eyes now only had killing intent. And Lin Tian ignored it and climbed the peak with his own care, clearly feeling the resistance of Bibi Dong's body. Then there was that waste Yu Xiaogang still wanted to pull Bibi Dong to elope. Bibi Dong actually wanted to go at that time. It was really a white-eyed wolf, a person who took the resources of the martial soul hall, fully supported a waste and also wanted to leave the martial soul hall. I really don't know what was going on in my head at that time, and then I'll break the news for you about the next thing. Bibi Dong saw that he didn't say anything, and hurriedly looked at him with pleading eyes, which was a great scandal for himself. Hey! Life kindness, let go of the blockade space, and I want to transmit my voice to every corner of Wuhan City. Lin Tian is now going to crush all her pride. Life hesitated slightly, but when he saw Lin Tian's cold eyes, his body trembled and nodded. Next, that white-eyed wolf Bibi Dong really wants to implement the plan to elope with waste Jade Xiaogang. The martial soul hall has cultivated her since she was a child, and he just uses the martial soul hall as a tool. How did this white-eyed wolf not kill you back then? Oh yes, because he was pregnant with your Pope Chihiro's child at that time. This revelation made those below suddenly startled. This and this kind of thing. Those who worshipped the temple also heard it, and Qian Daoliu also knew that some of them were hidden, but something must have happened when it was revealed like this, and everyone was summoned to the papal palace. As soon as I walked out, my footsteps stopped, because the sound came out again. Then your Pope Kyungsun was ill, and in desperation, he grabbed Bibi Dong into the secret room, for his most proud disciple, twin martial souls, and the best bearer of his angel family. Such a betrayal was never acceptable to him, and then the words did not continue, but pinched Bibi Dong in his arms, looked at her already somewhat pale face, gritted his teeth and tried to say, "Please, I promise, please." Oh, well, it was the creation movement that everyone liked to see, and after those few days, Bibi Dong also successfully conceived the child of the angel family. Or that waste left the martial soul hall after not getting news from Bibi Dong, and actually liked his cousin Lu Erlong in the end, a beast who was a fool, and he liked his cousin on the front foot before he parted ways with the white-eyed wolf Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong's vision was really bad enough. Those people below listened with their mouths wide open. The physical pain was completely lower than the mental shock. Their eyes couldn't help but look at Bibi Dong in the man's arms, and the previous admiration in their eyes was gone, completely disdainful and a trace of nausea. My personal opinion is that everyone reads differently. Chapter 47. In fact, if Chihiro could flirt slowly, there would be no Yu Xiaogang's business, but he didn't think about the white-eyed wolf apprentice he brought, and fell in love with a waste he didn't expect so quickly, which no one can accept. And after that, Bibi Dong gave birth to his daughter Qianyu Shui every day with resentment, and Chihiro died in the battle with Tang Hao later. In fact, it was basically crushed back then, but why did he die bizarrely? Out of a hint of pity for him and affection for his granddaughter, Sendoryu made him pope. Well, today's story is shared here. What kind of person Bibi Dong is has you to evaluate. Shuang. Your own opinion, you can also be wrong. Lin Tian's eyes signaled kindness and life to let go of suppression, and everyone slowly stood up from the ground, looking at Bibi Dong with resentment in their eyes. And the people around him Bibi Dong. Although he was physically released, he was mentally devastated. Without hesitation, all aspects hit her. Bai Yue Guanjiu Xiaogang, who he insisted on, turned out to like his cousin when he left him. How ridiculous. Oh, by the way, Yu Xiaogang is still using the elder token of the martial soul hall to execute swagger and deception. It is simply misleading, and he also said that the martial soul limit must be how many years. It is completely a fart, as long as his physical body is strong enough to withstand the soul ring. This sentence directly blocked all the roads behind Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong looked back at his originally confident and bright eyes with complete dead silence. Is Yu Xiaogang really like what you said? Bibi Dong, are you a fool? Lin Tian directly slapped her round buttocks, and the pain for a moment made her slowly come back to her senses. Waste, if I kill you Xiao Gang, since he is not true to you, then you don't have to feel guilty. Bibi Dong, if Bibi Dong can turn back time, will you still choose the brain-dead decision at the beginning? At this time, Qian Daoliu slowly walked into the Pope Palace, followed by many titled Doluo. Hehe, don't go and serve your angel god, what are you doing here? Your Excellency, don't go overboard. Lin Tian didn't bother to signal life and kindness to continue, and then he lay down again with joy. Angel god seems to have been destroyed by me, right? Thought such a god and began to inquire about life. Yes master, at that time the god realm had died, and most of the gods, the sea god, the angel god, and the Raksha god. Ooh! Qian Daoliu listened to their words and only felt that he was ashamed, but looking up at the life and kindness not far away, there was nothing wrong with that divine breath, it was indeed God. Bibi Dong, give you another choice, now that the Rakshasa god is gone, your divine examination may not be able to be carried out, I give you the divine position, how about you be my maid? Bibi Dong nodded, now the only thing that matters to him is his daughter and the divine position. Very good, kind, you go and contact to pass the divine throne to Bibi Dong. It's the master. After contacting Guyuina in the god realm in kindness, a dark red light appeared in the sky, and that light sneaked into Bibi Dong's body. Just for a moment Bibi Dong's arrogance soared, soul power had begun to transform into divine power, and a divine ring appeared behind it, and a simple god was created. Bibi Dong was very stunned after obtaining the divine position. And he suddenly became a god. It was incredible, her body leaned on her chest behind her, this fateful behavior made everyone jealous, and she became a god like this? Those titled Doluo lying on the ground hated that she was not a beautiful woman, but the eyes that looked at him were radiant with hope that he could reward a god position. Qian Daoliu was bitter in his heart, he didn't expect that he could become the granddaughter of the angel god the most, Qian Chensu, actually had the qualifications to become a god in the stillbirth, but did not have the fate of becoming a god. Qian Daoliu, you and your granddaughter will discuss that as long as he is willing to be my maid, the angelic god will still be hers. These words shocked everyone present, and Bibi Dong in his arms tightly clutched Lin Tian's clothes, which made him unable to accept it for a while. Yes. When he finished saying this, the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared, and kindness and life were needless to say to remove the pressure on him. Lin Tian saw that the time was ripe, and then pinched the thing in his arms to signal her to get up. Bibi Dong didn't know what to do, and the look of being overwhelmed made him helpless, and originally wanted to stand up and pretend to be 13. From now on, I will actively prepare for war, I will dominate the Doluo continent. And go all out to hunt down Tang Hao, Tang San, Yu Xiao Gang, and run an excellent reward god position. There are only 3 shrines. Chapter 48. Lin Tian saw that the time was ripe, and then pinched the thing in his arms to signal her to get up. Bibi Dong didn't know what to do, and the look of being overwhelmed made him helpless, and originally wanted to stand up and pretend to be 13. From now on, I will actively prepare for war, I will dominate the Doluo continent. And go all out to hunt down Tang Hao, Tang San, Yu Xiao Gang, and run an excellent reward god position. There are only 3 shrines. The 3 god positions are bombshell-like rewards, instantly igniting everyone's greed. The premise is that there must be a spirit kite like this, I don't want the rest, the quality must be high. After speaking, everyone looked at the spirit kite for a few more points, and they nodded secretly for such a unit of measurement. Okay, let's all disperse. Lin Tian left the Pope Palace with Bibi Dong in his arms, and she was not polite to the lovely person in her arms. Bibi Dong didn't care anymore, and he couldn't help but tremble when he came to his room, lying on the familiar bed, and his body skin was touched. The divine position of Lord Rakshasa makes you more alluring, and the wrinkles on your face completely disappear. Lin Tian didn't do much flirting, leaned over and grabbed the delicate lip flap, and began to fight the Kenyan with her. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger, and she is no exception, just at first full of rustiness, and gradually began to cater to it. A loud symphony began to resound throughout the room. 3 days had passed since this life, and 3 days of his absurdity, during which countless beautiful women were forced or voluntarily to come and become maids. For example, Swick, the 2 sisters of the Zhu family, Duguyan, and other famous figures, but I didn't see Ning Rong. It should be that the strength of the 7 treasure-glazed sect itself is relatively strong, and it is not enough to let them take the initiative or be forced. During this period, Chidoryu also found his granddaughter and explained all this to her. She did not speak about her mother's brain-dead and pitiful experience, and she hesitated when she learned that she could obtain the angel god position and the corresponding price. After thinking about it in her room for a whole night, she finally decided to agree, but she still could not resist the temptation in front of the divine throne. Lin Tian looked at the group of beautiful women standing in his courtyard, and his heart was a little fluctuating, but for those who were not old after all, he did not start, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu and so on. However, Zhu Zuyun and Qianchen Sokan, the former knew when he came that his affairs can be described as well-behaved and charming, let alone melt into my body, get favored and obtain a divine position. For such a he is not polite. He fought with her in the canyon that night, very runny or novice, this kitten-like physique can make him taste endlessly, especially the huge capital, but he experienced it for a long time, until Zhu Zuyun was tired on the canyon, after the flood this battlefield. Qianchen Su is different, she is still quite interested in the important heroine of Doluo, and when the day comes, she gave her the angel god position, and let her change into a 6-winged angel to look at herself. However, he did not eat her at the first time, but focused his energy on others. Time has been quietly accelerating. And in the blink of an eye it has been a month. Within this month, he had already detected the information of Tang Hao's father and son, and was ready to start arresting him, sending 15 titled Doluo, and he himself was ready to take a look. As for Yu Xiaogang, I'm sorry that the reputation has long been rotten on the street, and a radical elder of the martial soul hall completely died in an unknown forest under the action, and the final outcome was eaten by jackals and wild dogs, and when it was discovered, it was basically no flesh and blood, or found in the clothes on his body. This news reached the ears of Bibi Dong of the martial soul hall, for this kind of news did not make him have the slightest wave. Yu Xiaogang is just a guest in life, these days has been busy fighting with Lin Tian in the canyon. Evil, he even pulled Qian Cheng Shui over to watch, but did not eat her. At least Qian Cheng Shui looked at his eyes with infinite complexity. In her heart Lin Tian is a womanizer full of evil taste. Okay, you all learn to dance the air art, let's go with me to have some fun and see Tang San. It's the master. A large group of people have set out one after another, dozens of strong people have already gone to hurry first, they are just watching from the sidelines. Until the sunset forest, I didn't expect the 2 to hide here. When Lin Tian came, Tang Hao was already paralyzed on the ground, and his limbs were scrapped twice, which should have exploded the ring, and our protagonist Tang San was still a little boy, supporting Tang Hao next to him, looking at the title Doluo around him, sighing that his life was not long. Tang San, as long as you hand over your knowledge from the previous life, Xian Tian Gong, Purple Pole Demon Pupil, Ghost Shadow Mystery, etc., I will consider releasing you. Lin Tian levitated in the air, looking condescendingly at the father and son on the ground. Chapter 49. Tang San, as long as you hand over your knowledge from the previous life, Xian Tian Gong, Purple Pole Demon Pupil, Ghost Shadow Mystery, etc., I will consider releasing you. Lin Tian levitated in the air, looking condescendingly at the father and son on the ground. Tang San's face was expressionless when he heard this, but his heart was terrified, and he had never revealed how these things could be. No need to doubt, by the way, Tang Hao, you are also quite miserable, finally had a child with your soul beast wife, but found that the child is not your original child at all. Tang San next to you is actually an adult in the other world, at least the soul is, and he is also a person who steals the master and cheats the ancestor in the other world, heck. And your original son has long been killed by Tang San, and the soul of this body is no longer the child you think. What are you talking nonsense? Lin Tian expressed his hee-hee at Tang Hao's incompetent fury and rage, and continued to say, Tang Hao, why don't you think about where he can have those things as a child, and it is a dark weapon and something else, are you a fool? Shut up! Tang Hao tried his best to lift the Haoshan hammer again, smashing it fiercely at himself. The huge giant hammer surrounded the lightning towards him. Lin Tian blew a breath and blew the Haoshan hammer back. Tang San, you give it or not, and appeared in front of the two in the next moment, pinching his neck deadly, and casually knocking Tang Hao unconscious. Pinching Tang San's strength a little more can make him reincarnate again. Tang San blushed, but in the next second, he flew out a dark weapon from the cuff. Oh, the left side of the door. After saying that, he directly twisted his neck. Xian Tiangong is just the most basic thing for himself to explore the double cultivation of life and life, and they should be able to extract soul memories in life. Life extracts the memory of the dead. Lin Tian directly threw Tang San aside, and life descended from the air to start moving. System check-in. He wanted to try whether killing the protagonist to check-in would have unexpected gains. Half an hour for check-in time. Oh, hearing this time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Is there really any bonus for the protagonist of the sand? It seems that this system still needs to be developed well, there are many unknown areas to understand. In less than 10 minutes, life came from Tang San's corpse, and 3 points of light condensed on his hand. It seems that it has already been extracted. I really don't understand. Tang San's operation is a Xian Tiangong, I don't know how to process it for so many years, it's all to step 5, and I still use this thing. Really low. Master Tang San's memory has been extracted, he is indeed a person from another world. Here is the cultivation method of Ghost Shadow Mystery, Xian Tiangong, and Purple Pole Demon Pupil. He glanced at it twice, remembered these training methods, and then said, okay, these cultivation exercises will be passed on to the maids. It's the master. Life returned to the maid group, and told all these cultivation methods to everyone in the maid group. This exercise that can improve the speed of soul power cultivation, they are still quite hot, that kind of exercise is directly given to them, so it is promising to follow the master, it can be seen from this. The group dragged Tang Hao back like this. And Tang San's body was directly exposed to the wilderness. Lin Tian thought of something, and ordered his subordinates to dig up the blue-silver grass in a cave in the back mountain where Tang Hao lived in seclusion, and the family would be neat, and Ayin was not ready to let go. It is impossible for Tang Hao's father and son Hao Tianzong to capture Tang Hao's father and son Hao Tianzong with such fanfare, but no one dares to move because of the Qiande Liu who sat in the town that day. Everyone returned to the Martial Soul Hall, announced the results of this battle, and informed Hao Tianzong of the origin of Tang San. At this moment, Hao Tianzong's hatred for the Martial Soul Hall seemed to have decreased. After all, there are not many good people who are hidden in this way. I just felt that the Martial Soul Hall had become better, but the next news made their angry martial souls all come out. If you want Tang Hao, take Tang Yuehua in exchange. But they can't resist either. The pressure of this martial soul hall overwhelms them. Hao Tian is always breathless, they only have one title Doluo in total, how can they resist the martial soul hall? For the sake of his own interests and in exchange for another title Doluo, Hao Tianzong had to contact Tang Yuehua, the lord of Yuexuan, wanting to know his affection and persuade him to agree. Lin Tian, holding Erlang's legs, sitting on the chair in the courtyard, looking at Tang Yuehua who came below, at first glance, it seemed to be 27 or 8 years old, but her eyes seemed to see through everything in the world, which was by no means comparable to a 27 or 8-year-old woman. The silver palace dress looks so fit on her body, and in terms of temperament alone, I am afraid that only Bibi Dong can compare with it. A very good beauty, nodded and said to the next person that Tang Hao was released. Tang Yuehua looked at him so quietly, and finally saw Tang Hao from a distance, and found at a glance that he had been taken out. His good big brother had been decadent to the extreme, and in the past few days, he kept thinking about what Lin Tian said, and he felt more and more guilty, feeling sorry for Yin, sorry for his son. Well, things are done, then you have to correct yourself and come up. Lin Tiangu hooked his hand and instructed to come closer. Tang Yuehua was very struggling in her heart. She wanted to die just like this, but finally thought that if she died, her sect and eldest brother would not be implicated. In desperation, he had to step forward. Chapter 50. Tang Yuehua was very struggling in her heart. She wanted to die just like this, but finally thought that if she died, her sect and eldest brother would not be implicated. In desperation, he had to step forward. Lin Tian looked at her carefully, his aggressive eyes as if he wanted to swallow her alive. Well, it's very good, I have a really good vision. He took her into his arms and began to walk. Tang Yuehua closed her eyes in pain, at her mercy, and the corners of her eyes involuntarily wept, crying for the beauty. He was still quite distressed, so as a great benevolent, he pulled him into the room and tossed to give him a certain amount of respect. After a day of tossing, he was also rarely idle, without any maid around. Start preparing for cultivation. It is worth mentioning that he really didn't guess wrong. After killing the protagonist, he signed in again, and there was really a certain bonus, and he obtained the only practice of cultivating true immortals so far, the immortal cultivation technique, immortal cultivation version, which can be cultivated up to the Yuan baby. I didn't expect that such a big thing could actually burst out in this small world. It seems that I will go to the small world in the future to kill some protagonists, and then make up for half a year or a year of that buff superposition. Thinking about it will converge my mind, can no longer fantasize so much. First down-to-earth cultivation of immortality, to solve the problem of short life and fragile soul. At the beginning of cultivation, he also had a half understanding of the exercises above the immortal recipe, and he pondered for several days before he began to formally cultivate. In the past few days, they have not touched the maid, but let them have their own private small group. Among them, there are mainly two factions. One is the Soul Beast faction represented by Guyuina, and the other is the other faction composed of the Goddess of Life and Goodness, and the number of the two factions is similar. Now that he is officially cultivating, he should put the female color aside a little. At least it is better to touch less in the early stage of cultivation, but for him, he has earned at least what he can eat, and there are still several years to eat what he can't eat. Lin Tian officially entered cultivation. This time, he chose to cultivate in the mountain and river society, and the aura there should be much stronger than the world of the Doluo continent. Sure enough, when he officially stepped into Su Xing, he once again entered the mountain and river society G2 and found that it was different. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and it was too suitable for his own cultivation. In just one night, he refined the first ray of aura, which was quite powerful in terms of talent. Lin Tian was cultivating here, and those maids outside did not stop the road to become stronger. He had already told them that he would do what the maid group would slowly become stronger in the future, and giving them Xiantian Gong was just like this. Even Tang Yuehua, who was born unable to cultivate, was surprised to find that after mastering Xiantian Gong, her soul power began to slowly improve, but she was happy to herself, and she couldn't improve her strength for a while, which has always been her biggest sore spot. She was very pleased with such a sudden change, and her hatred for the cheap owner was reduced a little. Now the martial soul hall has been actively preparing for war, constantly expanding outward. Qian Chensu has accumulated a lot of strength when the Heaven Do Empire appointed the prince before, so the speed of annexing the Heaven Do Empire is faster, but the Star Do Empire is particularly fierce in resistance. For the affairs of the outside world, Lin Tian did not interfere much, and left it all to the maid group to manage, the most important of which was handed over to Bibi Dong for the reason of power, and her ability was still relatively recognized. These days, he basically appeared every 3 days, and his strength was also soaring, and he had successfully become a peak existence in the refining period in just 1 month. When they appear, they always pull people to fight in the canyon. They are all in batches, pulling people to fight, and occasionally new people are also pulled in when they report for duty. In general, the current maid group, in addition to the original name of Lingyu, Xiaohu, Bridget, Ziji, Life, Kindness, Bibidong, Qianchensu, Hulina, Duguyan, Zhuzuyun, Zhuzuking, Swick, Fire Dance, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Snow Dance, Churuo Shui, Tang Yuehua, and Baiuk Xiang. As for the others without names, there are no names. Among them, Tian Shui Academy was basically packed by itself, and there were 50 maid groups, and there were currently 20 who could be named. Divided by strength, life is kind than Bibidong. But whether you can eat or not eat is another matter. At least get 18 years old, otherwise you can't get your mouth, and the river crab god won't let him go. In the blink of an eye, after 3 years in the Doluo world, Xiao Wu and other protagonists have reached the age of 12, and all the living pavilions are jade. Zhu Zuqing is an exception, and his figure is as explosive as his sister. In 3 years, the Doluo continent has tended to be unified, the surrender of those sects, the slaughter of the slaughter, the emperor, that is naturally him, but he, the emperor, did not do it for long to make a handshake cabinet, and the full power was handed over to Bibidong. In 3 years, he had already raised his cultivation to the golden pill stage, which was already slow, and if it weren't for the fact that he had worked hard to develop the use of Dragon Ball Qi in the past 3 years, he would have already cultivated the immortal technique to perfection. Now Qi is like a part of his body for himself, which can be used at will, developed to an unimaginable extent, and if he wants to, he can use Qi to form a Gatling. He also dived into the deep sea to cultivate from time to time, and the strong pressure pressed him, and in general, his training did not fall, and he would still be officially put on the agenda after sinking for a long time. The beast form has still not been developed, maybe its own precipitation is still less, but the mysterious form has reached its peak. Chapter 51. He also dived into the deep sea to cultivate from time to time, and the strong pressure pressed him, and in general, his training did not fall, and he would still be officially put on the agenda after sinking for a long time. The beast form has still not been developed, maybe its own precipitation is still less, but the mysterious form has reached its peak. As for the Doluo martial soul has long been completed, the 2 martial souls are all 100,000 year soul rings, of which the ocean contribution is relatively large, and what deep sea demon whale king and the like have long been killed by themselves. The Arctic land snow girl and the ice emperor themselves were included in the maid group, and now, the resources of the entire Doluo continent have been almost integrated by themselves. The royal families of the 2 empires were also swept up by themselves, and they were all sent to the maid group, especially the Empress Xingluo, who was simply moist and ripe peaches, and the Zhu family was also cleaned by themselves. Ning Rongrong handed it over when more than 20 titled Doluo came to the 7 treasure glazed sect. Of course, he also fulfilled his promise and promised it to the martial soul hall, the 3 divine positions. Unexpectedly, there is also one of Jiandaoliu, among which he has the most joyful behavior and the greatest action credit still has to be given. On the night of the bestowment of the throne, Qianchensu took the initiative to come to the door and provided him with a lot of newly learned knowledge. However, after Jiandaoliu obtained the divine position, he inadvertently saw the figure in the courtyard that he was haunted by dreams Pozizi, who had long been on the way to hunt the deep sea demon whale king, and gave her the sea god position directly, and the heroines in the original work also gave the god position accordingly, and the divine position in their hands was almost scattered, and those who could be called were basically given. So the current maid group can be described as extremely well behaved, serving their master wholeheartedly, joking, "There is a god who does not know how to be content, what kind of bicycle do you want?" Today, 3 years later, he barely came to sleep together, did not call everyone, but called a name and surname to come. This marshal led these dozen generals to conquer the canyon, but he was exhausted. On the second day, I held my waist, but after eating another fairy bean, it quickly eased. He has come to this kind of thing several times, from the original 40 stars to 35. I always feel that wasting fairy beans is a loss in this kind of thing, but think that I can check in the Dragon Ball world again in the future. Sitting on a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun, lying on his body is Xiao Wu. In 3 years, Xiao Wu's strength has also risen sharply to the title Doluo, only one step away from inheriting the divine throne. Lin Tian, how are you playing in the nether? The words were very cold, and there was a hint of vinegar. Following the direction of the voice, I saw Guyuina, who had not been seen for 3 years, and she had not seen him for 3 years, and her body had a more divine light. If she could score, she must be a percentage, and she couldn't pick out a little flaw in her. Okay, I'll accompany you to the divine realm after today. By the way, how did the divine realm deal with it? Guyuina began to explain what she had done in the divine realm in the past 3 days, starting from the inside out, unclogging her own forces, allowing the divine realm to resume operation again, and pulling a few soul beasts from the nether realm as important officials. Let's hold a wedding in the god realm, right? The words came from Guyuina's mouth. She had always felt that Lin Tian felt different about herself, and after getting his nod, she smiled and signaled Xiao Wu to lie on Lin Tian's chest. When the second day came, he began to announce that the world would inform him about returning to the god realm, and would pull all his maids, and the throne of the nether realm would be controlled by Sendai Oryu. After saying that, he took all the women to the divine realm in full view, and the sect master Ning and the others sitting below were full of relief, and at first they were still very resentful, and they did such a dictatorial thing for such a dictator. But today, seeing his daughters soaring to the upper realm, one by one, he was full of satisfaction, and his family would never be broken. Soon back to the god world, Guyuina began to hold the god world wedding non-stop. Life and kindness are also the beginning of non-stop, sorting out her sphere of influence, cannot forget her original intention, although in the past 3 years she has almost forgotten what her original intention was like, a little sinking. On the second day of the divine realm, the wedding begins. The wedding of the divine realm was obviously complicated and cumbersome, and it took a long time to stop. Lin Tian entered the cave room. This was his wedding in Doluo, looking at Guyuina, who was sitting obediently on the marriage bed, wearing red makeup, covering her head with a red hood, and a maid beside her, slender and tall. Wears a red power suit with silver piping. A large pink-blue wavy long hair is wrapped in a buba. The long hair can cover the entire back, all the way to the hips. There is no such character in the original work, so he asked with some doubts, "Who are you?" "It is the housemaid of the Lord." "Oh, it turns out to be a Rui beast. This is Xiang Grui, and being by your side will definitely improve your luck." Lin Tian did not forget the dinner, stepped forward and gently lifted the red hood, revealing that peerless beauty. The face that originally did not need pink today added a touch of red makeup. Looking at such a beauty, it was really intoxicating. "Madam, it's time for us to rest." "Yes, husband." Guyuina shouted out the word husband June shyly, and her red face became even more alluring. Lin Tian leaned over and pounced on the beauty, kissed the red and tender seductive lips, and slowly eliminated the clothes of the two. He looked at the snow-like beauty under him, his appetite was great, and he began to conquer the canyon with a muffled snort. Since the opponent is a dragon, the physical strength is excellent. It also took him 2 hours to tame it. Wang Chuer was looking at this living spring on the side. Her face was already red, she didn't know what to do, and her body was a little unnatural. Chapter 52. Since the opponent is a dragon, the physical strength is excellent. It also took him 2 hours to tame it. Wang Chuer was looking at this living spring palace on the side. Her face was already red, she didn't know what to do, and her body was a little unnatural. For Wang Chuer to arrive tomorrow and not in a hurry to eat tonight, she hugged Guyuina like this. After all, this is the wife that she is marrying, and she can't lose the big because of the small. The rest of the days are so at ease, cultivating in the God realm, and then tasting food, there is nothing else. If there are many, the Conquest Canyon can also be regarded as one. After accompanying everyone in the God realm for a year, the resources of the Doluo world were almost collected by themselves, and it was time to go back. After discussing with Guyuina, he was also willing to follow him. After all, there was no improvement above the God realm, and his husband was actually from other high-level worlds, so there must be a better environment. Guyuina waved her hand, gathered all the maids together to announce this matter, discussed the future operation of the divine realm with the good life, and finally prepared to move all after 7 days. There are more than 60 people in the maid group now, most of them have already entered the title Doluo. After all, there are so many gods hand in hand, not yet become the title Doluo. How wasted is that? In this year, the maid group has eaten everything they can eat, and they have also experienced everything they can't eat. Most of the owners have changed their perception of this cheapness, in their words, everything but gradually united the front, but these more than 60 people were still divided into 2 small groups, and they were harmonious in front of Lin Tian, and they still secretly competed in private. The strongest is still dominated by Guyuina, followed by kindness in life. And the women did not talk about it, they clearly felt that there was a world of difference between Madame and them, which also gave Guyuina enough face. When the time of 7 days came, except for the infrastructure of the God realm, everything that could be moved was moved, and all of them were placed in their soul guides. Lin Tian waved his big hand, and everyone entered the mountain and river society map, and he also entered as soon as possible. As soon as everyone's eyes flowered, they came to Jinling City, which is full of ancient Chinese charm and Jiangnan. Okay, you each choose your own room. Some rooms are larger, don't empty resources, you can live 2 or 3 or more. There are robots outside to serve you, so you don't have to worry about eating and drinking every day. Good host. Lin Tian nodded and glanced at Guyuina and signaled her to arrange. Guyuina also understood, and the role of this lady was reflected. He himself always walked to an unopened mountain, took out the silver grass in the soul guide, planted it on this earth, and in his mountain and river community map, he should be able to restore his life quickly, and also informed life to send some life energy from time to time. Go back to the righteous father of the system. As soon as the light flashed, Lin Tian disappeared into Doluo time and space, and the next second returned to the place where he left the Dragon Ball time and space. Feeling the tyrannical vitality of heaven and earth, I thought, sure enough. It is the Dragon Ball world, I didn't feel it before, but after going to a small world to make a comparison, I found that there was no harm without comparison. Now he still hasn't reached the state of beast enlightenment, the next thing is to focus on cultivation. In the year of the God realm, he has cultivated to reach the peak of the golden pill, and his life is 500 years. Lin Tian returned home and found that number 18 had not returned yet. He should have not returned from shopping with Bulma. Sitting on the sofa and looking at the ceiling, I haven't been here for 4 years, and I have some strangeness. There was a sound of unlocking, number 18 and Bulma walked into the living room, the two sat on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and said with some doubt, "What's wrong with Lin Tian? Why did you come out so early today?" As soon as he finished talking about his aunt, an apple smashed at him. "Gohan, you're not well behaved. Gotta have to be sister." Lin Tian took the apple and said perfunctorily. "Humph." Number 18 stared at Tomorrow for a long time, always feeling that he was both familiar and strange, perhaps because his temperament had changed. "Bury this matter in your heart, wait until the evening to tell him what is going on." "Okay, Gohan, you're hungry too, let's go cook, you can be alone, and call me aunt again, watch my fists." "Good, good, good." After the two left, Lin Tinpan sat on the sofa, trying to attract the vitality of heaven and earth to see if he could cultivate. Just mobilizing the tyrannical heaven and earth, the vitality flowing into the body was a little uncomfortable. Immediately opened his eyes sharply and stopped cultivating. It seems that it is quite difficult for the Dragon Ball world to cultivate. No, it seems that in the future, you still have to go to the small world to find another way to improve your life, or take number 18 away. As soon as he came up with the latter, the plan was knocked out and took the 18th away, so how can he waive? This method is not appropriate, I am afraid that I will be killed. Chapter 53. As soon as he came up with the latter, the plan was knocked out and took the 18th away, so how can he waive? This method is not appropriate, I am afraid that I will be killed. It's better to accompany the 18th in the Dragon Ball world, the system checked. In check-in, the time is 5 minutes. Seeing this, he was not in the mood to pay attention to something for another 5 minutes, there was absolutely nothing good. Sit on the couch and turn on the TV and start watching the latest news or something. After a while, there were many home-cooked dishes served in the kitchen, so he put down the remote control and went to eat. Lin Tian, have you experienced anything today? In the evening, the two were lying on the bed after taking a bath, and number 18 turned to look at him with both eyes and said, "It is worthy of being a pillow person, and he knows the changes that have occurred in him. It's nothing, it's just that you suddenly figured out something, don't worry. By the way, number 18 wants to have a child," replied crisply and made a rhetorical question, "but yes, you have been working for so long, why is there no movement in my stomach, do you want to go to the hospital?" No. 18 is also an old husband and wife, but when it comes to this, there is still a trace of shame on his face, and his hands touch his stomach, feeling that it has been a year, why hasn't he moved? Hey, this one will definitely have. He is now thinking of having a descendant as soon as possible, lest there be more worlds later, it will be more difficult to want offspring, and the improvement of the realm will directly reduce the chance of having children. Thinking of this, I pulled, and on the 18th, I began to fight the Kenyan. He hasn't seen number 18 for 4 years, so this time he wants to talk to her properly. Early on the morning of the second day, number 18 covered his somewhat bulging stomach and went to the bathroom to take a bath, and he also formulated his next step of cultivation plan. Continue to the gravity room to exercise and comprehend the beast form earlier. The beginning of entering is 100 times gravity, start training, and constantly carry out move training and basic physical training. Now his life is to get up in the morning and sign in, then go to practice, eat and rest, and make people. Of course, she also went to the Mountain and River Society to stay in the map for a few days, and she couldn't always hang them in it, so she didn't recognize it. This kind of life has lasted, for half a year, the mysterious state has reached its peak, still cannot go further, I don't know why, do you really want to be angry once? Now he sits on the couch, thinking about how long Zamas will arrive in the timeline behind. The plot in the original book is 7 years after the end of Shiru, Majin Buu appeared, and then more than half a year later, that Beerus appeared, it seems to be like this, the plot of Dragon Ball Super is like this. So now that there are only 7 years left before the arrival of Zamas in the plot, there are still 7 years left, and he should be able to do it. After signing in, get the teleportation enhanced version, teleportation of the realm king god, to get this reward. Lin Tian's eyes brightened, this is unexpected, can be instantly moved to every corner of the world, several times better than the previous scenery movement. Immediately began to do the experiment and teleport to all corners of the world, including the moon once. Suddenly, he thought of a question, in the future world, there will be all the kings, then the gods must also be there, so what if you look for the god of destruction? Now that he has this teleportation, he should be able to find the location of the god of destruction, and then visit with food, let Weiss teach himself. This seems to work. No, this is not good, the risk is too great, now he also has a lot of responsibilities, wait for his own ticket to other worlds, then even if Beerus wants to kill himself, he can escape to the small world, cultivate desperately in the small world for 100 years and 1000 years, and then come back. Thinking of this, I have the next goal and began to further strengthen my training. Lin Tian, you're back. When he walked into the house, he saw No 18's hands stroking her stomach, and Bulma touching her abdomen with his hands. Hey? Could it be? He stepped forward quickly and sat on the other side of hers, his big hand covering her small hand, his expression full of happy expectation. Hee. Gohan-kun, congratulations, you're going to be a father. Lin Tian's eyes hid joy when he heard this, and he looked at number 18 to get her confirmation, only to see her nodded. Lin Tian's expression lost management at that moment, and he was extremely excited and happy. I'm going to be a dad. Ha ha ha. Experiencing something like this for the first time in my life, I was inevitably very excited. He gently stroked No 18's hand and said warmly, Number 18 has worked hard for you, thank you. Number 18 couldn't help but smile when she heard such words. She was very happy, although her husband was a cultivation maniac, he cared about his feelings. She leaned into Lin Tian's arms and enjoyed the warm moment. Lin Tian put his arm around her, gently patted his hand, his eyes were full of pampered happiness, and finally hidden was the pressure of responsibility. Bulma looked at the two of them with affection and love, a little surprised. He was not like this back then. Vegeta knew how to train. When he gave birth, he came once. Gee! You really don't treat me as an outsider, can you take care of me? Chapter 54. Bulma looked at the two of them with affection and love, a little tasteful. He was not like this back then. Vegeta knew how to train at that time, and when he gave birth, he came once. Gee! You really don't treat me as an outsider, can you take care of me? Oh, Sister Bulma, you are also there, so why don't I trouble you to go out, such. A bad word came out of his mouth, and the naked eye saw Bulma clenching his fists. Gohan, today is your big day, I don't want to beat you, you remember, tomorrow you wait for me. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and waved in front of her, signaling her to leave quickly. Good. Bulma looked angry and had to go back to her room. Take out a piece of paper to draw Lin Tian's appearance, and then paste it on the pillow. Euler. Until the evening, Bulma did not come out, and he also expressed his helplessness for this aunt who played a little temper every day, and went back more and more. Tonight he didn't go to the canyon, just hugged number 18 quietly. On the 18th, tomorrow I will not practice, and I will accompany you all day. Good Lin Tian. They two hugged each other like this, and the 18th gradually got up, and sleepiness began to fall into a coma. But he himself is quite spiritual, the first time in his life as a child, he is a little at a loss, does not know what to do, he is planning some small plans in his head. The first is to take a certain amount of time to accompany the 18th, at least not too apart until you have children. Then ask Bulma to build herself a gravity chamber with 200 times gravity. He also hopes that the system can extract the small world so that he can go to Beerus. Time slowly passed, he abandoned his distractions and began to fall asleep, but his movements were a little cautious, afraid that the movements would be too large and affect the sleep of the 18th. On the second day, I skillfully opened the check-in system again early in the morning, and then left it alone. After all, only half a year and a year, there will be more things drawn. He accompanied number 18 all day, where he went, where I go, a small follower, shopping, eating, watching a movie. There is nothing during this period that does not come over to talk, because Lin Tian's face is still very familiar to them. Everyone also thinks that he is a hero, but he is the first in his heart and he is the second, but his respect for the hero has not changed. Thank you Lin Tian, today I am very happy, and I haven't been shopping with you for some time. Remember to accompany me more next time. Number 18 stretched and took his hand in the setting sun. Okay, I know, I'll take more time to spend with you in the future. Sorry, I ignored your feelings too much before. Hey, okay. It wasn't until day 2 that he found this space-time Bulma again and asked him for the gravity chamber. Brother Gohan, you haven't been here for a while, and I heard that the 18th is pregnant? Lin Tian put his hand on Trunks' shoulder and said quite jokingly, what's wrong? Our Trunks also yearns for love, there is nothing to say boldly, brother will arrange a few for you. It's not. The whole face turned red when he was teased like this, like a pure little boy. Ha ha ha. Okay, Gohan, don't call Trunks anymore, I've already arranged your gravity chamber for you, you take it, since you have children, accompany her more, I will also go to No 18. Okay, thank you Aunt Bulma, I see. Lin Tian took the capsule, said it implicitly, and left. After returning home and making out with number 18, I went to start training more intensely. At first, it was directly added to 150 times gravity, but when he turned on, he was pressed against the floor tiles, unable to move, and his entire internal organs began to be torn. Very good, this feeling hurts, but he has prepared it in advance, he must have prepared, for example, he has a fairy bean in his mouth. He wanted this stimulating therapy that would motivate his scion passivity. Swallowing the fairy bean, the injury in the body recovered instantly, and tomorrow he also felt that his strength had increased a lot again, and the 150 times gravity was also somewhat adapted, and gradually stood up from the floor. This kind of thing has been continuing, constantly squeezing his scion passively, such an almost self-mutilating cultivation, making his strength grow rapidly, but I don't know how to be very close to that step and very far away, very contradictory. I don't know how to inspire the last step. After repeatedly pressing himself, half a year has gradually passed, and this has ushered in another whole year of check-in, hoping to have a small world. Check-in to the system. The system check-in time is 1 hour, please be patient. Lin Tian sat on the sofa with his wife, watching TV on the 18th. The 18th at this time is more charming, a smile can arouse people's desires, but hindered by their own body, think about it, don't hurt the child. At this time, I have been pregnant for half a year, the lower abdomen of the 18th has bulged, the whole person's breath has become elegant, I bask in the sun at home all day, comfortable, and rarely go out shopping. He had nothing to do this hour, so he accompanied his wife like this, and handed her some fruits to eat from time to time. My mind is also thinking about how to break the game. Do you really want to experience the ultimate anger? But my anger point seems to be only number 18 and Guyuina in the Mountain and River Society, and other women also have a little, but not much. Chapter 55. He had nothing to do this hour, so he accompanied his wife like this, and handed her some fruits to eat from time to time. My mind is also thinking about how to break the game. Do you really want to experience the ultimate anger? But my anger point seems to be only number 18 and Guyuina in the Mountain and River Society, and other women also have a little, but not much. An hour passed quickly, and the mysterious space in his mind suddenly lit up with a burst of golden light. This scene he was familiar with, and it was a small world when he got gold. This wave is stable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the small and medium-sized Small World Shuttle volume, as well as the Chi Yuan / System Righteous Father, please accept the Righteous Son. Unexpectedly, not only out of the small world, but also out of a martial art, this martial art can be said to be a bug-level existence, can play very flower, even the inattentive Frisia can be cut. System, good son, get out. On the 18th, then I went to training, be at home. Okay husband, go. Lin Tian went out and plunged into the gravity room, did not immediately enter the training, but sat cross-legged on the ground, thought for a long time, and finally entered the Mountain and River Society Jita with thoughts to find Guyuina. Coming to Guyuina's body and easily leading her into her arms, the people next to them have already seen it. In a year, their strength has increased, and they can basically obtain the divine position. And it is not only limited to the rules of the Doloa world. Some time ago, he gave them his own immortal secret, and when they all heard that they could live forever and maintain their youth, they worked harder to please. Looking at the protagonists who are mostly 13 years old in front of him, he wants to start, especially Zhu Zuqing. Wow, that big, it's foul, but reason tells him no, absolutely not. But just because he can't play some other tricks doesn't mean he can't play some other tricks. For example, what's wrong, husband Kun, have you encountered something, frowning? Gu Yuina also observed the worries that could not be dissipated between the plum rains. My realm has always been difficult to improve, and I don't know why, so I want to ask you if there is any way to channel the anger in the hearts of others. Anger can be arranged by the god of emotions and given it to her when you fall asleep. Oh, who is the god of emotions? Come out and let me see. As soon as the words fell, I saw Tang Yuehua, who was dressed in a blue palace suit, step forward. Unexpectedly, it was actually him who made Lin Qian a little surprised, and the talent could be so quickly became a god? Oh, Yuehua, you are very good, you are doing very well, if things are done well, reward you. Thank you, host, it's what I should have done. In a year, she has long erased that hatred, and she has obtained the divine position, and she has been favored by her master. She thinks that she is very content, and love, fame, fortune, and strength are harvested. Very good, Gu Yuina, and Tang Yuehua and others will go out with me. This sentence made everyone's eyes shine. They had been staying in this mountain and river society map for a year, but they still had not gone to the outside world to see. The envious eyes of everyone suddenly hit Tang Yuehua. As for Gu Yuina, they did not dare to think about it. After all, the relationship between the lady and the maid was still very different. Okay, don't be so exaggerated, you can't bring too many people, otherwise it will cause chaos. Seeing that the master insisted, with a sense of superiority in his heart, Tang Yuehua looked at Xiao Wu with raised eyebrows. Tang Yuehua has been a little uncomfortable with Xiao Wu since she called in. Seeing this kind of provocative eyes, she was a little disappointed. After plucking up some courage, she slowly came up with lotus steps, stretched out two pairs of tender hands, took Lin Tian's hand, and said softly, "Master, take me too." Lin Tian looked at Xiao Wu's big eyes of the water spirit, a little moved, and after a little thought, he decided, "Okay, I'll take you one, it's useless for others to come again." Hehe, thank you host. Xiao Wu jumped up and down excitedly, really like a little rabbit, but he was not overpassing. After all, Madam was still here. The women shouted, "Slut, real tea." And then Lin Tian took the three to return to the Dragon Ball world, and the three came to this world for the first time, but they can clearly feel the tyrannical vitality of this heaven and earth, and it is very powerful in this world. Okay, you all hold my hand, let's not experiment with other places in this place. Gu Yuina held one hand, and the other two each grabbed that hand, and the world disappeared and came to the original Antarctic continent. Everyone was a cultivator, they didn't feel very cold, and after observing for a while, then Tang Yuehua began to move, and Lin Tian gradually let go of his mind. Otherwise, with his current soul realm, Tang Yuehua could not regulate his emotions at will. Gu Yuina was also staring at the side. If there was any wind and grass or Tang Yuehua thought of rebellion or something, take it immediately. Even Xiao Wu, the little rabbit, is already physically and mentally invested in this cheap owner. Even if the little rabbit sacrifices himself, it is no problem. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes, and a similar emotional mobilization was drawn from something feared in his heart, and created an illusion. According to what was said before, as long as they succeeded, they would immediately enter the mountain and river society, mainly for fear that they would not be able to control it, and if they went crazy, he did not want to hurt them. Chapter 56. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes, and a similar emotional mobilization was drawn from something feared in his heart, and created an illusion. According to what was said before, as long as they succeeded, they immediately entered the mountain and river society, mainly for fear that they would not be able to control it, and if they went crazy, he did not want to hurt them. In that fantasy, his system disappeared, there was no fairy bean, but he had a happy family. It was very cute to have a daughter. For such a happy family, Lin Tian must protect, but he still fell into panic, constantly cultivating, but he did not have him to become a beast form. Zama's appeared. He immediately used the mysterious modern plus realm King Fist to blast Black Gaku into scum, but Zama's himself had no choice but to constantly lure the enemy to interrupt him. Zama's had no way, and finally I don't know why it was pulled from another space-time line, the form of the combined body of Peach Gaku and Zama's. At that time, he fought very hard, basically in a state of being crushed, in order to cover Trunks with all his strength, taking number 18 and his daughter to the overworld to help, but the enemy who came out of another timeline, but knew that Trunks would also travel through time and space, and was interrupted when they first boarded the time machine. Lin Tian saw his daughter and number 18 die beside him in the fantasy realm, and her daughter took his hand, pulled out a smile with difficulty, and said, "Dad, we'll see you in the next life." Outside the fantasy realm, he was wrapped in a tyrannical aura, and when his daughter fell in front of his eyes, the entire Antarctic continent was shrouded in dark clouds, and the entire sky was filled with black-red lightning. Such a vision was also observed by others, and Trunks and number 18 also knew that it was Lin Tian's breath, and they thought that it should be the scene caused by the breakthrough, but now he is so powerful? He looked up at Zama's, who was joking in the air, and almost roared, "Zama's, I will kill you." Outside the illusion, Ling Tian's resentment was extremely large, his whole body strength was ignited, anger filled his brain, and there was only murderous aura in front of him. "I will kill you, ah!" Classic Dragon Ball. Roar. This roar seemed to be heard all over the world, and when the 18th heard this, he felt very painful for no reason. Lin Tian's eyes were cracked, his gums were bitten and bleeding, and he recalled the picture of his wife and children dying tragically in his mind, and resentment filled his eyes. Soon it was stained with blood red, and a terrifying blue aura emerged from within, breaking through the clouds. The magnetic field of the entire earth was disrupted. The originally black hair was instantly dyed white, the pupils of the eyes had turned blood red, and the eyebrows were the same, exuding unparalleled chi, and the whole body was covered with blood-red lightning. Please refer to my cover for the picture, I made a slight modification myself. Trunks felt Lin Tian's chi on the other side, a powerful aura like an abyss demon, making himself feel cold from afar. The same is true on the 18th, just perceiving for a while, and did not continue to perceive, for fear of affecting his fetus. Lin Tian came directly to the universe, now he can survive in the universe, the murderous aura in his pupils still can't be hidden, he can't attack the earth, so he came to the universe to explode again, all the power in his body was ignited, just the gas wave shot all the surrounding meteorites into flying ash. "Zama's, I will kill you. You can't convey sound in a vacuum, so you can only be incompetent and furious and others can't hear it." He took a planet as Zama's, and shattered it with a punch. Immediately after destroying a few more subjects, there is no movement, this kind of thing is done by the god of destruction, and if you do too much, the god of destruction will notice itself. He returns to Earth again and goes to find number 18 for the first time, but he takes back his tyrannical form and cannot hurt the child. Lin Tian came to the house and looked at number 18 who was safe and sound, ran all the way and hugged her, tears rolling in her eyes. This haggard and tearful look, number 18 was still the first time I saw her. Since the first meeting, Lin Tian's face has always been full of confidence, this look, that is indeed the first time he has seen it. "What's the matter, husband? It's okay, I'm here." Number 18 patted him lightly on the back, constantly comforting. Feeling the tenderness in his arms, his heart slowly loosened, and said a little choked, I had a nightmare, at the beginning of the 18th, because I gave birth to a daughter. Our family is harmonious, my daughter is also older. I went to kindergarten but came an enemy that could not be dealt with. They destroyed the time machine. We can't ask the overworld for help, you and my daughter. After hearing the cause and effect, number 18 comforted him in a soft voice. Okay, since it's all a nightmare, it will definitely not be true. Dreams are often the opposite. And husband, you are so strong, how can you meet that kind of opponent who can't face it? It's okay to hug, it's okay. Chapter 57. After hearing the cause and effect, number 18 comforted him in a soft voice. Okay, since it's all a nightmare, it will definitely not be true. Dreams are often the opposite. And husband, you are so strong, how can you meet that kind of opponent who can't face it? It's okay to hug, it's okay. Okay, wife, if there is danger later, I will send you to the main world as soon as possible. No, I'm going to be with you, but our child can go, he can't stay and face danger with us. Lin Tian was very moved when he heard what he said, but there was still a secret determination in his eyes. At that time, they must be sent to the overworld, and they will be fine. The two existed for a long time, and finally he fell asleep, and the things he experienced in the fantasy made him feel a little tense mentally, and it didn't take long to fall asleep. Trunks also came to him for the first time, and since Lin Tian had already slept, he cautiously asked number 18. Sister-in-law, what happened to brother Gohan? Number 18 shook his head and said slowly, it's nothing, it's that your brother Gohan had a nightmare. This dreamed that all of us died, and then under the extreme anger, he finally broke through, just like you did back then. Trunks was relieved when he heard the reply. It turned out to be like this. He thought that he was facing some powerful enemy, otherwise that murderous aura could not be hidden. He thought that it was also when Gohan's eldest brother died in front of him, and the anger in his heart caused him to become a Super Saiyan and have a certain power in one fell swoop. So that's the case, then I will go back with confidence, bring a message to brother Gohan, so that he doesn't have to worry, and the dreams are fake, and us. Okay, thank you Trunks, then you can go back to business. Here I am, it's okay. Not long after Trunks left, number 18 came to Lin Tian's bed again and stretched out his hand to touch his face. I don't know what kind of enemy he encountered in that nightmare, so he couldn't deal with it. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to slowly open his eyes, looking at the people around him. He thought left and right, and finally decided that this world destroys the god, can't die, and solves all worries to the greatest extent, but Zama's must die in his own hands, which can't be changed. In this way, the world will survive. He can no longer take risks, blindly believe in his own ability. In terms of his family, he cannot put them in any moment of danger, even if he has the ability to deal with him, he cannot gamble. Lin Tian made such a plan and gently hugged her like this. Husband, are you awake? Yes, you can sleep a little longer, I'll be fine, don't worry. Lin Tian smiled and touched her face. Number 18 reached out and held the hand that touched his face and said, it's okay if it's okay. It's too early to go to the god of destruction, wait until the child is born for a while, and this time needs to be accompanied on the 18th. Time passed bit by bit, the belly of the 18th was also getting bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months later, it was close to the basin, and their family had already entered the best hospital to live in, just in case. In the first 3 months, he spent the gravity room, stabilized his beast form, and gave Tang Yuehua a fairy bean as a reward, but quietly gave Guyuina 10 fairy beans behind his back. Guyuina's eyes were full of tenderness when she received Xiandu, and now she recognized her husband even more in her heart. That night, he even enjoyed Guyuina's enthusiasm, which made him a little unforgettable, and sure enough, the Silver Dragon King was different. In the last month, he didn't go to cultivate, so he accompanied the 18th. He cared meticulously. This is his first time to be a father, which cannot be ignored. It's just that today suddenly on the 18th I felt the movement in her stomach, it should be that the amniotic water broke, she was a little flustered, and hurriedly called her husband to call a doctor. Lin Tian squeezed his hands and gave her 10 immortal beans. If he was exhausted, he would quickly eat one. After explaining 2 sentences, I immediately went to the doctor. He was eventually escorted to the delivery room by a nurse, while he waited anxiously outside and went to greet Trunks and Bulma. The 2 also arrived in a hurry, and saw that Lin Tian could no longer sit outside the corridor and walk around. Bulma stepped forward, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said comfortingly, "Okay, okay, it's okay, the 18th is so strong, it's just a child, it's okay." Lin Tian nodded, but he was still a little uneasy. After waiting anxiously for an hour outside the delivery room, the sound of the child crying came from inside. This cry made him completely relieved. "It's okay, it's okay." The nurse walked out of the delivery room and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you are a little princess, and the mother and daughter are safe." "Thank you, thank you. Can I go in now?" "Of course, please come with me, but only for you. I don't know if I can enter the delivery room, so I just wrote it." Chapter 58. The nurse walked out of the delivery room and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you are a little princess, and the mother and daughter are safe." "Thank you, thank you. Can I go in now?" "Of course, please come with me, but only for you." Lin Tian followed the nurse into the delivery room, and the nurse sprayed a little medicine on him, which should be used for disinfection. Walking around and into another room in the delivery room, he looked at number 18 lying inside, his face a little pale, sleeping quietly there, his brows furrowed. He slowly stepped forward and sat on the end of his bed, gently took her hand, and stayed with her like this. "I didn't see the child around, so I should have been sent to the nursery by the nurse." She slowly injected some spiritual energy into No 18's body to restore her spirit and repair the damage in her body. Under his unremitting efforts, number 18 gradually woke up, opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tian beside him, and slowly smiled. "Did the child go to the nursery?" "Not yet, I'll see you right away. Hard work, number 18. "It's okay, I don't feel hard with you." The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries and warmed up, and after a long time, the nurse came over and reminded them, "Hello, your lover can now also move to a normal room." "Good." No. 18 was sent to the ordinary room, and Lin Tian was also sent by him to meet the child. At this time, he stood outside the nursery room and looked at the child. Unlike some children who were born wrinkled, she was born with snow white and full skin, very cute, combining his genes with number 18. The children who are born are very strong. Lin Tian watched her sleeping there delicately, and his heart softened. After stopping for a little more time, I went to find number 18 again. After all, the current number 18 is very fragile and has to accompany itself. Entering the room again, I saw Bulma and Trunks. "Gohan, you're back? How's it going? The daughter is cute." Bulma looked up at him and said with a smile. "That's not sure, don't look at whose child it is, it's me and number 18, and they must inherit our excellent genes." "Stinky beauty, you are counted as one, why didn't I find you so stinky and beautiful before?" "But you're right, it's really cute." "No." 18 lay on the bed with a happy smile, she didn't say much, now she just wanted to rest. "Good work, thank you." On the 18th, Lin Tian sat at the end of the bed, leaned over and kissed No 18's hand gently. "By the way, wife, are you hungry, right? I'll go and ask the nurse to bring you some nutritious meals." "Good." After speaking, he immediately got up and went to the nurse. The efficiency was very fast, and it didn't take long to wean a full nutrition package. Except for some taboo foods, everything is precious and can cost him a lot of money. It's worth it though. Put the food on the bed partition, pick up the 18th and start feeding her bite by bite. Bulma and Trunks looked at each other, and the two made eye contact. Finally out of the room, they were just working as light bulbs, it was better to go see the children. By the way, what name is my husband going to take? Well, it's called Yin Yin. When he came into the world, Marin didn't exist. In the following month, Lin Tian was meticulous about the 18th, they went to the confinement center, the child was handed over to the hospital, but they still went to see it every day. Everything must be the best for the children and wife, after all, he can't spend enough money, a lot of the signs over the years are money, if the richest man compares money with him, it may not be comparable to him. At least there is a lot of gold in the space. A month later, a family of 3 came out of the hospital, holding the children on the 18th, Lin Tian held them, and came to the home in an instant. Although it has been 2 months since he returned, the home is still clean, and a nanny comes to clean every day to ensure that the home is clean and tidy. Just arrived home, the child wowed, this scene should be the child is hungry, the 18th took Lin Yunyin to the room to feed, he also wants to go, although he has drunk a lot, but now he can't grab food with the child. It's been a month, the child can be taken care of, and he is ready to go for a walk with the god of destruction. I had told the 18th about this kind of thing when I was in confinement before, and promised to come back every day. His teleportation is convenient. Bulma from the other world where he arrived at home also came out of the room, and he stayed alone in the laboratory without them for these 2 months, rarely active, bored, and basically no one except to see the nanny come over every day to clean up. Gohan, you're back, then I'll go see the child. Oh good. Now that Bulma is there, at least there is a companion on the 18th, so that he can go out with peace of mind. After spending a week at home, he told number 18 that he was going to find the god of destruction. Before leaving, I prepared a lot of food. What is the food of small Japan? If you want to eat Chinese food, can make them drool. All are stored in capsules, and after making out with number 18 and his daughter, they teleport to destroy the planet where God is. P.S. I'm going to attack readers, Big Buddy. Give it a good review. Kneel and beg. Chapter 59. After spending a week at home, he told number 18 that he was going to find the god of destruction. Before leaving, I prepared a lot of food. What is the food of small Japan? If you want to eat Chinese food, can make them drool. All are stored in capsules, and after making out with number 18 and his daughter, they teleport to destroy the planet where God is. As soon as he came here, he saw the purple tree that was almost like the sky, and he clearly felt the chilling feeling of being stared at by more than 2 eyes just after arriving here. He didn't make a move, perhaps thinking that such an instantaneous movement would only be in a hurry with the king god of the realm. Lin Tian opened the capsule and laid out the food on the ground, all color and aroma. Then he whispered, I want to come and visit the god of destruction and Lord Angel. This is a gift brought under the next, please also accept it. He didn't rush to identify himself, just waited. In less than 5 minutes, a figure appeared in front of him, and I saw that this person was dressed with a very tall figure, blue skin and long white curly hair. The pupils and lips are purple. On the neck is a large light blue halo. Always holding a long staff in his right hand, topped by a black magic ball that can display any information from Universe 7 as Weiss wishes. The staff is yellow at the top and bottom and dark blue in the middle. Lin Tianyi looked at the image as the angel Weiss, and before he could clearly point it out, he said, Hello, are you the god of destruction? A human boy, how can you teleport to the king god of the realm, and what are you doing here? Weiss's pale blue eyes stared at him deadly. First of all, I came here to learn from Lord Destroyer, and I wanted to worship him as a teacher, and as for the teleportation of Lord King God in this realm, I learned it in a dream. He can only break blindly. Dream, worship. Weiss looked him up and down, and found that he contained a powerful power in his body, although it was far less than the god of destruction, but it was countless times stronger than most of the powerful people in the universe. Yes, a dream, in that dream, a person with the same skin color as you taught me to teleport, explain that there is a catastrophe behind, and then disappear. After a powerful enemy appeared in the universe, slaughtering the entire human race, all the realm kings and gods disappeared, and the last thing I saw was a childlike person with glowing hands and destroying the entire universe. That's a half-truth, but I believe Wes knows who the kid is. Weiss was shocked in his heart when he listened. Could it be Lord Xuanwang? What kind of enemy can make Xuanwang move? How is this possible? He held a crutch lightly, and suddenly the appearance of the King of Fists appeared in front of Lin Tian. Does that kid look like this? How do you know that he really looks like this, and it's really a god Sama? That kid is so strong, he can't feel the breath, but he can destroy the universe in an instant, it's really strong. Hearing this shocked Weiss's heart. Sure enough, it was Lord Xuan King. How could it be that the god of destruction was all dead? Oh no, the god of destruction is dead, and the god of destruction is naturally the gods who can sanction that person, and finally make trouble with the whole king. Looks like I'll have to go to the prophetic fish and ask. Thank you for the information you brought us, although it is a dream, but dreams often have certain prophecies, and we will accept the delicacies on the ground. You come with me. With a wave of the scepter in his hand, all the food disappeared. It should have been put into the space inside the scepter, and Lin Tian obediently followed behind without speaking. Thinking that Beerus did not appear, he should still be sleeping, so it would be easier to talk. After all, Ves is better than the god of destruction. The angelic family is itself more kind. Lin Tian followed him for a long time and came to a room. When I entered the door, I saw a long table and a fish sitting on a chair, which looked like it should be a prophetic fish. Prophecy fish, to introduce you, this is a human boy. By the way, what is your name? Prophecy fish Sama. Angel Sama, my name is Sun Gohan, an earthling, and Scion. Vis looked at him twice. No wonder the combat effectiveness was so high. It turned out to be a Scion, and after the Scions were all destroyed by Frisia, they didn't expect to have a few left. Hello. The prophecy fish made a childlike sound, extended its fins to him, and waved his hand. Okay, Sun Gohan, you can tell me about your original dream, and talk about it carefully. Oh, that's right, at the beginning there was an old man who should be the king god of the realm in your mouth, teaching himself teleportation in his dreams, and telling me that there would be a great terror later, and that mankind was in danger. He said a lot, and finally when he said all the king, he predicted that the fish also trembled in his heart. He thought in his heart that he had dreamed of Lord Xuanwang. No wonder Weiss would take him to see him. Ves nodded at him, and he himself began to close his eyes and start predicting what would happen next. Chapter 60. He thought in his heart that he had dreamed of Lord Xuanwang. No wonder Weiss would take him to see him. Ves nodded at him, and he himself began to close his eyes and start predicting what would happen next. I want to see if it is as he said. The whole king has struck. The timeline is constantly evolving in his mind, and a key figure appears in each timeline, a trainee realm king god. I don't know what it is called, but the power is strong. Later, two scions suddenly appeared from other time and space. In the end, the universe is dirty, or the whole king shot. It took several times to evolve as a result, and then he opened his eyes to look at Weiss, who was enjoying a meal on the table. Hey, Weiss, you're so unauthentic. I'm working hard here, but you're eating and drinking here. Roar, I'm sorry, the food brought by this scion is too fragrant. What was the result of the prophecy? In the next second, the prophecy fish withdrew its playfulness and said to him very seriously, it's true, the future sees the figure of the king. Hearing this solemn echo, he put down the food in his hand. It was rare to see a serious look on Weiss's face. It seems that Lord Beerus can't continue to sleep, and after a while, this person actually let the whole king move, and the entire regional universe disappeared, which would not be good. Weiss, you may not succeed if you go to Lord Beerus. This is about the safety of the seventh universe, and he must be woken up. At this time, Lin Tian wanted to highlight his sense of existence, and raised his hand slightly and said, I have an immature little opinion. Can wake Lord Beerus. Oh, as his personal angel, I didn't even know you actually knew. Okay, you try, for the sake of the food you brought. If Beer USDA has the gas to get up and destroy you, I will block it for you. Thank you. They. Three of them arrived soon after the palace of Beerus, which, like the orb, was filled with a large number of hourglasses, with the statue of an ancient serpent hovering on top. Okay, this is Lord Beerus's palace, and it's up to you next. Lin Tian took out a capsule from his pocket and dropped it on the ground to form a large loudspeaker. Holding it in his hand and turning on the switch, the angry Danshan roared out violently, the whole king drives to thee. Just 4 words. Weiss and the prophetic fish next to him listened to the corners of their mouths, thinking in their hearts that this is indeed a good way. And these 4 words were formed in the ears of Beerus, if you don't get up and take over, prepare to destroy. Beerus sat up sharply and quickly put on his God of Destruction costume, made a loud noise, and the next moment came to Lin Tian and bowed deeply and shouted, the whole king has arrived, please forgive the sin if you miss the distance. And he had the foresight to hide behind Weiss, which would have definitely died if he had bowed to himself and waited a while. Ves felt the person behind him. Thinking that this product really doesn't have to be a scion, why is it so clever? Ahem, Lord Beerus didn't come, but something happened next that made you have to wake up, so you made such a decision. When Beerus heard this, something just happened, and actually woke him up. A dark purple aura surrounded it, slowly got up and stared at him. If this matter is not serious, be careful that I destroy you. And as our little clever ghost. Lin Tian has long received the megaphone into his own space, and this thing cannot be exposed. The thing is this, a scion from Earth suddenly came here and told me that then a powerful enemy occurred in the universe, so that all the kings struck, during which he killed all the realm king gods, so you ceased to exist, and at the last moment the whole king appeared and cleared the entire 7th universe. He also focused on not going into detail on every detail. Hiss. These words made Beerus retract his terrifying aura and fight the Cold War. It turned out that the whole king came at the last moment. The 7th universe disappeared, and I was obedient, which was more shocking than the raid of the whole king. Beerus saw that even the prophetic fish were coming next to him, then this matter must be true. Scion, wasn't it destroyed by Frisia? What about the others? Speaking of this, Weiss took the initiative to dodge, while exposing Lin Tian. Hello, Lord Beerus. I'm that Earth Scion. Lin Tian bowed slightly to him after speaking. Hearing his voice, Beerus couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This voice sounded like the person who had scared himself just now. Your voice is familiar, boy. Ha ha ha, my name is Sun Gohan, my name should be the first time we communicate. Dare to lie and I'll destroy you. Beerus said, bringing the cat's face to him and staring at him deadly. Weiss, shouted Beerus. Yes, that's him. Chapter 61. Dare to lie and I'll destroy you. Beerus said, bringing the cat's face to him and staring at him deadly. Weiss, shouted Beerus. Yes, that's him. Lin Tian was betrayed by Weiss like this, and without any hesitation in his body, he directly showed his beast form, and shouted on his mouth, Lord Weiss doesn't take you like this. I brought you so much to eat. Hearing the words delicious, Beerus put his eyes on Ves again. How about the food? How is it done? Is it delicious? 2. Beerus turned his head to stare at him, and said with a terrifying smile, Sun Tzu, you are quite good at playing HA, come and play tricks with me. Isn't it always the same? How did you cross 2? Are you a broken person? Lord Beerus lowered his hand to leave a little affection. Rest assured, I am a loving god. Some planets, Yes, yes, Lin Tian slowly rose into the air, do a good job of combat driving, and wait for the battle, this is the strongest enemy he has encountered at present, and he must not slack. Beerus also followed, and Zhou Shen exuded a deep purple terrifying aura. Boy, in so many years, you started with me for the first time. Lin Tian saw that he remained motionless, looking light, and decided to take the lead. Came to him in an instant, ready to punch him in the head, and the punch was slammed out, only to be held by Beerus with one hand in the next second. There was a roar throughout the sky. Lin Tian's pupil shrank, and then another punch came towards his abdomen, but it was still dissolved. You kid can have all the strength and speed, and the play is quite dirty. Well, the tentative attack is here, hurry up and show your strength. He didn't talk nonsense, let go of all his breath to fight to death. A punch is more fierce than a punch. Beerus from the beginning of the wind and clouds, to now a little strict, so his strength is still much worse than himself, but very happy. The two of them fight inseparably, you punch me from the sky to the lake to the land, spinning around, every move can destroy a planet. Hey! Lin Tian exploded again, his speed increased again, the enemies he encountered before were not enough for him to use his full strength, now he is really happy, he has not moved his hand once in obtaining the beast form, this time it is just right. Interesting. Beerus rarely praised a human being, this person's strength is indeed possible, then he will have a 60% force, he stretched out his hand and punched Lin Tian out. The violent riot of the body chased him and bombarded him with all his might. Lin Tian was beaten by this stormy fist without any power, and he only felt that the fist was so heavy, how much water Dragon Ball Chao had put on Sun Wukong at the beginning of Beerus. The two paused slightly, and the air was separated. Beerus withdrew his fist and stood with his hands in his hands, quietly looking at Lin Tian, who was scarred in front of him. Ahem! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the shock in his heart was indescribable, really strong. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. A terrifying energy struck towards Beerus, and I saw him unhurriedly condense a destructive energy from his palm, dissolving this turtle sect Qigong Wave one by one. Ha! Lin Tian did not stop the transmission of energy, and continued to increase the energy, and the dark blue aura burst out from his body. With a hint of surprise in his eyebrows, Beerus immediately increased the destructive energy, and threw it to compete with Lin Tian's turtle sect Qigong Wave. The two faced off in the air like this. Beerus was very relaxed, but Lin Tian was different, sweat had wet his back, gritting his teeth, just refused to let go of his hand, he wanted to go up, exhausted. Weiss and Prophecy Fish, who had been watching the duel between the two below, also exclaimed, Weiss, this human should have forced out the power of Lord Beerus, a little underestimated him, what is his name? Weiss also nodded secretly, with Lin Tian's strength now, he had surpassed a group of gods and reached the top of the universe, and there were not many people in this universe who were his opponents. Ves looked at Beerus above and thought to himself. This kid is a good seedling of the god of destruction, that form is too heavy, presumably you should too. As Weiss thought, Beerus has indeed become more and more appreciative of the kid in front of him since the showdown, and he is ruthless and strong, and he does not admit defeat, and he is very interested in his appetite. Then give you more strength, say that the ice condensed and increased the strength, and the destructive energy began to slowly push back. It is worth mentioning that the position of the two of them is Beerus on the right and Lin Tian on the left. Chapter 62. As Weiss thought, Beerus has indeed become more and more appreciative of the kid in front of him since the showdown, and he is ruthless and strong, and he does not admit defeat, and he is very interested in his appetite. Then give you more strength, say that the ice condensed and increased the strength, and the destructive energy began to slowly push back. It is worth mentioning that the position of the two of them is Beerus on the right and Lin Tian on the left. So it was he who gradually fell down, and gradually he did not support, and finally Lin Tian could only decide to detonate it and destroy the destructive energy. Boom! Countless fierce winds swept through, and Vist's clothes were also blown in bursts. Now that the victory is decided, it is time for the battle between the two sides to end. Lin Tian was panting at this time, his energy was basically consumed, and being able to maintain such a form was already considered to be more powerful. No, this is not the limit, you have to be in a near-death state to have a better effect. He shook his fist again and rushed up, only this time the strength was far less than the moment of full strength, and there was a sense of powerlessness. You're good, I remember you, but that's the end of it. Beerus appeared directly behind him, and a hand knife knocked him back into his original form and slammed him into the ground, forming a huge pit. Lin Tian lay in the pit, looking at Beerus above, although he was a little unwilling to lose so easily, but he gained more combat experience in others. Raised his arm with difficulty, took out a fairy bean from the space, put it in his mouth and chewed and swallowed it a little, and in an instant he recovered from his injuries and slowly got up from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he exploded again into the form of a beast and became stronger again. He clenched his fists and jumped up, once again confronting Beerus. There are actually means of recovery, and it has become stronger. You kid looks a little ill-intentioned, and wants to use me as a thug to become stronger. Hehe, Lord Beerus, you're really smart. Then the next round too. Lin Tian exploded again to return to full strength and prepare for a fight. Stop, 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 you pull me away, what a fool of me, get out of here. Beerus clapped his hands and went straight back to the ground. He didn't want to be a tool man like this kid didn't look like a good person, if he didn't appreciate him, he would have destroyed him directly. And there is also the news of the whole king that cannot be ignored. Weiss, let's go eat something delicious, didn't this kid bring a lot of food? One day, a hairless cat and a fish left like this, leaving Lin Tian like this. Just now, he was a little enthusiastic, and as a result, he doused himself all at once. I had to return to my original state and follow a few people, and just after entering the original room, I saw Beerus shoving it into his mouth vigorously. This fish is fragrant and shredded. I love to eat. This dish is called Westlake vinegar fish, vomiting throwing away. This mapo tofu is soft and tender, it's really good. Well. He also admitted that the Westlake vinegar fish was something, he also bought it randomly, and then packed it directly, but he didn't expect this to be mixed in the middle. Beerus stuffed the food in both hands, and did not forget to say something to Lin Tian. Your planet is the Earth, right? Then welcome. I have to say that he was a little hungry after seeing it, so I had to take a relatively large number of pizzas and eat 2 bites casually. For this fast food Beerus has not yet eaten, feed Son Gohan, you can only eat this piece. So he ate a little of everything, not enough to eat, so he had no choice but to take out some Master Kong's instant noodles in the space. Hey, Gohan, I want to eat this too. Seeing that Lin Tian had taken out a new food, Beerus said quickly. Lord Beerus, this is the most common food, let's just say don't rob it anymore, this earth has it, I also brought some, rest assured. Humph. Beerus ignored it and continued to bury his head in the cook. In contrast, Weiss eats much more elegantly, although the speed is also fast, but at least the eating is not ugly. After eating delicious, I couldn't help but twist my body. Lin Tian looked at it and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, the anime world can't imagine. Ugh! It's delicious, this is called Chinese food, right? Beerus scratched his teeth with his sharp nails, lay on the chair and casually said, by the way, Gohan, what is the name of the person you are talking about, how strong is it? Lin Tian recalled that Black Goku and Zama's combined strength should be about the same distance as Jillian. It should be better than me, but not as good as you, Lord Beerus. Hey, just that he wants to surpass me. Chapter 63. That person is a trainee realm king god, called Zama's, if you have strength. Lin Tian recalled that Black Wukong and Zama's combined strength should be about the same distance as Jillian. It should be better than me, but not as good as you, Lord Beerus. Hey, just that he still wants to surpass me. Lin Tian waved, yes, yes, yes. However, he killed all the realm king gods of the seventh universe, so they. Words did not continue here, and suddenly stopped. Beerus's expression was already wrong, there was no need to continue. Did Weiss find this person? Found it, this person is the apprentice king god of the 10th universe. As he spoke, Zama's figure appeared on his scepter. Lin Tian looked at Zama's with killing intent in an instant, and both of Weiss could detect it. Weiss took us over and destroyed him. No, wait for him to come. Kill him with your own hands. Roar. Beerus looked at him twice, then stared at Zama's and said, then let this kid live for a few more years. Then what is the purpose of your kid coming here? Lin Tian heard this and looked at Weiss, who was drinking tea on the side. Beerus seemed to know something, and sneered, your kid is quite picky. One meal sent an angel away, you think he asked for food? He held out 3 fingers. Oh, 3 meals and dismissed. 3 meals of China are fine, without heavy samples. This time it was not Beerus's turn to speak. Weiss directly said, okay. Deal. Lin Tian smiled in his heart, there are too many Chinese foods that are not the same, and I remember a foreigner who threatened to eat all in March, but March has not yet gone out of a city. So when do we start? Ah! He was then taken to the place where Vegeta and Son Goku were trained in the original book. Son Gohan, you have to remember, if you lose your footing and fall, I can't save you. Okay, I see. Seeing this familiar scene today, familiar training props, I put my hand in and gently lifted it up. I don't feel anything, maybe I have too many things to train. Seeing him lift so easily, he quickly applied gravity. With a wave of the cane, the gravity naturally increased, and the hand that had been raised easily changed to a lift, and the waist was crawling. That's what I feel, so I walked forward at great speed. Although gravity has increased, it is not as difficult as Sun Wukong's way at the beginning. But the sweat still flows, and this cannot be changed. Watching Lin Tian striding forward, the disappearing floor behind him couldn't catch up at all. I felt a little wrong for a while, as if this cultivation method was not suitable for him. Now Ling Tian was in a far ahead state, and he had covered the entire journey in an hour. Put down the weight in your hand and lie on the ground, and exhale a few times. Weiss, as if this approach wasn't for me. I can see it, forget it, just throw you into that kind of space, and you can feel it yourself. Isn't that equivalent to my own cultivation? Lin Tian could already guess what kind of space it was, the special space filled with the aura of God in the original Weiss scepter. Weiss thought for a while and finally said, okay, I'll accompany you to practice. Thank you. With a wave of his scepter, the two disappeared in place, and the next second appeared in a blank mysterious space. When he first appeared, his body could not move, and the entire space was filled with the breath of God, making him really unable to move. Recalling that the plot began to slowly converge his breath and introvert his breath, so that he could act normally. This kind of understanding shocked Weiss twice. Even Lord Beerus back then had never achieved this level, but he didn't expect him to comprehend it so quickly. Gohan, your understanding is really good, then cultivate well. Weiss slowly flew towards him, and Lin Tian hurriedly put up a posture. This sense of powerlessness made him feel irritable. After all, he couldn't lift his strength. He took the lead in making a ruthless move, but he was easily dodged by Weiss, and he didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Weiss did not shoot but observed. He was thinking about doing targeted training, researching the most suitable teaching for him, and not indiscriminately. He also hit him twice from time to time to give guidance accordingly. Weiss was judging in his heart, and after a few corrections, he found that the person in front of him was really a good seedling who inherited Lord Beerus, completely self-centered, and went forward. Lin Tian thought in his heart that he should not be suitable for the kind of thing of self-conscious skill, and it may be possible to be in the original body of Gohan, but it is still more difficult to achieve the heart of a child like Sun Wukong. He may be suitable for self-extreme. Chapter 64. He also hit him twice from time to give guidance accordingly. Weiss was judging in his heart, and after a few corrections, he found that the person in front of him was really a good seedling who inherited Lord Beerus, completely self-centered, and went forward. Lin Tian thought in his heart that he should not be suitable for the kind of thing that is extremely easy to use, and it may be possible to be in the original body Gohan, but it is still more difficult to achieve the heart of a child like Sun Wukong. He may be suitable for himself. Thinking about it, I took this training seriously and discarded some distractions that should not be there. I don't know how long has passed. Lin Tian felt a slight change in the breath of his body. This change is qualitatively changed, and it should be the breath of God in the original work. Well, lunch doesn't have to continue, take a break once in a while, it's been so long. By the time the two of them reappeared, it was late, and after saying hello to Beerus and Weiss, they returned home to Earth. His figure appeared at home, and number 18 noticed that his clothes were a little torn at this time, but his eyes were indeed very full. Number 18 gently removed his clothes and whispered, "How did you get like this today?" "It's not a big deal, just go to destroy God's planetary cultivation, make some small progress, rest assured, nothing happens." "Well, don't strain yourself too much." Lin Tian hugged her lightly, feeling the warmth in his arms and said, "Has my wife and children slept?" After a while, there was a burst of gasping. Of course, he blocked the sound in time and did not disturb the child. And so it went on for a month. At this time, on the planet of the god of destruction, a bright light suddenly appeared, straight into the sky, and it was accompanied by seasonal changes. Weiss stood on the bank of the river and looked up at Lin Tian above, while Beerus was lying on a chair, constantly eating in his mouth. "Weiss, this kid's talent can be, and he can reach this realm in a month's cultivation time, but the combat power is similar to his kid's white-haired form. Lord Beerus, this is a qualitative change, different from the previous completely tyrannical one. You can try it, and when he is finished, you can try it with him." Beerus tilted his head and snorted, I'm going to be a sandbag, I'm not going to do this, I'm going to do it." "Hey!" After the light in the sky dissipated, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and at this time, he was full of azure aura, and his hair and pupils turned blue. You can consider the basic appearance of the beast mentality and dye it blue. Looking down at the appearance of his whole body, is this the Super Saiyan God Blue? It was a magical feeling. He clenched his fists, feeling the power this form gave him. It's not much worse than his own beast form, it's good, and the harvest is quite rich. There was a small question in his mind, and he seemed to put away the power of this form, and once again exploded into a beast form. This time the form is different, although the basic version is still a beast form, but the blue lightning around hovers, making this image a little tangled, both the aura of an upright god and the anger of resentment and tyranny. After this form was observed by the two, you couldn't help but be a little surprised. Weiss. This kid will really create something different for us. If he can fuse the breath of God with the breath of man, it will not be 1 + 1 = 2. Yes, Lord Beerus. This look really made some waves in his heart, very good strength. Lin Tian slowly landed in front of the two and said, "How is it good, or will I practice with Master Beerus again?" Now this kid's strength is compared to himself, which is probably the appearance of his own 70% strength. Hey! Lord Beerus, I have taken you to eat Chinese food so many times recently, so I want to contribute. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and a cold light shot out of his eyes and said, "Have I given you a look in the face recently, and no matter how much mouth you have, it will directly destroy you. Gotta get it, the god of destruction is the most powerful." Lin Tian couldn't joke anymore, so he lay directly on the seat next to him and reached out to get something to eat in the space. He was used to it. If he reached for Beerus's pile of food, the hairless cat would have to fry it, so it would be okay to just let him out of sight and out of mind. Humph. Chapter 65. P.S. Many people reflect the name of the thing. Here I am ready to say, from this chapter to change the protagonist's name to Sun Gohan, to other worlds to continue to use Lin Tian's name. How about this arrangement? Can comment to let me know. And thank you for your support. There are also a few big tips, and I will respond to your comments. I wish handsome and dashing readers good fortune and good health. Gotta get it, the god of destruction is the most powerful. Seeing that the joke could not be made, Sun Gohan lay directly on the seat next to him and reached out to get something to eat in the space. He was used to it. If he reached for their pile of food from Beerus, the hairless cat would have to be fried, so it would be okay to just let him out of sight and out of mind. Humph. Weiss sat next to him, took a sip of milk tea, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally trained him, without having to go down by himself, and experience the food well. That's right. Gohan, what do you want to do later? Now the cultivation has been accomplished. What else does he want to do? What does he want to do? Want to covet my spot? This time Beerus has learned to answer the answer, and the model that Weiss taught him will not be able to see, which is what he taught himself. In other words, if I really covet it, can you give me a trainee destroyer? Why do you want to be a trainee destroyer? Please, I'll teach you to destroy energy. For example, looking at him with a bad smile, in his heart, Sun Gohan is definitely a proud person and will not beg himself. Well, I beg you to teach me destructive energy, Lord Beerus. Sun Gohan, I'm sorry, can dignity have destructive energy? Beerus did not speak, and the food he was holding in his hand also stayed in mid-air. This time it was okay, it was not in or out. Weiss couldn't help but laugh directly when he looked at Beerus's recognizable look, and he hadn't seen Lord Beerus stunned for many years. Last time, I still suffered a small loss with Minato-sama. It's too early for you to learn, let's talk about it in a year. You have to say it. Time flies by, and a year passes in the blink of an eye. In this year, he has gone to destroy the god planet a little less, has children, and has now achieved success in cultivation. Lin Yunyin, the name here is not going to change, but the Dragon Ball world uses Yunyin without a surname, is already 1 year old, they can already fly, and they inherited number 18 in terms of appearance. Ling Long is cute like a porcelain doll, and the hair is inherited from Lin Tian. It may be that Klin did not have hair back then, so he had to arrange the same hair color as number 18. The women in his mountain and river society map did not lack companionship, and after a year, there were 1 or 2 new people to eat, so they did not fall behind. In a year, Guyuina began to complain a little. She was a high-level creature like a dragon, it was too difficult to give birth, and after so many irrigations, there was still no trace. If you are overridden by the latecomers, it will not be good. However, the other maids in the map of the mountain and river society are not fools, and the previous pregnancy in front of their own master mother is definitely excluded, so it will naturally be discharged after each irrigation. Bulma is almost salted fish at home, every day is either in the laboratory, or outside shopping. Going to the beauty salon, life can be regarded as happy. The righteous father of the system began a 1-year check-in. I hope you come to a good time, don't pit like half a year ago, and bring me 10 beauty pills. Ding, the system check-in starts, the time is 1 hour. Although it is said that the beauty and beauty pill has little effect on himself, for now, it is still very attractive to the 2 women of number 18 and Bulma. Without hesitation, I gave them 1 for each of them, and after getting it on the 18th, there were some doubts, calling it true and false. After listening to the explanation, it was God who gave him a reward before swallowing it on the 18th. The moment he swallowed, his body began to glow with a halo, and then disappeared, which did not have much effect on the beautiful number 18 now, young and beautiful. Since such a magical effect, Bulma did not hesitate and swallowed it immediately. After the light dissipated, all the wrinkles on Bulma's face disappeared, and the parts that had been sagging were erected again. Suddenly back to her prime, she went up and down. It feels like my body is back at its peak, yes, crying with joy. Does Gohan want his sister to give you any rewards? Bulma looked at her with seductive eyes, and there was a hint of idiocy in her eyes. Bleat, bleat. Sun Wuhan quickly refused, the 18th is still here, he doesn't want to die early. Bulma stretched out her soft hook to hook his chin and looked up at the resolute face in front of him. Is Gohan really unsure? The machine is not coming again, right? Sister, I'm now the big beauty I used to be, don't you want to try it? Oh, a word for you Mimi, number 18, not as big as mine. He was also an old driver, and he could definitely hear what Bulma meant, and he stepped back again and hid behind number 18. The daughter-in-law has bad people, and the old demon woman has bad intentions when she sees it, and wants to subvert our husband and wife relationship. Climb. You give the old lady over, who is the old witch? When she heard the 3 words of the old demon, Bulma immediately became anxious. What is the name of the word? Pick up the broom next to you and chase Son Gohan to hit. Chapter 66. The daughter-in-law has bad people, and the old demon woman has bad intentions when she sees it, and wants to subvert our husband and wife relationship. Climb. You give the old lady over, who is the old witch? When she heard the 3 words of the old demon, Bulma immediately became anxious. What is the name of the word? Pick up the broom next to you and chase Son Gohan to hit. Help, help, wife, quickly clean up your girlfriend. Number 18, these 2 people are also true. Everyone has children, and they are still making trouble like children. Okay, okay, you 2 don't fight anymore. Boom. After saying these words, there was a burst of thunder outside, and it didn't take long for heavy rain to sweep in. Damn Gohan, you see that I can't go shopping in such a beautiful state for the first time, what should you be guilty of? Big sister, I really shouldn't give you this thing. Son Gohan ran in front, nimbly dodged a broom, and then spoke. Hee, you should, you don't want to reward you, you deserve it. Is it good for the eldest sister to be reasonable? An hour later, Bulma collapsed on the sofa, staring at Son Gohan with dead eyes. Stinky little ghost, don't let me catch you. Gee. For Bulma's incompetent rage, he said hee. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tongtian basket, all the talismans below the immortal cultivation version have it, as long as your realm is enough to do whatever you want. I go to the real false righteous father, is it really the righteous father? For the host, the behavior system of calling dad on a daily basis is usually to ignore him. Without saying a word, Son Gohan directly began to learn the Tongtian basket, his fingers were suspended in the air, and the strokes were left in the air. Go! The talisman flew outwards, forming a ball of light in the air. The first time I used this thing was quite successful, very basic things. It seems that I can master one more 13 means to go to the small world in the future. Very novel gadgets, the effect on themselves is also quite large, an alternative way of attack. However, you need aura, you are still in the golden pill consummation period, take the time to cultivate it later. Thinking that his 1-year period had arrived, he turned around and went, destroying the god realm to find Beerus. Hey, is Lord Beerus here? I came to you. Son Gohan came here with a box of gifts, and he still has a good grasp of human feelings. His voice was very loud, basically spread throughout the entire God of Destruction realm, but there was no figure for half a day. I brought Chinese desserts that you have never eaten, come out quickly. Is this still fascinating? Only at this time, that figure suddenly appeared, and the person who came was the prophetic fish, long time no see, where have Lord Beerus and Lord Weiss gone? Oh, they're out now, visiting the 6th universe. When did you leave? About an hour ago. Hearing this, I have a plan in my heart tomorrow, good fellow, isn't this purely avoiding me? Choking to death in an hour? Without much suspicion and open-mindedness, you don't know what the prophetic fish is capable of, right? Did they say when they would be back? Lin Tian's face remained unchanged as he spoke, and he was ready to make an unexpected move. It's not clear, they didn't say when they would return. Okay then. Lin Tian gave his gift to the prophecy fish. And then he disappeared. Lord Beerus, shall we not go down? It's a new Chinese dessert, and it looks delicious. Ves and Beerus hid in the void and watched them quietly. No hurry, that kid is very bad, maybe it's just shaking me, good guy, no dignity at all, what to say is what, this is good, being pestered to teach destructive energy, isn't this in a hurry to let me lay off? No, how long can it be delayed? Probably not, Gohan shouldn't be that kind of person. Weiss saw Lin Tian's figure from the picture again. The prophecy fish was startled by this sudden person. Gohan, didn't you say you were leaving? How did it come back? Lin Tian looked around and felt the aura around him, wanting to see if he had returned. After looking for a lap and not getting the result, he was a little disappointed, but... Oh, it's okay, I just brought something else. This is another dessert that I just forgot to give you, sorry. After saying hello, he disappeared again, and the prophecy fish looked strange. Would he come again? Forget it, this kind of trifle is none of his business. What is the forward? Beerus saw that the allegorical fish in the picture went back with 2 boxes of desserts, and his eyes were hot, and the saliva in his mouth was not covered. The same goes for Weiss. Aren't we going down yet? No hurry, wait for him for half an hour first, this kid is bad. As Beerus spoke, there was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. In fact, as he expected, half an hour later, Lin Tian took another box of gifts. This time he didn't believe it, and made another assault. When he returned to the God of Destruction realm again, in addition to the breath of the prophetic fish, there were no Beerus and Ves.